September 26th at 7 p.m. We're about to start this meeting. So welcome and good evening to the great city of Paterson. Let me remind other members of the public that are present, if you wish to speak on the public portion, there's a list in front of the podium. Please add your name on the list. You will have 3 minutes to express your concern and get in contact with administration. Right after 3 minutes, we will call the next speaker. So let me remind you to stick with the 3 minutes. Also, let me remind the members of the public and the chamber to keep the decorum in the chamber. And let's have respect from both aisles, from both sides, from the council to the public, and from the public to this governing body. Madam Clerk, let's call the meeting to order.
Yes, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, September 26, 2023 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Here. Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson. Here. Councilman Kalik.
Here.
Councilwoman Mims.
Present.
Councilman Udin. Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Who's going to do the prayer?
Read the statement of compliance, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, this evening's prayer will be rendered by Dr. Lilisa Mims in place of Dr. Randall Moses Lassiter from Calvary Baptist Church. We are unable, right? And that will be followed by the flag salute, which is led by our Council President, Honorable Alex Mendez. Thank you.
Let us pray. God our Father, we thank you because this is the day that you have made, and so we rejoice and we are glad in it. God, we thank you because from the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, your name is worthy to be praised. We pray for this meeting on tonight that it will be done according to your word in 1 Corinthians 14:10, that everything that is done decently and in order. We pray that you continue to lift up our city, our employees, this administration, this council, and everyone in this city, that this city will stand on the proclamation that it is the city of righteousness. God, we thank you that this meeting will go as according to your plan, your will, and your way. And this is what we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now let's have a moment of silence for our troop and for Paterson that passed away and for those families that are going through a tough time in our community. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, let's read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2023-2024. Today's meeting date is September 26, 2023, and the time scheduled for 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2023-2024 on or about July 1, 2023. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2023 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya Internacional, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, before we address payment of bill, Madam Clerk, item number 3 and 34 will be out of the agenda. We'll remove it and move it to the for a future meeting, Madam Clerk. So, payment of bill by Councilwoman Davila.
Number, I didn't hear you, Council President.
Number 3 and 34, Councilwoman Mims.
3 and 34.
So, Council President, before...
Can we, Council President, can you state on record as to why these 2 items are being removed?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Mims, item number 3 should not be on the agenda because we have to extend the contract, unfortunately, with Roselli. There's a resolution that we're going to address, down the line on the next couple of minutes, so it should not be there. And item 34, it's being requested by a council member to be removed out of the agenda. So that's
So
the Councilman Abdelaziz so requested early today, and I said, so it's on the agenda, we'll move it, and we will have a discussion at the next workshop, okay?
And that's the item where we were going to televise, have virtual.
That is
that's being
correct.
removed.
That is correct,
Okay, thank
Councilwoman.
you.
So on the next workshop, we will have an opportunity to have a discussion about item 34, and we hope to just move on with the contract that we have and be able to bring this item number 3 back with a new company that will be in charge of collecting our garbage in the city of Paterson. That's what we hope. Councilwoman Davila, payment of bill.
Thank you, Council President. The council members received the payment of bills, the summary of disbursements for the amount of $14,820,611.28, of which $12,194,728.34 was a payment to the Board of Education, and the remaining amount was for general government, and this week there was no payroll week. Council President, I make a motion for payment of bills.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Kalik and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bills.
Roll call on payment of bills in the amount of $14,820,611.28. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Later on, I see a payment of bill for operation of assessment. Mr. CFO, you give me an explanation later what is that, $100,000. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Payment of bills in the amount of $14,820,611.28 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, let's go with the
President.
consent agenda.
Council
Just a
President.
minute, Councilman Jackson. Right after the consent agenda, I will open the floor
I have
to our
to-
council members.
I have to address one of the items to be removed, supposed to be removed.
Which item, Councilman Jackson, you want to be removed? You want to remove out of the consent agenda?
No, I'm requesting that number 17, item number 17, I believe it is, be removed. The family of Mr. Tom Fuscaldo, no one is local at this point. I don't want to undermine the family's position and just subscribing a piece of legislation without their full consent. And we have not been able to finalize discussions with the
It's
family.
36. It's
36?
item 36.
36?
It's item number
36. I
36.
apologize.
36.
So, Madam Clerk, it's not, it's 36, so 36, it's a non-consent agenda item, Madam Clerk, so, but let the record reflect that Councilman Jackson is removing item 36 for a future meeting, so, back to the workshop. So, let's move with the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbered 10 through 27. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda.
Roll call on the consent agenda, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
There are a lot of great items under this particular item, but I just wanted to highlight the resolution for the anti-violence grant that is done by Lieutenant Sharon Easton and the Community Policing Department, who have done an amazing job for the last few years. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Mims, you're totally correct. You know, this anti-violence program with our Lieutenant Sharon Easton, I mean, she's done an outstanding job in the community. So definitely, so we're in full support of that. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk, for the consent agenda.
thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we have a few items on first reading, Madam Clerk. Let's take care of those first reading items. Right after that, we'll go into public portion.
Yes, Mr. President. So the first item on the agenda as a first reading ordinance, no public hearing is required, is an ordinance amending Paterson Code Section 351 regarding lead-based paint.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by
Discussion.
Councilman Cotton. Discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
So, in this item, it pertains to, we know that we have a lot of entities in our community, whether they're identified or unidentified, that consists of lead paint. This item is increasing the fees for the owners of the buildings or landlords. They will have to pay through our Health and Human Services Department. And last week's meeting, I made the request in our workshop, while we're amending the language, that it should also state that when we're giving out these fees, there should be a notice sent out to those landlords or those entities. I received a call, and I'm directing it to Corporation Counsel. I received a call from the Director of Health and Human Services, who stated that you, Corporation Counsel, said that we cannot, that you don't think it's feasible, that we should put that language in this particular item. So I'm asking, I don't know if you said it or not, so Council President, I want to direct it to Corporation Counsel.
Sure, Councilman Mims. But before Corporation Counsel, Councilman Mims, I would like to call Director Ramirez. That way he could give us an overview about this piece of legislation, which is very important, and I believe that it's time sensitive because we're getting funding from the state, which is, I believe, is $350,000 that we have to spend before December, or $300,000 that we have to spend before December. So Director Ramirez, good evening. Can you take us over this legislation?
Yes, good evening, Honorable Council. And Dr. Mims, our conversation, what I expressed to you was our legal counsel, which was Iman out of Corporation Counsel's office, has some reservations and concerns, and to please reach out to Corporation Counsel. So I would like, if he'd like to answer that right now, and then Dr. Prasad can get into some of the nitty-gritty of the PL 21, which is a state statute that is forcing us to make these amendments.
Correct. Corporation Counsel?
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Dr. Mims, for that inquiry. So upon review with the Law Department respectfully recommended that notice to landlords be reconsidered for a host of reasons. One, to make notices mandatory to landlords may be prohibitively expensive. Two, that may also create a legal defense to not complying with the statute, saying that you did not receive a notice, which would tie up enforcement of the statute, would tie up the goals of Health and Human Services in doing so. So making notice mandatory to landlords would create some legal obstacles and some other obstacles that are legally based, and I'm happy to discuss with you one-on-one so as to not give away any attorney-client privilege or recommendation.
So, Council President, just for
Councilman
clarity,
Mims.
so if I am the owner of a building and this is something that will pertain to me, that you're going to increase my fees or double my fees, why would I not receive notification of a new process? The notification should not just be on our access channel, which everyone is not able to view. There should be a level of notification that goes out to these entities, letting them know. So with that being stated, I would like to put an amendment on the floor and make a motion that this resolution is amended to add that language. We cannot just increase people's fees and make an excuse for why we're not letting them know. So I'm putting a motion on the floor, Council President, for this language to be amended while it's in first reading status, and I would like to see if there would be a second to add that.
There is a motion on the floor, moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, to add on the language, to add an amendment on the language that the tenant of the owner, property owner, should be notified on that. So,
Council President,
Council President.
I'm not quite sure if Councilwoman Mims is done, but I wanted to bring to the attention of the director and Dr.
Councilwoman Cotton,
there's-
Councilman, I'll let you go after.
Okay. This is an inspection that's required now by the state of New Jersey, that you inspect these apartments every 2 years, that it got to be inspected. Now, this is with dwellings of 4 families and above or 3 families and above. Because what happens is that people are trying to rent dwellings and they can't because the backup is so bad with getting the lead inspected. Or get the apartment inspected by lead. So please, Dr. Prasad, tell them what they have to do.
I'm not sure I understand the question, Councilman.
You're saying, okay, this is increasing some of the fees. Is this the fees for when their 2-year requirement for these apartments to be, this is the every 2 years, right?
Yes, we said.
And even for new dwellings coming in.
For new
right.
dwellings, meaning.
But new dwellings shouldn't have lead.
Are
Right,
you
new
saying-
dwelling,
Are you saying new construction or not?
no, dwellings. You're saying, it's like with the fire department. Every 2 years, we have to inspect families with 4 and above, 3 units and above. They have to have it every 2 years, and the fire inspector go out and check departments. So I'm talking about lead. So now I'm saying to you, you got the increase in here. This is for apartments that, we have so many apartments now that we have, and the new ones, no, we know, of course, do not have lead.
Right.
But you're talking about units that were built in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, they got lead. You have landlords that I know sometimes don't try to clear the lead out. They really don't. So you really got to go in there. So now, this is a fee they would pay every 2 years,
Yes.
starting with 3 units and above.
Start with any rental unit.
Is any?
A 2-family, and I rent my 2nd floor.
Yes.
I have to now.
Yes.
But that was not in there in the past.
Well, it covers all rental units.
Okay. See, that's what happened, Dr. Prasad. It was not covering all of that. Because people with 2-family homes were not getting their floors apartment inspected when they rent out. If the owner lives in a house, that's what I'm saying. If they lived there, they were not getting that unit inspected. So I think that you need to, why is it so difficult to advise landlords that the fee's going up? Why is it so difficult?
Well, we have to advise the landlords because.
But that's not what you said.
We're not going to go into somebody's apartment just like that. We're going to have to coordinate it. We're going to have to coordinate a date and time to do this inspection. So they will be notified. Apart from a letter that we will be sending out, apart from that, it will take coordination. It will take calls.
Okay.
Somebody can say, look, I scheduled for, let's say, next Friday, but I'm not going to be available. We'll be able to move that inspection to a date when you're available.
Council
Okay.
President.
But that's
Sure.
not the
President.
question.
It's a mis-
Council members, just give us a minute.
No.
I
Right,
just want- the
let's
question
wait with
was-
Councilman Ruby Cotton. I know,
The question was,
I got the
are you
last.
going to advise these landlords that the increase is happening? It's not about making an appointment. It's not about scheduling. Are you going to let them know, okay, starting April 15th, the inspection cost is going up? That's all the question was.
We will be,
That's all the question was.
we will be sending a letter out to
That's all right.
each and every landlord, and they will receive a letter
Did I say yes?
as notification of what will be coming. Now, with regards to the actual inspection, we will schedule that with the landlord, and we'll schedule a time and date when the inspection will happen. So,
Okay, so Dr. Prasad, so I have to get, I have 4 council members online, they have questions, but I have to get back to Councilwoman Mintz because that was the original, the amendment is based on the letter. And you just mentioned that they're gonna send a letter, we're gonna send a letter, so there's no need for us to do the amendment. You said that we got that we have to send a letter. I don't know the ramification of the legal aspect, why it cannot be on the body of the resolution. But before I pass I open the floor to Councilman Mintz, Velez, Davila, and then Jackson. Can you talk about the state involvement on this? Since this is the state, it's just mandating this, and that's the reason why the state gave us $300,000 that need to be spent until December. We have the time window. Can you talk a little bit about that, and then we open the floor for a set of questions?
So last week we passed out, the state statutes with regards to the new laws. We have to do it. There are penalties on both sides. This is basically preventive action because there are cities that have a lot of kids that are lead poison. Paterson is one of them. Because Paterson, we have over 200 kids that are lead poison. Our city is required to do dust wipe, at least 10 dust wipes per rental unit. So we have to do this. We haven't started it as yet. We have to start and get this done. So I don't know what else. I passed around last week information on this new law. I think I probably have an extra copy here if anybody wants. I can make it available to you so you can read. It's a lot.
Thank you. So over 200. So over 200 kids got positive with lead in the city of Paterson. That's the reason why the state is mandating for this to take action.
Well, that's not a reason why. No. There's an issue. I mean, throughout the state, there are issues with lead. I mean, obviously, some towns have more lead than others. But I can speak for Paterson, and I know our caseload in Paterson. I do not want to speak for other towns. I can tell you that we have at least 200 kids in this town that are lead poison. So it's basically a preventive measure to prevent safer housing in cities for kids, so they don't get.
Thank you. So Councilman Mintz, then Councilman Velez, Councilman Davila, and Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mintz.
So I just want to reiterate my original request in the workshop, and I said it again tonight, and you're saying it can be done, and then it was said it wasn't. So for me, it's about process and policy. So my request was to ensure that that is outlined in this policy, that there will be notifications sent out and informing these particular entities that you just said that we're going to do it, so it should not be a problem with putting that in the language. Because you just said we're doing it. So I just want it in the language to say, because you said we're doing it. That was just stated on the record. I just want it in the language that we will be sending notification out. The reason why I'm saying it to the public, because you can't see what we're looking at, the fees are going up 60%. So in one, well, not 60%, in one entity is from 175 to 200, 75 to 100, 325 to 400, 75 to 100, 175 to 200 for multifamily, 400 to 500, and then there will be dust wipe sampling that will be assessed at $200 per unit. This fee could be a very high fee to people that own properties. They should be informed sooner than later that this is something that's being looked at by your department, and this council are the ones voting on it. It should be, if this is something we're doing, they should be informed about the process, and it should be written in this document, Council President. I know the motion is on the floor. It's not a bad amendment. It needs to be here. They just stated on record that they are going to do it, so it should be stated here. It's the process.
Understood, Councilman Mims. Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. See, I see a little bit more deep here. We published this agenda. Right now, this agenda in this ordinance says, ordinance amending Paterson Code Section 351 regarding lead-based paint. If you don't come here and read all of it, nobody knows what we're talking about. So this ordinance amendment should be amending Paterson Code Section 351 regarding lead-based paint fee increase. That fee increase should be in the title. For people, when they publish it out there, know what we're talking about, and probably you're gonna have more information, people are gonna access this ordinance to read it deeply. This should be accustomed to everything we do here when in regards to increase of fees, any ordinance. We don't need to, I know there's a motion on the floor, but should be custom already in the language, so everything that had to do with increasing fee, be mailing to the owners, if it's pertaining owners, if it's the tenants, newspaper advertising, Channel 7732 advertising for people to read what is the amendment or the changes. And also, this administration is famous in robocalls. Nice call saying, ladies and gentlemen, the city of Paterson is increasing this, get ready for this, because they need to get the information. Right now, this is, for me, the advertising of this ordinance is no information on the title. People had to come here, we had to disseminate everything for them. Meanwhile, some people are not watching this meeting, they're not reading newspaper, and while they're going for the title. My recommendation is to be clear enough in the title to put what are we doing, because it's not only lead-based we're dealing here, it's dealing about fees. So the word fee increase should be in there, should be in the title. So we could know what we're voting, because this, we got what, 4 or 5 pages changing amounts and this and that, and if we don't say it here on the floor, a lot of people will not know about it. So I know there's a motion on the floor, but this should be a constant thing with administration changing fee, advising everybody out there in those process, and in the title should say what is the purpose, or we amended for the people who at least have the shortcut of what they have in the.
Thank you, Councilmember Velez. Right after the two other council members speak, we're going to talk about the amendment and the possible additional amendment with the fees included. Councilman Daviles,
Okay.
right after Councilman Jackson.
The Corporation Council was addressed on the reason why the language could not be put in the ordinance. So I always say this, you know, we have professional staff for a reason. And if this went through legal, then I'm understanding the reason why the language, now I'm not saying that I don't agree that landlords and also occupants, because there's a piece to this that the landlord could be fined if they're not in compliance, but if the person in that apartment is not allowing the inspector to go in, they also can be fined. Now, I don't know who would not want that when you hear the report that Paterson has one of the highest numbers of children with lead. So I don't understand why we would not support such a measure that's being mandated by the state of New Jersey. So I'm okay with the language being out, but I do agree that there has to be, and I agree with Councilman Velez. I mean, the city's great to talk about initiatives and great things going on in the city. Well, guess what? This is important that every household should know that increases are coming. And I just have to say this, you know, I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if you get informed when your fees go up in the police department with tickets and parking. I don't know if we get informed when we're gonna go to the supermarket that, you know, milk and eggs is $6. So at the end of the day, we are in a situation right now, nationally speaking, that increases are all over. And Paterson, we continue to say no, 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 but yet we're doing nothing to bring in ratables and revenues to the city so then we don't have to have the increases. Some of them I see that they are mandated, so I understand it. We discussed this in finance, and then it was brought to workshop where there was the discussions, and Councilwoman Min stated it about the language, the verbiage. I understand that there was a conversation, so we're not doing, and now we're adding other different recommendations when this should have been done in the workshop. Council President, all I'm saying to this is that I think this is really important in terms of understanding that we have a mandate by the state and that the city of Paterson and our Patersonians need to be informed, and there has to be many ways to do it, but adding it to this ordinance is going to stop, because I don't even know if it would pass or not, But I just heard legal just say the reasons, and also said some other reasons why he would not want to put the client lawyer privilege, out here, for everyone. So I just wanted to express that. I think that we do need to move forward, and we have not increased fees in the department in how many years?
Decade, I don't know.
Over a decade.
I have no recollection.
Over a decade. And we know that this is not for new development, because obviously this is for those old, houses that still have lead, that still individuals don't want to keep their places up to par. I'm speaking.
Council members, Councilwoman Davila has the floor. Right after, we have Councilman Jackson. If you want to speak, please ask for the floor.
So just to finalize, this is specific to those individuals that don't want to comply. Why do we always, when it comes to compliance, like we have a problem slapping somebody's hand? The reality is, if you're breaking the law, you pay. We want our children to be safe. And so if you're renting to someone, why would you not want to have that in place so then people do comply? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Council President.
Perfect.
So I have Councilman Velez and Councilman Mims right after Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman, go ahead, Councilman Jackson.
Perfect segue to the miseducation to the public. We didn't have that same energy when the Art Factory got hit with multiple tickets, illegal operations. We didn't want to. Why is she talking, Council President?
Council members, council members, please. This is the beginning of this regular meeting. This is the beginning of the regular meeting. We are on first reading, and after that, our public waiting for public portion. Councilman Jackson has the floor. Please, if you want to speak, ask for the floor. Please continue, Councilman Jackson.
So once again, facts you can't deny. The furniture store out front that's been derelict for years, that got hit with over $10,000 worth of fines that were dismissed within the court system. We didn't slap them on the hand. See, this is a straight money grab, as usual. And look who we're targeting. The statement of, we are not doing our job and bringing in revenue into the city. The state gave us $140 million in tax credits that was supposed to breathe revenue into the city. We still haven't got one report, because those $140 million in tax credits have not generated $1 of residual income that that this council had the responsibility to create. Those are facts you can't deny. So, I digress, but I couldn't resist that there. Through the chair, Director, your employee failed to mention when the question, I think it was Councilwoman Mims, with regard to the $350,000 and what does it task us with, because these services have been ongoing and existing for forever. So the $350,000 is to do what exactly?
$350,000 to get this program rolling by training personnel and other costs that are associated with this program. If you have to buy additional machines, that's what is associated with.
The city had not rendered this service before?
No, this is a new law, sir. And if you on this document, I shared this document last week, and it clearly states on page 15 that municipalities must charge the dwelling owner a fee sufficient to cover the cost of inspection. It's stated here. I highlighted it for everyone.
Can you outline what kind of inspection, please, sir?
It involves a dust wipes sampling.
Of what?
Of the floor, the surfaces.
And what are we sampling to detect?
Lead, sir.
Lead. So we never did lead inspections before, is what you're saying?
Yes, we did. We always do lead inspection.
So we did lead inspection at the stadium, at the Great Falls, when when the contractor tried to falsely give us we've always done lead inspections.
We've always done inspections.
What is the backlog currently on inspections when people come in to get, because this is not, unlike what Councilman Davila just spoke about, this is not only for old dwelling spaces. If you build a new building and you go out for re-rental, you have to get a rental certificate, which requires you to get a lead inspection and a fire inspection.
New construction also. New construction is given lead-free certificate, so they don't have to get that.
For how long?
Forever, because there's no lead.
There's no lead?
No.
So when is the last time we did a lead inspection on the Governor's Towers?
On where?
Governor's Towers.
I can't speak for specific inspections.
Can you give a report, please, whenever you get an opportunity? Governor's Towers, Riverview Towers, all these other, because during, not less than maybe a year ago, there was a fireman that did a report on all of these large facilities that were neglecting getting re-rental certificates. So you're saying that you don't have a backlog, that we can accommodate all of the uptick in inspections.
We can. And in addition to what you're saying, I just want to inform the council and the public that in the past, when we were doing lead inspections and we find issues with lead, the owner would have to do the abatement on their own. For the past 2 years, we've been doing abatements with money that we receive from the federal government and from the state government. So this is a good thing. If we go out and find lead, we're going to have money to abate that lead. So it's not like you're saying, hey, your apartment has lead, go find a contractor to fix your apartment. Now we have money to actually fix it.
Is that what the $350,000 is for?
No, sir. No, 350. No, we have millions of dollars to do this.
So we're now doing the abatements. So once you do the abatement, you're still required to do, and that apartment becomes vacant, are they no longer required to do a re-rental certificate, which requires a lead inspection?
It would still require an inspection. An abatement does not signify lead-free. So, it may be lead-safe, but it's not lead-free. So there are different terminologies. Look at this as preventative measures. This is an extra layer to prevent kids, reduce the number of kids that are being lead poisoned in the city. So this is what this is all about. It does not remove lead inspections, routine lead inspections for re-rentals.
But the issue here is when we're talking about, and to your point, Councilwoman Mims, and what's disheartening is the fact that legal would have to put precautionary measures in to protect the city from its inadequacies. Because when we now send these bills out without proper notice, then it opens us up for liability. So what we're talking about is not doing the right thing by the public, but acknowledging and recognizing that we're just not doing the right thing overall. So it's covering for our inadequacies. My biggest concern is the selective enforcement, because we know you're great at doing that. I've even called you multiple times where there's been rental facilities where tenants have had rat droppings as big as my eyeglass case. And we know that there's measures in place that's supposed to protect our residents from that. Just to see a fee go from $2,000, from $1,000 to $2,000, that's 100% increase. So we're looking to just go out here and close budget gaps instead of being responsible and doing what we should do with the tax credits and all the other things. We're going to now look at how can we tax our residents more, because I'm not really concerned about the major apartment building owners. These types of things are going to put people out of their homes. People who can't afford to have re-rental certificates done, and then now they can't afford to have a renter and or the backlog. I've called your office many times before, Director, saying, hey, these people have been waiting for 3 weeks, 6, 7 weeks for inspections. Oh, we only have one, or we only have two inspectors. So the backlog is real. We've had these conversations before, have we not?
least once.
At least once. So there's been occurrences where...
We've taken care of those people that you've reached out to me on.
No, eventually, yeah, of course. But the thing is, people should not have to call a council person. That's the problem in the city. It's like, you have to know somebody in order to make something happen. And I acknowledge you make every best effort, and I respect that. But the point that I'm making is, we're now going to put a new provision in place to hammer people over the head further when we know there's been backlog, when we know there's selective enforcement. Certain people are going to get targeted and other people aren't. You have buildings that are over 100 years old. They're not being inspected. They've never been inspected. And I did a report on that, and it was still not corrected. It was brought to his attention. It still wasn't corrected. So here we are, like, what? Are we only going to go after certain people, depending on if you own a house and it's 2-3 family, but yet certain buildings that's been in circulation for years, are we going fair and equally across the board? Because these places have not had any re-rental certificates. They haven't. The firefighter presented the report to the BA and to the former fire chief, who covered it up. So the selective enforcement is a big problem. And what we're doing, we're not only opening ourselves up for the litigation on things like not putting in the ordinance the requirement to serve or notice, but now we're looking at people selectively choosing, who's going to be enforced upon. I'm concerned about that.
Next, so we have...
Council President.
Sure, Councilman Black. So we have Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila, and your next Councilman Black. So on that order, okay, so you good. So Councilman Black, Councilwoman Davila, and Councilman Black.
No,
You spoke already? So Councilman Velez, right after you, so council member, there's a motion on the floor.
I was after him.
So right after Mims, because Councilwoman Mims originally put a motion on the floor, I want the director to be as direct and as specific as possible. I understand that there might be a litigation issue by putting any language on the legislation. I don't want to bring this, So let me just leave it at that. Let me continue with that, because this is something, it's been mandated by the state. The state, Dr. Prasad, I want you to emphasize that if any person is finding with let on their apartment, the state and federal government has money to correct the problem. You mentioned that at the beginning. We have over 200 children that test positive with lag. This is a legitimate concern. Let's not deviate the conversation from there. We could mention any other issue, any other instance city-wise, but let's take one to the agenda. This is something that needs to be done. The state is mandating. There's funding at the state level. So let's keep the conversation on that circle. So, Councilman Velez, and we finish with Councilwoman Mims.
So I went to Corporation Council to clarify the process, right? So, okay, and now I understand why in the part of the legal to put it here. And let me tell you why. And it happens. A lot of people, you send notice, they could come and go to the court and say, I never received that notice. I never saw it in the mailbox. I never saw it here, say there, and that fine could be dropped because they didn't receive proper notice. Now, what I think is, and I think my idea is to have custom already that every time there's a change of fee, it being advertised, generally, in the newspaper, whatever, but to send a notice, somebody could come and say, hey, I didn't receive a notice of court, so can you postpone it? Or no, all that stuff could happen. And if it's like a letter of collecting money. I never receive it. I'm not that person. What address you send it? It's a multi-dwelling building where it went to. So to prove that in the legal aspect, we could lose more money sending an inspector to the court, spending day there, and proving that they receive a letter or not. So I don't know if Councilwoman agrees that it should be more generic in the other way of custom, that any fee that we have increased in the city of Paterson is already custom to they could send a news advertising as put in Channel 77, robocalls or whatever is more suitable than sending a letter individually that they could use a base say, I never receive it.
Thank you, Councilman. So Councilwoman Mims,
Yeah, so
before
are
we
you,
vote.
two things. So are you stating the amendment should say that that information should be outlined here?
No, actually, it should be
Councilman Mims,
already.
you
it
have
should
the
be-
floor.
No,
I will
I
get.
know.
No,
I
no,
was
he asked him a
just-
question.
I asked
Sure,
him.
I'm not,
Yeah,
but the council members,
it should be-
council members,
just a
let's
minute.
not open the debate.
No, no,
Council- right after, listen, Councilmember Velez, just a minute. Right after Councilwoman Mims finishes, I will give you the floor and we'll move on.
Okay.
That way we don't go back and forth. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Well, Council President, I was asking him so that I can drive my point, because he just made a different amendment. So I was questioning, is he stating that the publication should be done through website, newspaper, all that? And if that is the case, and that is printed, that's a good compromise. But I don't want it to be said, we're gonna do that, because just saying it means nothing. We are at a juncture, community, and I listed some of the fees, and let me tell you, violation 351-7 in this particular language states, any person found in violation of this particular order shall upon conviction thereof be punished by a fine not exceeding $2,000 or by imprisonment. You will go to jail for this item for a term not exceeding 90 days. So for us not to want to give notification or have it outlined in this item, it's like we're hiding something. We're taking an opportunity to amend the language that could possibly send people to jail. It's not in the ordinance, it's in our publication.
Council members, please.
The amendment is on the
Just-
floor, and I can amend it to say that the language to talk about whether it be robocall, newspaper publications, or whatever, that could be stated, but it definitely needs to be here. Back to what Councilman Velez said, I don't see why there will be legal ramifications if they didn't get a notice. It's gonna be the same situation if you send it out and the person doesn't receive it. How do you know they're gonna receive the notice that they're being fined? It's the same exact juncture, so it's an oxymoron to me. If you're having an amendment to an item to increase fees, some up to 50%, there should be some level of notification and an outline in the amended language that tells the resident, this is the process in which we're going to communicate to you on what the fees will be when we charge you for these fees.
Council President.
Councilwoman,
Council
great
President,
point,
that's the amendment.
Councilwoman Mims. I think we should get legal involved in this because I believe that if we could add this on the body of the resolution, that it will be advertised with all the different channels. That would cover almost everything. So if this could be added on the legislation, I think we're ready to move on with this.
So, Council President.
And we're in first reading,
Let me give you an
Council.
example.
I'm not-
Let me give you an example before.
Go
we
ahead,
vote.
Councilman Velez.
Okay.
Councilwoman Mims, you finished?
So,
No,
I don't know if you
wasn't
recall,
Just let Councilwoman Mims finish.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go with you, and then we add legal. If we could add this portion on the body of the resolution, I think we could move on. And also, it's on first reading.
first reading.
We don't have to send it back. So
Right.
we're moving on to second reading. There's no, we're not holding anything on this since we're in first reading.
Right.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
That was the point, because
Okay.
if we amended on the floor to just add that, we're still on track with the process of it
Go
moving
ahead.
forward.
Well, go ahead, Councilman.
also, let me recall something here. When we did, when the administration brought in the fee from the fire department to get increased, the fire department sent letters to the owners that they increase their fees. That's what we asking only. That's what we only asking. And we don't need something in the ordinance. It's just to let them know, listen, your fee on fire department went up, and this inspection, this and that, because I saw letters going to landlords. Now, if this will satisfy the council, just to put municipal access channel, to be more specific, robocall and new articles advertising, and just strike the mailing to them is good. So
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Corporation Counsel and Director. So in order for us to move forward, Corporation Counsel, you agree that if we add on the body of the resolution, those three different channels, which is Channel 77, roll call, and our public access, to be on the body of the resolution. If that's okay with legal, so we can move on.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Dr. Mims and Councilman Velez, for the spirited discussion. I just want to make a few quick points. The fact that a department such as fire or Health and Human Services, may provide a letter is radically different than mandating it in the ordinance that they have to provide notice. When you mandate it in the ordinance, you create legal obstacles to enforcement of that ordinance. And so while fire had taken the courtesy to send out a letter to homeowners, I don't believe there was anything in that ordinance that mandated them to do so. And therefore, compliance with that ordinance was not conditioned upon first receiving a letter. So I just want to make that clear, that just because they can do it, they should do it, doesn't mean that it should make its way into statute. Relatedly, I would respectfully request that if council are going to mandate a notice provision in this, notwithstanding the advice that's been provided, that notice be limited to either being on public access as opposed to robocall, which may or may not be within the purview of the administration, and council may not be able to legislate that the executive office take action, or some other generally available means of communication. I think putting it on the website would provide sufficient notice, and publishing it in a newspaper. Certainly council, if they so desired, can make that amendment, and the clerk is phenomenal with making sure that those things are published in a timely fashion.
Correct.
So those would be my recommendations based on the discussion.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. This is what we're going to do.
President.
Just a minute, Councilman Jackson.
What he was talking.
Just a minute. This was going to happen. There's a motion on the floor. We'll be having this discussion. I totally agree with my council colleague, but now that have to be on the body of the resolution. Public action, that this administration, they've been very popular, as some council member mentioned, with robocall, our public channel, our website, everywhere. We need a partnership with our homeowners. If the homeowners doesn't open the door, we're not gonna be successful in this. And let's remind everybody that we're talking about our children that have been, positive with lead. So we need a collaboration from the property owner and the municipality. So, Madam Clerk, that item, there's a motion on the floor
Council
for,
President.
just a minute, Councilman Jackson, I will give you the floor.
Before we move
Just to
forward.
reiterate, there's a motion on the floor to make sure that on the body of the resolution, we include our public channel, which is roll call, our channel 77, and
Municipal
the newspaper, that's one, and also clarifying the increasing of the fees. And the website also as well, we have a very effective website, and also including the fees also as well. That's in there already. Right after Councilman Jackson, we will get ready to vote on the amendment. Okay. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So, Corporation Counsel, just to be clear, within the state statute that requires you to appear before a judge for whatever, are you expressing that there lacks language in the statute, in any statute, that states there's a requirement for a defendant and or a complainant to be noticed? Is there any laws where they specifically disregard or attempt not to place in the legislation the requirement to notice in order to avoid legal ramifications?
Council President, may I?
Councilman, Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. So forgive me if I don't understand your question correctly, but I think I do, and I'll try to answer it to the best of my ability. So our advice is that, generally speaking, there are no notice in the law is generally not a defense. But if you place in a statute or ordinance that someone is supposed to receive notice, then you are creating a defense to that particular statute, because they can come in and arguably say, the statute says I was supposed to receive a letter about this. I never received a letter about this, therefore I shouldn't comply, or the state or Health and Human Services hasn't proven that I received the letter, so we have to have a hearing about whether or not they received the letter. So generally speaking, if you, for most issues, if you place a notice provision in a particular statute, then that's generally held against a municipality as something that needs to be first conducted before you can hold someone accountable.
So I just want to be clear, because I mean, my experience within the judicial system isn't as extensive as yours. But I do know that based on my current situation, I've been noticed. My attorney has been noticed. So I'm curious that if you're implying that that is not necessarily required because it doesn't stay within the statute. The other thing is this. Now we're talking about infringing on people's personal property. You're going to come knocking on my door mandating that I have to, because when I'm hearing about these random swipes and people that are going to be their doors are going to be knocked on. I'm not letting you in my house if I don't have any, if you don't have a justifiable reason. So if we're not noticing people, and then people aren't aware, and we're just going to randomly go knock on someone's door, or if there's a report, there was a re-rental, and we're not noticing them. And lastly, let me just say this. I'm going to say this to the council members. This is the council's only measure in holding the administration accountable. You guys decide and choose who you want to enforce things on, how you want to enforce things. This is the council's way in ensuring the public's best interests. We don't work on behalf of the council or the municipality against the public. We're supposed to be here to work on the public's best interest. And I know we might be, many of us may be considering the large-scale investors that don't live in the community, but we already know 9 times out of 10, these things are going to be enforced on people who have owner-occupied dwelling spaces, and they may have neglected. And now, even based on what Councilwoman Mims has read, where people are facing jail time, we're talking about not mandating that the department does what they're supposed to do. Like, no, there should be a process. There should be a track record. There should be, listen, you were noticed on this date, and this is our process. So instead of trying to mitigate or excuse the the departments for not doing their job, we're going to try to enforce a law, hit the residents over the head for more money to close a budget gap of irresponsible government, and then negate the responsibility of doing the notices. Just doesn't make sense. I'm hoping we can move forward.
Thank you, Council Member. So there's a motion on the floor, and I want to thank both council members that add this motion on the floor to make sure that we include all the public action that we have to inform the entire city of Paterson. As I mentioned before,
only for 30 days after it's approved, because we're not going to be all year announcing it.
So I'm not quite sure if we're going to finish this on 30 days. Dr. Prasad, this is a challenge that the health department has. I know you're looking forward to hire more inspectors to get this done, because the state is mandating this. And the great thing is that to the resident of the city of Paterson, listen, this is for your own safe. I mean, over 200 children test positive with lead. If they find lead on your apartment, the state and federal government, based on Dr. Prasad's statement, they have funding to correct the problem. So this is a win-win for us, for the safety of our community. So, Madam Clerk, so we're voting on the 2 amendments. Thank you, Council Member, for that. And right after that, we'll be ready to vote. And we're not going back because it's on first reading. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the 2 amendments.
For the
First, we
amendment.
have to, we are doing the
For the amendment,
roll
for
call
the
on the
amendment.
amended ordinance.
Yes,
So
Madam
it's
Clerk.
roll call on the ordinance amending Paterson Code Section 351 regarding lead-based paint to include the language that property owners will be notified of the increased fees and clarification thereof via the city's website, the public access channels, newspapers, etc.
Only 30 days after it's approved. After 30 days. For example, for 30 days.
Council members, Councilman Velez, no, don't add the 30 days, because we're not quite sure. We got to get ready to hire inspector. There's a whole process on this. Let's not add time on that. Let's continue advertising this until we finish and make sure that we cover the entire city. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Council President, Madam Clerk, if I may. Council President, just quickly, if we do not pass this, is there any ramifications in terms of the city being fined for not following through with the state mandate?
Lose money.
Yes.
Yes, so.
Return funding.
It's clearly stated that on page 26.
I don't think you gave enough.
I give
He
this
did,
out. I give
in
you one
workshop.
today. Yep.
He did them in workshop.
She wasn't here.
Yeah, but he gave it in workshop. She has it.
If the municipality has not cured the violation within 30 days, they shall be subject to a penalty not to exceed $1,000 per week until the necessary action has been taken.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council
Thank you, thank you. Let's continue with the amendment,
No.
council members, please.
But Council President-
Councilwoman Mims, right after we finish, then we got to go back to a vote. So let's do the amendment, which is, well, you guys did a great job identifying those points. Let's finish with the amendment, and right after that, we got the second round for a vote. Please continue, Madam Clerk.
So roll call on the amended ordinance, which is the ordinance amending the Paterson Code Section 351 regarding lead-based paint to include the language that property owners will be notified of the increased fees and clarification thereof via the city's website, the public access channels, newspapers, etc.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the amendment.
Roll call on the item, on ordinance as amended. Councilwoman Cotton.
I had seconded the amendment. My vote is yes to amend.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, it's very imperative, and I know we don't have a room full bustling, but we got to make sure that our community stays educated. The provision in which he just read, which states that there's a necessity for enforcement, doesn't outline the necessity for increased fees. The increase in fees is separate and apart from for the services that we've already been rendering. So the scare tactics begin. Oh, we don't pass this, then we're going to get this, we're going to get that. Passing this does not mean that we have to implement or increase fees. That's the decision that the administration is making because obviously they're failing at keeping the budget balanced. And this is the price that the residents continue to pay with the 4.7 increase in taxes and increase in fees across the board. So anyway, with that being said, I appreciate the effort from council colleagues in making this amendment. It's definitely necessary. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Our role here are legislators, and we have to ensure that the public is made aware of anything that is going to impact them personally, especially financially. This is much-needed language added onto this item. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
So what we're doing here is to just advise that the fees are changing and more fees, but this does not waive the notification that they have to give for inspection. If they don't comply, that's another thing. So this is just to comply, that they are informed of the changes of fee. And regarding the new method that they're using about the wipe swipe or whatever it is, that's a new thing that they impose us that we had to comply. I hate to return funding back to the state because we not comply with the state mandate. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdulaziz, I know you
Yes.
just came in. We are voting on an ordinance.
Yeah, I know which one it
You
is.
said yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, Dr. Prasad, make sure you leave a copy for the public because that way they could get informed and educated. This came directly from the state. We're not coming out of this, just because, and this is something for our community. And let me remind the community that the funding that we get from the state, we have until December to complete that and use that funding. Otherwise, we got to give the money back to the state. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. The ordinance, the first reading ordinance is hereby amended as described.
So thank you, Madam Clerk. Now,
We now do a roll call on the amendment.
yes. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number
Roll
4.
call on item number 4 as amended. It's an ordinance amending Paterson Code Section 351 regarding lead-based paint to include the language that property owners will be notified of the increased fees and clarification thereof via the city's website, public access channels, newspapers, etc. A motion, please.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 4 with the amendment.
Roll call on item number 4 as amended. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say a few things that's in the ordinance. Let me just say, and I don't think that nobody, I haven't been here yet, and I've gone to court several times just to sit in court, just to see what happens sometimes with people that breaks the law. I don't know nobody that gone to jail yet for dumping. I don't know nobody ain't gone to jail yet for not removing lead paint. I mean, this stuff is in here, but when are you gonna like make sure, because lead is really a serious issue here in our city with our children. You know, you have the absentee landlords, they're really not cleaning up what they need to clean up. I would love to see somebody go to jail for 90 days for not doing what they supposed to do. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but somebody need to go to jail sometime.
High five, Councilwoman.
I just hate to say that, but you know, I haven't seen it yet, and you know, I know the prosecutor asked me why I'm sitting in the court. I want to see when y'all gonna send somebody to jail, because it sure is not happening. But lead is a serious problem for us. It's for our children. I see it every day. These kids are getting sick, you know, and that's why we have that project with the lead line being removed from the homes with the water company. This country mandates so much stuff on you, and you know, if you do it, I don't know what's gonna happen if you don't. But I remember we was threatened with a fine one time with something from of not doing something, and it was like $1,000 a day, maybe $10,000 a day. And that was with the CSOs that we had to make sure that we did that. So lead is a serious problem with this. And Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Hey, they're just inviting me to the microphone tonight. People don't normally get fired for looking across the room and being falsely accused of harassment, but Dave Gilmore was. The former mayor was jailed for having a few people work at his house. We know it's inappropriate, but he went to jail for that. This current mayor had trips to Turkey paid for by, so the selective enforcement is alive and well here. The trips to Turkey, the trips to Palestine, that's paid for by campaign donors and things of that nature. I'm on trial right now, falsely accused. And yes, it is real. You want to, we can take inventory of the countless black people that are killed every day by a simple road stop. So the fact that that's in the legislation, does it give me the comfort to believe that no one won't go to? No, it does not. It means it's going to be selective. It'll be selective. So what we're trying to do, what we should be trying to do, is ensure that the treatment is fair and level across the board. We have to put these things in the writing, in the documentation, in the legislation to protect our community. I mean, am I lying? Is it a fallacy? Am I making up something? I mean, I'm normally trying to be as truthful as possible here. We do have a former mayor who's probably watching, and he's probably feeling the same way. He went to jail for far less than what's going on right now. Ms. Muhammad came to the microphone the other day and talked about how the former Mayor Jones was scrutinized for $17,000. Yet we have $4 million in uncollected fees, and we've yet to hold anyone accountable for that. So don't mistake things and say that the provision for selective enforcement isn't reality. I understand you didn't say that, Councilwoman. I'm making a point. I'm not focusing on you. I'm just trying to educate the public on current events, things that are happening while we're here playing. It's not a game. People that are losing their homes, people that are becoming homeless because of these circumstances, it's alive and well. And this council, as a body, was sitting on their hands. Yeah, I sit here and make noise about it every night. But as a body, this council's failing the community. That's just the reality. But anyway, Madam Clerk, with not much faith in the process, I'll support the effort. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance has been in the book. It's on. It's been in the book for decades. We're not changing anything on the ordinance beside the little fees. The imprisonment parts, it's been there for decades. We're not putting people, we're not trying to pass a new ordinance so people could be jailed 90 days. Only thing we're changing is fees, about $25 on each categories, due to the state mandate, because we have to do the swipe testing. Before, I believe we used to do wall-to-wall testing. That's the only thing we're doing is amending the ordinance already in the book. I don't know why you had this 2-3 hours discussion on this. We had a discussion about it at the workshop also. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims?
So the discussion wasn't about the fees and the increase. The discussion was the need to notify the public of the increase. And I think it's definitely necessary. Anytime you're going to do any implication or any infraction towards the community, they need to be aware. The fees are not just $25. There's a fee that increased by $1,000. So we have to be clear on what these fees are, what the language is, and if we feel that people should not or cannot go to prison, that probably will be the next amendment in this language. If we feel that they're not pushing that for the violation or the penalty in 351-7, if it's something we don't feel they're going to do, then we need to remove the language. You should not have language in place that you don't believe is going to happen. That's why we're here as legislators. Madam Clerk, with that being stated, I'm looking forward to seeing what this looks like coming to final approval. I also want to see the report that was stated about the 200 people that are already identified and anything that has been done up until this point before this is even approved. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Probably Councilwoman Khan is going to agree with me on this one. This has been more difficult than advising people about the lead that they have in the water and the pipes and the houses. They came here, they announced that they're going to replace 6,000 and change pipes around the city free. I don't know if they get report back how many people are not opening the door, but they're doing it free based on the government and the EPA. This case here is something that we want. It's something that we had to go by the state law, and there's a new service that the residents are going to receive with the wipes testing. They used to do it before different. Now they're going to receive another method that is going to be more better for the residents that are renting there. So this is first reading. I agree on it. So there should be custom to everything we do here when we change fee to advise the community. Some of them don't know. Probably this is out there. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Udine, you're just joining us. We are voting on amended ordinance. It's ordinance amending Paterson Code, Section 351.
Yes, yes, Madam Clerk. So I was actually watching meeting from the school because today was back to school night. So thank you for the amendment to the council members. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, let the record reflect that we have Councilman Alarj Udine join the meeting. Also, before my vote, I would like to stay on the positive side. This say, for us to get this job done, we need the collaboration of all the landlord, all homeowners in the city of Paterson, and this is about our children. We're not playing politics with this. We have to protect our kids. There's been over 200 cases positive. What do? The state and federal government are allocating funding for if the property is found with lead, so they will remediate the situation with the money. So it can be better than that. That really satisfied me. My only hope is that we complete the job within a timely manner that the state is offering the funding for. And I trust on the department, Dr. Prasad, Director Ramirez. I know you need to hire additional inspector for this, but let's get this job done because this is for our children. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 9 yeses. Public hearing and second reading of the amended ordinance will be on October 10th, 2023.
Council
Thank
President.
you,
Council President.
Just give me a minute, Councilman Mims. Council members, members of the public, for now, we're going to try to go on public portion no later than 8:30. We have a lot of family that they got to go back home. We have a school tomorrow morning, and I see a lot of mom, parents that are here. So I want to make sure that we complete the public portion. We start public portion at 8 o'clock. The latest 8:30. It's 8:26. For now, I'm going to open the public portion right after Councilman Mims. Councilwoman Mims?
So I was just going to make a request. Items 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all establishing handicap parking
Yes.
spots. Can we just take them all
Sure.
together?
We-
And that way, right after, we could do public portion.
We could do all together. I'm going to start public portion now because it's 8:26. For now on, the latest at 8:30 that we're going to open public portion to make sure that we take that out of the way and parents could go back home, take care of the kids, and get ready to go to work tomorrow. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
21, Mr. President.
21 speakers. Let me remind every member of the public, you have 3 minutes to make your point across, to express your concern. Now, if you need additional information from the administration, make sure you get the email from Madam BA. Give Madam BA your direct number, your email, because you might don't get the information that you need in the 3 minutes right after we finish public portion, but I will make sure that the administration provide the information that you're requesting. Madam Clerk, first speaker.
First speaker is Mr. Ernest Rucker.
Good evening, Mr. Rucker.
Good evening, council and community. Sitting here listening today with this lead-based paint ordinance, I'm having a real issue. Your code enforcement agency throughout the city are deficient. We're talking about fees on landlords and investors. Okay? Then if we have a problem with the person that has a 1-family, 2-family, 3-family, then have a sliding scale. But don't let the perpetrators get away and the homeowners and the tenants are paying for it. How long are we going to operate in this manner? I have just as much experience as everybody on this board, collectively in this council. Collectively. And I've watched for years. You come up with ordinances that makes no damn sense, has no power, no enforcement, and you're still passing ordinances. What good is it? When they go to court, the judge says, how do we plead down? So mandatory minimum was used on the public to incarcerate. Mandatory minimum on these fines on the landlord should also be applied, where a judge cannot say, oh, you have 49 violations, I'm gonna charge you $230. If we're talking about safety, as we all love to do up here, oh, the safety of the community. Oh my God, we don't want them to get hurt. Bullshit. You do want them to get hurt because you're making ordinances that don't apply. You can't ask a group of people, inspectors, that are underpaid and overworked to do the job correctly if they don't have it written. We are still working under a system where one agency, code enforcement agency in this city, cannot connect to the next agency to find out if they have a CO. You have to go from building to building. Is that a way to run a city? It is time that you guys stop just talking and do some real work. I'm not here to make you feel good, and you know that. That's why we're still friends, because you know it. And I'm going to be very clear here, and I'm going to go to you right now, Councilman Jackson. There's a lot of shit going on here, and we hear it every week. Every week we sit here and hear it. And one of those things that I heard from last week or the week before, and that's for you, Councilman from the 6th Ward, this virtual television of the workshops. What are the gimmicks? What is the switch and bait? Where's the compromise? So yes, you want to do virtual so we cannot be part of it. Again. And if anyone that's running next year in May votes for it, we are going to come looking for you. We're coming. This is not no more us sitting back looking at you guys and saying, well, they have the power. No, no. We gave you the power. And you disappoint us each and every week that we come up here. And the reason you're disappointing us is because you want to play two games here. You want to play the council person and the community leader person. You're not a community leader. You're legislators. And we expect you to legislate. And let me in closing, take me about 45 seconds. Here we are again talking about safety. Here we are again talking about fines. Well, listen, if you come into my city and buy a property and let it run down worse than it's already run down, I want your ass in jail. I want you locked up. I want you fined. Who are we protecting? The citizens or the investor? This is a problem. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave you with this tidbit. May is coming very swiftly. And I know these people out here understand what May means for them. It's election time. And if you elect people that do not support your agenda, you deserve what you get. If they don't want to televise these meetings, then they're affecting you. You're getting what you've been asking for, nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Billy Prempe.
I'll be brief. I'm not going to reiterate some of the same things that Ernie Rucker already spoke about, because that's kind of what I want to talk about. For those of you that don't know, my name is Billy Prempe. I'm the Republican candidate challenging Bill Pascrell in 2024. And one of the things I wanted to talk about was the resolution that was removed from the agenda earlier today, Resolution 23581, which is going to be moving the workshops to virtual meetings instead of public. And I wanted to bring some things to your attention that some of you guys could probably address. We could even refer to the Corporation Counsel, who could probably give you a little bit more clarity on it. If you guys are not familiar with the Sunshine Law, I want to explain it to you. I also want to explain it to some of the people in the city of Paterson so they know what they're aware of. So the Sunshine Law, it's otherwise known as the Open Public Meetings Act, and it gives the public the right to present at meetings and at public bodies and allows for the people to witness them in full detail. The Sunshine Law requires a couple of things. It requires that the council provides adequate notice of all of its meetings, the right to attend all of its meetings, reasonable and comprehensive minutes of all the meetings. Now, the public body as defined by the New Jersey Sunshine Law is defined as any commission, authority, board, council, committee, or group of two or more organized under the laws of the state of New Jersey that are collectively empowered as a voting body and perform the public governmental function affecting the rights, duties, obligations, privileges, benefits, and the legal relations of any person, or if they are authorized to spend public funds. So the type of meetings that are subject to this would be any meeting that is open to all the public body's members, and it is attended by, and this is the important part, attended by an effective majority of the members of the public body, in this case being the city of Paterson. The problem that I have with this is if we put everything virtual, people like my mother, for example, don't have access to Zoom. Okay, at the very least, if someone's handicapped, for example, they can take an elevator, come in here, and attend the meetings, right? At the very, very least. I think a reasonable compromise, if you guys are talking about putting it on Zoom, I think that we should televise all meetings that our city council is doing. There's no reason why some should be on Zoom and some shouldn't, some should be on and some should not. These are the same problems that we see going on as well in our school board here in the city of Paterson. I know that's a separate issue, but I think it's important because there's several parents across the city of Paterson that are not aware of some of the things that are being taught in our schools. In the same way, some of the council members here have also brought to the attention that there are a lot of people that are going to be affected if they're not aware of the information that's being presented to them in regards to this lead testing scheme that's being presented to the people. In the city of Paterson, in the state of New Jersey, many of you guys may not be aware of this, but the Department of Education just pushed through Policy 5756. If you're not aware of what Policy 5756 does with the Department of Education, Governor Murphy pushed it through, which would prevent schools from informing parents if their children are taking on different identities or moving over to transgender beliefs. Parents are not allowed to be informed by the school. Many people are not aware of that. If you guys don't know this, there are already 3 school districts. I'll finish up with this. There's already 3 school districts that have opposed this, and there are 20 other school districts that are looking to push towards this. So October 4th, I intend on going to the school board meeting, presenting this information as well, and I want to find out where the city of Paterson stands on the education standpoint. That's why I believe it's important that all members should be allowed to be informed, and that information should be adequate for all. And if you guys don't have that information, like I said, please refer to corporate counsel. I'm sure he can give you a lot more clarity in regard to the Sunshine Law and the decision the city wants to make.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Sebastian Mejia.
Good evening, Paterson. My name is Sebastian Mejia. As many of you may know already, I'm a candidate for the 5th Ward Council seat in the city of Paterson, but I do not come here tonight in that capacity. I come here tonight as a Patersonian and as an American. As someone who believes in the ideals in our Constitution, in our freedom of speech, in our right to assemble in person. Okay? So in the Ordinance 34, which says that it would convert workshops and special meetings, but not regular meetings, to virtual format moving forward indefinitely, that will fundamentally change the way these city council meetings operate, and it will limit the capacity of the public to assemble, to express themselves, and to protest when they feel that the city is being done wrong. We have seen countless times when the residents of this city have gathered together in these city council chambers, filling up this room, pouring out to the outside to speak their voices, to make themselves be heard. Will we have that same effect on a Zoom meeting? I ask this to the constituents. I ask this to the voters. Do you think would you be heard the same via Zoom? I would ask for some decorum from the council. I would ask for some decorum. And I would like 15 more seconds added to my time. Were the residents of the city of Paterson have the same effect in regards to their voices being heard on a webcam? I think not. When 2020 happened, when the coronavirus pandemic occurred, what happened? Governor Murphy, he put out Executive Order 107, saying that in order to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, we would do social distancing. Unless we have some insider information that another pandemic is on the way, where is the emergency? Where is the emergency to go under this emergency Executive Order 107 signed by our governor? I don't see one, and I'm not aware of one. What I do see is our constitutional rights being trampled upon. That's what I do see. Do you feel empowered, community? Ask yourselves. When your constituents, when your elected officials tell you, listen, we're gonna do this meeting from home, on Zoom. You're gonna pay our salary, but we're gonna do this meeting from home. I don't remember any member of this community coming up to this microphone and begging for you to be at home doing your job. If anything, it was the exact opposite. We have came here countless times, not just myself, and I'm not doing this for political grandstanding, as has been said. I'm doing this because I believe in educating and empowering my constituents.
Please wrap it up. Oh, got you. Thank you, Sebastian. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Deshaun Johnson.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
First of all, I'd just like to say I'm actually going to commend y'all. I think y'all actually did a pretty good job of debating through There's notification of landlords. Corporation Council weighed in. So I just want to give y'all some grace and say, yo, I commend y'all for that. Since Paterson is its own incorporated city, I think, we stand as an individual. Yes, we work with the state. I think y'all did a good job of protecting landlords, and very specifically, not the big guys, right? I'm not talking about the big guys who own the big, large buildings, but small landlords. So I think I commend y'all. I agree with you all of protecting and notifying those landlords. So commend y'all for that. I'm gonna be brief because what I really came here for was to speak on ordinance number 34 that was also removed from the panel tonight, from the table tonight. I'm not a politician, so I don't have no ordinances like Billy Prempe or Sebastian Mejia, but what I can do, I'm an educator and I break information down. I'm actually going, and I usually come with a poem. I don't have a poem tonight because I heard about what was going on today, and it was Tuesday. We had no school yesterday, so today was more like a Monday. I didn't have time to write a poem. But I'm going to lean in on my hip-hop culture. Lil Durk just dropped this recent song called All My Life. And the lyrics go, all my life, they've been trying to keep me down. Right? Y'all all know the song. Y'all heard it, right? When I heard about this being placed back on the table tonight, that's kind of what I felt. It felt like, oh, this is coming back again. It felt like, I'm not sure who placed this on the table tonight, but it felt like whoever made that attempt to do so, it felt like, all my life, or at least all the time that I've been coming to the city council, speaking up, it seems like this ordinance keeps kind of popping up. When clearly it was expressed months ago, last cycle when Councilman Khalid was president, it was clearly expressed that the people did not want that, okay? I'm thinking of another lyric. Lil Baby got this one song. He said, I'm tired of being tired. That part of me done died, right? It's a cool little song when he talking about how he pretty much just changed his life, moving from the trenches to the rap game. And I know I'm tired. Aren't y'all tired? I know I'm tired. And listen, I don't even do this as often as y'all do. So if I'm tired, I know y'all tired. So my question is, why is this ordinance even being thought about again? Why is this back on the table again? I don't get it. I really don't get it. It kind of seems like we're just going in a revolving circle, going back and forth, back and forth. And the last one, I'm gonna just end off with this phrase, right? This phrase, the kids like to say, the kids like to tell me, Mr. J, had that same energy. And whoever places back on the table again, right, you see how you're constantly putting something up that the people doesn't want? How about you constantly put something up that the people do want? Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Dr. Jonathan Aldridge.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening. I told you last time I was here, I spoke about city's issues. This time I'm here to talk about my campaign. Paterson education system is in dire straits. The governor and the legislature are looking at the possibilities of ending the end of year test, which means that it won't be a last test that compares us to citizens or students across the state. Now that means, however our classrooms test our students, however they evaluate them, that's as good as they'll get. And if they don't evaluate them, if they don't test them appropriately, then we could be as far behind them as anybody else. And we won't know about it. And we won't be able to do anything about it. So you'll be voting for school board members coming up. You need to make sure that they understand that issue. Because if we don't put the right people in place, we're going to be way behind. The other issue that I'm confronting is our 17 100-year-old buildings. We had a ceiling fall in an empty classroom. But we have students in some of those 17 100-year-old buildings that could fall tomorrow, and they won't be empty. they'll be filled with young children because most of them are elementary schools. So on October 4th, we are assembling a group of people to go down and speak to the School Development Authority to fight for new buildings. We are inviting people, members of the council, members of the city, members of the community, to come down. There are a few seats left. We're leaving at 6:30 in the morning, and from the Board of Education site, we'll be back by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're giving people the opportunity to fight for new buildings, to fight for decent facilities for our children, to fight for an educational structure that enables us to have the best possible chance to be educated here in the city of Paterson. So I'm putting that invitation on the table. I'm inviting you. My name is Jonathan Hodges. I'm on my Facebook page. I'm taking all the names down. We're going down. Whether we're alone or not, we're going to fight for your children. And I suggest that you consider that your children are in danger if we're not accompanied by somebody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Dr. James Pruden.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Good evening, Doctor.
I'm going to commend the council on this reasoned and cogent discussion related to not only the inspection for lead, the risk for lead poisoning, but also the need to appropriately notify the residents regarding the fee increase. I was impressed. It was open, and all the issues I think were put out on the table, and you came to a good resolution. For the 200 children that are already infected by lead poisoning, it may be a day late and $1 short. But it's not too late for the hundreds and maybe thousands of children that, for which this is critical. The council addressed the problem and moved on. 208 days ago, Najee Seabrooks was killed at the hands of the police. The city was in an uproar. This council was not only dysfunctional, it was non-functional. For meeting after meeting after meeting, there was no resolution. There was no regulation. There was no action taken by this council. Nothing changed. The deep traumatic wound was allowed to fester without anything done to heal. This action, the death of Mr. Seabrooks, was the straw that broke the camel's back and caused the Attorney General's office to take over the police department of Paterson, New Jersey. This morning, the officer in charge gave a presentation about all of the things that were being done. They talked about the 26% reduction in violent crime and the 32% reduction in shootings over this time last year. But he would be the first one to tell you that they didn't do it alone. The police didn't do it alone. There was continued community activity. I know that Paterson Healing Collective pulled people in after the shootings in June, pulled all these young people in, had them in the same room, and at 2 hours a day, 3 to 5 days a week. And at the end of that graduation ceremony, young men who were opposed to each other stood up and cried with each other, talking about how hard it is. One young man talked about his mother's death. But millions of dollars have been supplied to the police, and one day, Mr. Abbasi is going to be gone. And everything with the police department is going to be gone, and we're going to be left with the same thing we had when Najee Seabrooks was killed. We'll be back to square one. The trauma that was endured and has been enduring for years will not go away, and it will resurface. I implore you to work forward, to establish a civilian complaint review board and take responsibility for establishing a collaborative oversight of those who seek to protect and serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Camille Black. I'm sorry, Camille Black?
She's outside. She's coming.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mendez, I have a question for Velez, and I need him to answer this question. I can't wait for it because this is very important. It's about the community. Friday, we had a blackout at 9:00 p.m. We didn't have lights for 14 hours. The problem was, I want to know first, this is the question, I want to know if he know why it took 14 hours. So can he answer that?
No, we almost 50% away from public portion, so
Okay,
stay with
so
us
we
because
didn't
right
have-
after he'll be able to answer you. Go ahead.
We didn't have electricity for 14 hours for the simple fact, 9:00 p.m. on Friday, right? The lights went out. Saturday morning at 7 a.m., me and a couple of other people, we went outside. Public service is sitting on Rose Street. We asked public service, why y'all sitting here and there's no lights? Oh, we waiting for a car to be removed off the top of the manhole so we could get down and do the work. You call the cops for everything else. Why wasn't the cops called to remove the car? Why did it take 14 hours? Our food spoiled everything. He do not care about the community at all. And I'm so happy, by the grace of God, I was able today to get in touch with the right people that I could report him to for abusing his power. It's time for you to go. You do not care about the community. So many people was rushed to the hospital with defibrillators. Their insulin went bad. It just was a whole catastrophe. And the bastard had the nerve to say, I got a generator. I'm good. So that goes to show you, he do not care about nobody but himself. Enough is enough. I came here, but before I came, I talked to God tonight, because every time I come here, I show my ass. But I gave it to God. But Velez, your time is up. I cannot wait until it's time to vote, because you have to fucking go. Enough is enough. And everybody that you smile with, remember, I was at the library today. I was able to talk to the Attorney General. I was able to talk to the higher power police officers. And for the record, nobody don't like your ass. They just deal with you. And you're going to jail too. And another thing, everybody that keep rolling with him, just let y'all know, it's a big-ass lawsuit coming, and anybody else that wanted could get it too, because I'm tired of him. But I will see your ass in court. Enough is enough, and if you want to see the documents, they here, and I'm coming for you. And that's it. Have a good night.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Elvis Duran.
The church boys.
Wow. Just came up here to do my announcements. Came with peace. To the city of Paterson, New Jersey, 25,000 people is watching. Them the people I'm talking to on TV. Coming soon on Broadway and Summer Street in Paterson, New Jersey, we have a chicken and waffles restaurant, black owned, coming soon. Just want the community to know, Paterson to know, Passaic County to know. Black community is coming up, and we ain't taking no back seats. We here, and we here to stay. You see, when you got businesses, you got power. You got power. So this time next year, you're going to see a lot more businesses in the city of Paterson, New Jersey. Okay, now I'm going to do my announcements. Wow, Old Time Gospel Program. Sunday, October 8th, 2023, 4 o'clock p.m. at Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church, 187-189 Pearl Street, Pearl Street, Paterson, New Jersey. This event is given by Dwight Sutton and the New Prayer Wheels. They're going to be live in concert. Also, the 2023 McDonald Gospel Fest winner, Beverly Harley, will be in concert. The recording artist, Clarence McFadden, will be in concert, and many more. This event will start at 4 o'clock p.m. and it's free. So hopefully I see Paterson in the building, in the public city council. Also, I'm trying to rush, but I should be taking my time, right? Because everybody else did. Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Productions presents Gospel Smackdown, Friday, October 13 at 7 o'clock p.m. Doors open at 6 o'clock p.m. The concert starts at 7 o'clock p.m. This event also a free will concert. It's going to be at Paterson Evangelism Center, Church of God in Christ, 98 Straight Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Pastor Jen Edens is the pastor. It's going to be featuring special guest, singer Ashley Motley will be live in concert. Rhonda Joseph of Paterson, New Jersey, Melinda H. Davis, Elvis Dorm, and many more will be in concert at this event. I got one more announcement. My home church is having a women's convention right here in Passaic County. Oh, I hear that. Ooh, nice and loud. Oh, it's for me too, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, I got one more. Redeemed Fellowship Center presents third annual Women's Convention, Women's Conference, on Friday, September 27th at 7 o'clock p.m., Saturday, September 28th, 11 o'clock a.m., and Saturday, September 28th, in the evening at 7 o'clock p.m., and Sunday, September 29th at 12 o'clock p.m., and Sunday evening, September 29th, October. My bad, October. Let me do it over. Redeemed Fellowship Center presents the third annual Women's Convention, October 27th at 7 o'clock p.m. That's a Friday. Saturday, October 28th at 12 o'clock p.m., 11 o'clock p.m., and Saturday night, 7 o'clock p.m., October 28th, and Sunday, October 29th, 12 o'clock p.m. Sunday evening, October 29th at 4 o'clock p.m. at Redeemed Fellowship Center, 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey. Pastor, my pastor, one of the best pastors in the world, Pastor Overseer Brenda Davis Gilbert. Now, for more information, you could contact me at 862-823-3895. Okay?
Thank you.
God bless you, and Council President, thank you for the extra time you gave me.
See, I allow you to
Okay.
finish with the schedule. You got the schedule on wrong, but you got to ride in.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Peter Ashmead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I accept greetings, everyone.
Amen.
In the precious name of Jesus, of course.
Amen.
Praise the Lord. But I'm very excited about what I walked in on. Church man here, I saw him on the street asking where he's going, and he was coming here, and I talked to the mayor and stuff when they came by. Even Mayor Cotton said I wanted to come in this meeting. She told me to pick up the schedule, never come, but in some way I'm ended up here today. So I'm very happy that I'm here, walked in on this ordinance that was going on today. When I was in high school here in Kennedy High School back in 94 or 94, I left high school in 94. We actually did a lead test in this community, and it did come up positive some places over the city, and to see what the city is still working on keeping our children safe, because it was the issue why we did it, and we did find some test positive locations here in the city. So I'm so excited that we are still working, protecting our kids, and that we will be informed and for the community to know what we are doing, and it's very important. So I'm very excited what you have done here tonight. So I walked in on something positive, and I'm very excited what the community is doing. I have some other issue with zoning in my church community here, but Elder Lewis, I call him Elder Lewis, he's working with me, and we will sit down and a little more talking. So I just want to save my time for a little bit more time, okay? He talked with me, and we are set for now.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next, Ms. Wahida Mohammed.
God's name, good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Wahida.
Now, Council President, I'm going to tell you, last week you said to me that you all took note of what I was asking, and at the end, you would give me the answers. And I deliberately went home and looked at the entire meeting just so that I could see whether or not any of you gave any explanation as to the questions that I asked. Nobody. So I'm telling you tonight, there are certain things that I need answers to. Now, all seniors living in senior buildings, and you're 65 years and older, now that we have a rent leveling board that is up and running, your rent should not, it's not supposed to be raised more than 3.5% across the board. So we're no longer going to sit back and allow people to come in here and disrespect us just because they think we're old. Because those increases might not affect you, but they affect us. Those of us that are on fixed incomes and cannot afford all these increases that people are allowed to get away with. Now, I also asked last week about all these changes in these one-way streets. I don't know what's going on. What is that? Whose idea? Nobody answered that. Because that's crazy. And then we don't know anything about it until we almost have a daggum accident. And I'm like, well, how in the heck does this happen? So we need some answers to that. Because if you all are sitting here looking at me like you don't have a clue as to how that happened, something is wrong. Because I'm thinking it had to come through you guys. And you're saying no, Councilwoman. But that makes it even worse. Because if you all don't know what's happening, what are we supposed to do? Right? The other thing is, the new situation with the garbage. I don't know if we finally went to the workers that are going to be doing all this extra work and ironed out all of those situations, but we need to make sure that we are taking care of our people because they work harder than anybody else and get less paid than anybody else. So when you're giving them extra duties, you better be giving them some extra cash. And we just sit back and allow this to happen, then it's on us. Because we see it from the door. And all this thing about I don't know what the selective audience was today at the library, because when I looked up and thank God for Nancy Greer was doing a live feed, I don't know how that invitation was done, but I mean, we need to be able to attend these things if they're gonna tell us what they're doing in our community. Because to me, that was just unheard of. And not to have known any of that was gonna happen. And any of you that knew it was gonna happen. So you're looking at me like you don't have a clue either. You didn't know it was gonna happen? Now, something is wrong with that picture. Something is definitely wrong with that picture. And as long as we keep allowing things like this to happen, we're gonna continue to get what we get. I don't get it. So what do you have to say, Council President? You didn't know any of that either, and you didn't know how these streets got turned upside down? You didn't get any information yet either?
Sure, Ms. Wahida, I know your concern last week, it was about the changing of the street into one way. The response was that at the end of the meeting, we spoke about that, and that was the state recommendation. But I gotta tell you, that's one of the first topic on the DPW committee, because we have to change that street into two-way. It causing so many problems. A lot of people, they're so close to getting to an accident, and it's a chaos in our downtown area, and just because the state changes. So we're gonna have that discussion at the DPW committee, and we're gonna do what is good for our community. We're gonna do what is good for Paterson. Right after the meeting, we're gonna keep you informed, because that's you bring that concern, and we will address it. We guarantee you that you're gonna see that on the agenda, and you're gonna see the change of that in our agenda. And with the senior, I know you're not leaving soon, but that's a big issue. People raising the rent on seniors that are living on fixed income. I don't know who's in charge of that. I don't know what's going on with the housing authority, but we got to have a conversation. The administration and housing authority, they need to sit down on the table, because I don't know who's advocating for a senior on the increasing of the rent. It is the management company that they're doing that. They changed the management company. That's my field. I do real estate. They changed the management company, and there's a new fee with the changing. So we'll get more into that, Ms. Wahida. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Try to believe you right now. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Next speaker, Sophia Mills.
Hello, Council. For those who may not know who I am Sophia Artis Mills. I am president and co-founder of the United Empowerment Party, which is a federally recognized political party, co-founded by myself and New Jersey's own Reggie Redman Noble. We impact policy and legislation on both a state and federal level as it pertains to cannabis, which is why I'm here today. From what I understand, there are concerns about licensing in the city of Paterson, New Jersey. And I also understand that there's currently an opioid and fentanyl crisis in Paterson, not to mention the entire state of New Jersey. In New Jersey, fentanyl was involved in nearly 75% of drug overdoses just in 2019, and just last month in Paterson, New Jersey, state police seized approximately 3.5 pounds of suspected fentanyl powder and over 1,000 suspected fentanyl pills, with a combined street value of nearly $1 million. As part of that arrest, 800,000 fentanyl doses were taken off of the street. I'm also a Canamom, a caregiver, and a patient advocacy educator. And I use cannabis for my daughter, who was born with congenital heart disease. So for me, it is a concern for public safety and public health when there is not safe access for cannabis. I implore that the city of Paterson, New Jersey, take into consideration what cannabis is and what cannabis is not. In addition to that, the First Amendment suggests for religious freedom, because cannabis is also used as a sacrament for certain individuals, and Congress shall make no law respecting establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And there's also federal protections, such as the Religious Freedom Restoration Act and the Religious Land Use and Institutional Persons Acts, which are both federal laws. So, in being a caregiver and understanding what cannabis does for my daughter, and because there is a public safety and a public health issue that currently exists in the city of Paterson, I feel that it is pretty much an injustice to prohibit people from being able to get the letter of approval so that they can open up their businesses in the city of Paterson. There's economic impact for cannabis, as well as understanding the social justice impact that is also not addressed. And I wanted to also close with this. I noticed that Councilman Jackson made a point earlier that the community needs to be educated. I feel so does the city council. When they are making decisions on behalf of the public without being fully informed and educated on New Jersey state regulations as it pertains to cannabis. So, in addition to feeling the community needs to be educated, I am here to educate city council or any state or federal government members as to what cannabis is, understanding the laws, understanding that this is medicine, and making sure that businesses are getting a fair chance at opening, because without this education and without people understanding what's going on, it makes it very hard for you to regulate and make decisions about something that you are unaware of. So we're here to open the conversation. We're here to present to the city council exactly what that looks like and what needs to be done, and make sure that you're also following the guidelines by the state of New Jersey. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what's your name again? Thank you. Welcome to the city of Paterson. Thank you for being here. And if you have any additional information, any presentation, feel free to share with the council colleague, with my council colleague, but we're happy to see you here. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Hewitt Giordano.
It's coming.
Please state your name for the record, Mr. Giordano.
Sure. My name is Hugh, H-U-G-H, Giordano.
Giordano.
Yes.
Good evening, Giordano.
Good evening. My name is Hugh. I am a union representative for the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, the UFCW. The UFCW is a national labor union of 1.4 million hardworking families. And we're proud, and I mean this, proud to be the official labor union that represents cannabis workers, both medical and adult use, under the AFL-CIO. We currently represent a vast majority of the facilities here, cultivation and dispensaries, both adult use and medical. One thing that I think is important, and I want to make it a clear point, the median average income of a working family here in Paterson is $48,000. That's poverty. And one job in cannabis can create that job, can create that, for one. So we could double the average income here in Paterson, give people of color, give immigrants, give women a fighting chance to join the middle class, as they deserve. These union jobs also come with not only living wages, but health care. Not only just providing health care, but good quality health care, union health care, so they can go to the dentist, so folks can go to the doctor, so folks can go get their eyes checked. That is a basic human right, and the working class deserves that. On top of that, you have highly educated workforce. People, young people who go to college and university right here in New Jersey, who deserve the opportunity to live here and stay here. You have people with degrees in biology and botany, and these are young people. These are young people. These are people here that live here. These are people of color, women, minorities, immigrants. These are folks we want to see. Cannabis was legalized for one reason and one reason only. It was supposed to be about social justice. Well, let me make this clear. If workers are protected in this industry, then there is no justice. There is nothing there. Folks deserve to know that they have a good job. And I believe that Paterson is a great place for small business owners, for working class people, to open up a cannabis facility right here in Paterson. Give the people the opportunity. Don't give California and Washington State and Oregon, they have their chance. You have so many people right here in Paterson who deserve the opportunity. I would suggest that when you decide to come up with an ordinance, that you have a merit-based application system that makes sure that the owners who open up here, one, are from Paterson. Two, open up union. Three, use union labor to build and retrofit their facility. Make sure that women are on that job too. The trades union labor, the organizations want to put women on the job. How many women do we see with tool belts around their waist? Not many. Cannabis can do that. So on behalf of the UFCW, on behalf of the AFL-CIO, we support cannabis and we support workers' rights in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, George. Your next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Corey Teague.
Good evening, Corey Teague, Paterson.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening. I'm here for a couple of reasons. One was because of what Ms. Black is continually going through with her landlord. She had to file another motion. We went to the court today. She had to file an additional motion for further harassment by the landlord. And, you know, I'm not one to make accusations, but the correlation between the current councilman and that landlord, I really hope there's no connection there, because if there is, there's going to be another lawsuit. So what happened is, because of the harassment, she had to file a lawsuit against him for the harassment because he sent her a false document. So what he did was he went and transferred the property into his cousin's name in an attempt to try to get out of the lawsuit. So we had to go and file an amendment to the original lawsuit to cover the LLC that they created to put the business under in an attempt to get out of what was going on. So that's the kind of games that are being played right now. And like I said, as I advocate for her, I advocate for everyone. And you all that are watching, you guys have seen me for the last, almost decade or more, advocating for our special needs population. there is still a lot of issues. The last time that I came to this microphone, I talked about the fact that I was not satisfied with a lot of the things that were going on within transportation. And there were some folks who say, oh, he's just making that up, or he's just talking to hear himself. The very next day, a bus left a 15-year-old autistic child in a parking space area. The next day, the very next day. And to this moment, they're still trying to fight the parent and making it seem like it was all right. That's not okay. My son is going to be 15 October 28th. My son's autistic, so that's personal. That's not something that I'm just saying. It's personal. I look around this room and I see so many wonderful people. I even see my mentor here, Dr. Hodges. I served with him for many years, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to serve with him again come January 2024. Because when I serve, it's not going to be for personal gain, because of course, as you know, it's a volunteer position. There is no money involved. There's no money there. It's volunteer. And there's a lot of people, including family members, who will say, why are you putting yourself through that again? That's a volunteer position. There's no money involved. But when you have a passion for something and you have a desire to make a change in any area, the money is not even a factor. It's not. I don't mind struggling financially. I want to make sure that when I raise my eyes before God one day, because I know we all ain't living forever, but the time that he gives me left on this earth, I want to be able to use that time to keep fighting for Paterson. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here, but for the time I got left, I'm going to continue to fight for you. Corey Teague.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Joseph Hart.
Yeah, my name is Joseph Hart, born Paterson, New Jersey, 1961. I never thought I would be here. I used to watch you guys on TV decades ago when you had what's one guy called the One Eye on Paterson, and you know, but I never thought I would be here. But I'm here. I'm not here to like judge any of you guys, because you know I vote for some of you cats, you know. But I just hate the way downtown is, you know, and I don't know why we got all these cabs in this town. For what? They take up spots where people are trying to park, and that's no good. And they block the walkways. And by that Chase Bank, oh man. I seen one police officer was trying to make cars move, but he's not there all the time, you know? And when they park up on the sidewalk, somebody in a wheelchair, even homeless cats that go around with the basket, you know, they gotta get through. And somebody in one of those chairs, you know, like I'm diabetic, but God forbid if I be in one of those wheelchairs. Because you know what? If I gotta get through, I'm gonna go through. It's gonna leave a mark or a door or whatever, I don't care. I'm so frustrated and pissed off. I take the New Jersey Transit buses every day, go to my destination. Downtown, it's a mess. People double park their cars and don't give a damn. You got like 10 or 12 cars, and then when they make that turn on Ellison Street, to make that turn, you got cars by a pizzeria. Back in the days, if I parked there, I got a ticket. How come they ain't doing that now? Hey, they always said Paterson wanted to make money. Hey, ticket them. I watched that parking wars. But other than that, you know, you can ask any New Jersey Transit bus. The guy with the black hat that drives, you know, that catches the bus. I try to like, they got me calling this city because some of the people are saying City Hall's not doing right. So I've been calling it, I'm trying not to call it the shitty hall. But that's what they know me by. You know, because the mayor ain't doing shit, he's not even here. So, you know, it is what it is. But I'm not here to judge any of you guys. You know, I know you're trying to do what you can to do. And this thing with the, you know, I don't have no kids. But this lead thing, if 200 kids got poisoned lead, what about the senior citizens in the nursing homes? You know, I ain't too far from it myself. So I'm like, are they gonna take care of me or are they gonna let me die? You know? So, you know, that's all I, you know, want you guys to keep in mind, you know? So, you know, God bless all you guys. Y'all be safe, all right?
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Charles Ferrer.
Charles Ferrer.
Good evening, Mr. Charles.
It's interesting, you know, I'm glad I got this little proposal thing here, this lead-based paint and rental dwelling. Here's my first question that nobody asked. Because it says right here, all rental dwellings, units required to be inspected must be inspected for lead-based paint within 2 years of the effective date of the law. July 22nd, 2022. Why is it coming here now? Why is it coming here now? Did July 22nd of 2023 pass? And this has got to be, this means that the first inspection must take place no later than July 22nd, 2024. Nobody in administration has a problem? It's coming here now for first reading. A day late and a dollar short. So could somebody please from administration explain why it's coming here now? Okay? Then I don't see all these fees that they're going to be hitting people with. So here's a recommendation. You're going to need people trained to inspect. Train all the DPW workers so they can make some money. Because you don't pay them. Okay. Train them so they can make some money. Now, I know people here talking about cannabis. It's all on good. Here's my problem with cannabis. I understand it just for medical reasons. I understand that. But as Mike Jackson said, and I just pulled up again, for the state to say that the city gets 2%, and for you to get that 2%, that $2 million, that means they made $100 million. I'm sorry. To our elected officials on the state level, you need to change that. Okay? 10% is not even decent. Okay? 2%, I got 98 million. I pay my workers, let's say I pay them 40 million goes to merchandise to sell and my workers. I got what? 50? And nobody don't see anything wrong with that? And I'd like to know, because I'm not going to go in this, and maybe somebody that goes in the RISE can tell us, how many people from Paterson and how many people of color? Because they keep saying they're going to be jobs and this and that for the people here and stuff like that. Where are they? Where are they? Are they really here? Are they the same way with people that got petitions signed years ago and those people have been dead for 10, 15 years? And that's where those workers are too. Mm-hmm. But July 22nd, 2022, and it's coming to the council now. Administration, that's the problem. Somebody's not doing their job somewhere, and now you want the council to come and bail you out for your negligence or your lack of being responsible. Okay? And if it's not in compliance, the city has to pay how much?
Yeah, 1,000.
They must have the money. They must have the money. They keep crying broke, but you're going to be the one responsible for paying that. Okay? Yeah. Get with the program.
Yeah. Thank you, Charles. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker. Zakia Mack.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening. So we hear the same stuff every week, you know. I'm just a little confused as to when is it going to kick up that you guys find it urgent that you find out where your missing money is at? Hello. Hi. That was the question. Because at the end of the day, we're scraping and scrambling as families now, and for this lead test thing that's coming about, you want to put more on another person for something that you guys had failed to do. Because now it's going to be a rush job, because you got to use the money by December. So where are you going to get the workers from to do this, to make it happen so you won't lose your pocket money? Because that's all it is pocket money for you guys. And I wish the director was here when he's stumbling over the words, because you guys play with the words a lot. Oh, well, it's really not like this, but it's really like that. Oh, no, it didn't specifically say this, so what did it really say? It just said right there in the paper, July 22nd, 2022. So now you gotta use the money by December. So how many apartments is gonna go untested? How many buildings is gonna go untested? How many times you guys are going to sit here and send out, going to get tickets or go to jail or whatever? How many of those is going to be sent out before it's actually put into effect? Because right now we're running off of, oh, we gotta hurry up and do this, we gotta hurry up, we gotta get it done. So now I think right now the ball is in your court, because now you got to run around and scramble and try to figure out what to do, how to get this done, how to get the money to be used before the state take it back from you. You guys have wasted so much money, so much money. Hinchcliffe Stadium, it's been gone for 30-something years. I'm 43 and I ain't never even been in it. But it was so important to get Hinchcliffe Stadium back. For what? There's nothing there. Nobody's going there. The school only got it for a certain amount of days, and then it's just open for the public. Get that money back. Get that money back. Call Florio and tell him to give y'all some of their money back. Oh no, you can't call him. You got to call his wife, because everything is in his wife's name right now. So call her and get that money. Oh, you think we didn't know that, right? Yeah, we do. We know. He switched everything into her name, so she gets everything. We know that they're failing inspection through Section 8. We know that. How is that? New buildings. How are they failing Section 8 already? I mean, inspections. Right. Because y'all treat Paterson as if we are the dirt. And we're not the dirt. There's a lot of educated people in the city of Paterson. I'm one of them. I graduated from the schools here. My kids, very educated. So for you to come here to think that you're gonna run one over us, no, it's not gonna happen like that. Go back and get that money, and when you get that money, then you can come back with a new plan on how to fix your office, fix that mayor's office, and get him up out of here. And he can take y'all with him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's wrap it up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Chanel Fields.
Good evening. His life has been changed forever. Who is he? He's Khalif Cooper. He's a father and a resident of Paterson. Khalif Cooper was 28 years old when he was shot by Paterson police officer Jerry Moravec, who chased Khalif after he convinced himself that Khalif had a gun. Without warning or full knowledge or verification, Officer Moravec discharged his weapon, firing a gunshot into the lower back of Khalif Cooper's body, ripping through his organs and resting near the vertebrae that controls Khalif's lower body movements. Khalif has since lost a kidney. He lost part of his colon and the ability to ever walk again. None of us in this room knows what it's like to never be able to walk again. And hopefully none of us will have to experience that. But this man did. He took the liberty of filing a $50 million federal lawsuit against Officer Moravec, who was also charged with aggravated assault for firing a weapon without warning. This leads me to the city of Paterson's current mayor, Andre Seda, who continues to display his closeted racism and displeasure towards the Black and brown community with his level of selective enforcement. He can't seem to show up for any of the needs of the Black and brown people. He can't seem to come to one council meeting. He can't seem to appear in public without bodyguards in the Black and brown community, nor can he show that he is non-biased. Instead, he has chosen to defend this officer and say that it was a justifiable shooting. This young man could have lost his life. He will never walk his daughter down the aisle. He will never be able to walk or climb again. His love life, his life as a whole will be forever changed. I feel that it is absurd to come to a decision that this shooting was justified. The mayor knows that if the same situation happened to his children or one of his loved ones, he would not only want, but he would seek justice. This mayor and the news media outlet, more specifically Joe Malinconico, a regular troublemaking news editor that always looks to show a negative view of the Black community, took the time out to try to justify shooting bias on Khalif's past. You can't take a person's past and use that against them when this young man did not have a gun. His past is a non-factor in this case. The case is he did not have a gun and he was shot unjustly, wrongfully accused, and there must be repercussions for this officer's misdoings and restitution to Khalif for his quality of life reduction, because his life will never be the same again. You know what pisses me off is when something is done wrongfully to someone in the community. Instead of course correcting, we look for any avenue of escape by way of defaming a person's character. We have to send a message loud and clear, community, that this mayor must go. He practices selective racism and favoritism. On another note, the Attorney General, Matthew Platkin, has done nothing to improve the safety of the residents of Paterson. People are still killing in the city of Paterson. Mistreatment is still happening by bad police officers. We have good ones, but we have bad ones too that are still existing on the police force. Drugs are still running rampant through the city. I'm almost done. No justice still has been served in the case of Najee Seabrooks. But he recently found a way to give himself a pat on the back for the level of nothing he is doing. We are still in need of a civilian complaint review board. Lastly, Kathleen Long. Last week I requested a financial budget for the last 6 years and the disclosure of how the city of Paterson spends all of its funding. I have yet to receive that email that you promised me, much like the council members who have requested this and have not received it either. I want to know, when can I expect to receive that email? Or will I have to reach out to Chris Christie, who has spoke openly about Paterson's misspendings? And one more thing. Council President, maybe you can answer this for me. What's the maximum number of times that the city of Paterson can increase taxes in 1 year? Because next month, Paterson's taxes will increase again for the 5th time this year. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Ms. Hafiza Freeman.
Welcome back to Shitty Hole. I like that. Somebody had said it earlier. As y'all already know, my name is Ms. Freeman. I'm a resident of Paterson, New Jersey, and welcome back myself. because even though I've been missing in action, I still have been in tune as to what's been going on. And I am not pleased at all with how things have been handled. I was under the impression that certain individuals would step up and do what's best for all parties involved, considering they have a position to which they can do so. Sadly, to only be disappointed yet again. I was very disturbed to hear you state, Mr. Mendez, to Mike Jackson that you are here to keep him in line. I wanted to address that today. And I'm confused as to why you would make such an egregious statement to a pillar in our community. What I don't like is how you members of the board blatantly disrespect one another, and majority of the time it's directed at Mike Jackson. Is this a scare tactic, or are the lot of you just bullies? That's a real question. Because what are you doing? Because what are you doing is trying to break down the only black man on this board and the only man that actually gives a damn about the black people in Paterson. And that's a damn shame, considering we black persons make up the majority of individuals that reside in Paterson, New Jersey. Each time a member of this board is elected as president, the first thing they do is start focusing on their constituents. We've seen it with Khalik, we've seen it with Maritza, and now we're seeing it with you, Mr. Mendez. And it's all the same, seeing the same thing over and over again. When this happens, it's like a slap in the face to the black constituents that make up the city. Y'all are showing us that our needs don't matter, and in turn, we are going to keep our attention on getting stuff done for our own, and the hell with those niggas. And with the slave master, Andre Sayah, at the helm, I can only imagine that this is how it is played out exactly like that each time this conversation is brought up. But when you keep pushing the victim into a corner, it's only one other option, and that is to fight. Y'all are so corrupted in your dirty dealings that it's plain as day to see what's going on here to the ones who pay attention. But best believe our brothers and sisters are waking up from their slumber. So keep it coming, because we fight the best when we got nothing left to lose. Also, Mike Jackson and Chanel, I wanted to thank the both of you for making sure my sister was able to obtain her decal and help her with those tickets. My sister is a mother of 2 children, one being one with disabilities, living in the same building downtown on 55 Church Street. It's such a disservice how I had to sit here and pull certain strings in order to get my sister something that she rightfully deserved in the first place. Considering another resident was able to obtain it, which she didn't even really deserve it in the first place. It's just, it's crazy how we handle things in Paterson and how we basically show who's important and who's not. Also, last but not least, I wanted to say, justice for Najee Seabrooks. His life was stolen away, but he is never forgotten. And to Mike Jackson and Chanel, and for the ones who are actually doing for Paterson, New Jersey, we love and appreciate you, and we hope that you continue to keep serving us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Victor Frierson.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Council, Administration. My name is retired Captain Victor Frierson, retired from the Paterson Fire Department almost 5 years ago. So that's probably a segue to what I have to speak about right now. And I'll try to be brief. Chief, right now we have an acting chief, assistant chief of department. He was the assistant chief. He's the chief of department now, Alex Lopez, Alicea. We know him as Alejandro Alicea, okay? He segued into the chief of department position with the assumption that he was supposed to receive the same salary that Chief McDermott received, $263. Under someone's infinite wisdom, I'm not sure if it's the council or the administration, I probably would direct my comments towards the administration, that his salary was to be substantially reduced by about $40,000 to $225,000. Alex is the first Puerto Rican Latino chief of department. Nothing was given to him. I knew him for 30 years. Alex does not even know I'm here. No one knows I'm here. I decided to just come down here and express my acrimony, because I can't believe what's going on. When Chief McDermott was moved into the position after Chief Pastorino retired, I was still a captain on the fire department. I don't remember any of this happening. Correct me if I'm wrong. He smoothed his way into his salary, well-deserved. Chief McDermott was a good chief. And no one, the administration, was still here. Most of the council, if not all the council members, were still here. No one said a thing. Now, we moved to Paterson, New Jersey, the first homegrown military vet. I've known Alex. I started in the early 90s. Alex was an aspiring firefighter. I knew him as an EMT, hardworking. I seen the man save, I can't even, we won't even get into his record, but came up through the ranks. He is no pushover. He's a good chief, tough chief, knows his job. And now, under someone's knowledge or infinite wisdom, they decide he's not worthy of what his predecessors were making. Not even, and I don't believe his predecessors were even questioned on their salary. Correct me if I'm wrong. Why now? He's the first Puerto Rican, Latino chief of department. And now someone chooses that he's not worthy of the salary of his predecessor. He was assistant chief for a reason. Chief McDermott knew what he was doing when he made Alex, deputy chief at the time, assistant chief, because he knew any task that was given to this man, which were many. He has to lead, over 400 firefighters. Excuse me, I'm going to extend a little, but he has to lead over 400 firefighters. And you guys know what we do. We do everything. We do everything. Police department is a strong part of the public safety here, but we do everything. If a plane lands on Main Street, crashes, who are you going to call? We're going to be there. And we know, we have an idea of what we have to do. We were led by our chief of department. Alex is tasked with all of these difficult duties that the public expects from us. And someone, if through the chair, if someone from the administration can answer, not even to me, but to everyone listening, everyone in attendance, why this man is being, the position of chief of department in this city, Class A city, okay, it's being devalued right now. Is it the position or is it the person? Is it the position or the person? There's never been a Latino chief of department in this city. And when I was reading about this, it really made me, I was disgusted. I spent my last 15 years as a captain on the fire department. And I retired knowing within a couple months I was getting promoted to battalion chief. Nothing against the department, it was just my time. Alex could have left a while ago, but you are lucky to have a man like that lead this city and lead that fire department. You are lucky. And the fact that someone within this administration decided, hi, we're gonna give you the job, but we don't think you're worthy of Chief McDermott's salary. We want you to do more. I do understand there was legislation, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Jackson drafted legislation to approve that salary. But I don't see a vote. I've never seen a vote. Maybe something happened in committee.
No.
Was there a vote, Council President?
Sure, at the end of the public portion, but let me just explain to you, that legislation never went to committee, never went to the finance committee. We never had a discussion about that. That legislation, we saw the legislation right in the floor. But at the end of the public portion, I will allow the administration to respond to you. And let me just to let you know, I will say 99% of this governing body, if not all the council members, are in support of Mr. Alicea to be our new chief with the same salary that former chief from the fire department has. We are in full support, and I will allow the administration to respond to that. So we almost finished with the public portion.
Thank you, sir. Can I have the time back, please? If you're in support, why am I here?
No, okay. So stay in the room.
Exactly.
Stay in the room. Because stay in the room, and I will tell you, and I will tell you exactly what.
Sending a bad message to.
No, I'm not. And let me tell. Okay. So in the public portion, I'd like to interrupt the public portion, that way we can explain at the end. But you know the reason why? Because that legislation never went through the proper process. That legislation never was sitting, never. I'm on the finance committee. If I know that that legislation is, you know that I'm the council president, and I find out that that legislation was on the floor at the meeting when I'm in full support of Mr. Alicea to be our new chief. So with that being said, as soon as we finish, we'll go back with that, because I was just going to tell you, we got to have that conversation. We cannot allow,
go through legislation to get
we cannot allow, so I will not, I would not go back to forming. That's not a fair argument. Council members, listen, you know what? Listen, I'm excited to have the, let me answer it to you. All right, before we continue with the public portion, I'm excited to have this dialogue, because you know why I'm excited to have a dialogue? Knowing that this entire council is in support of Mr. Alicea to be, let me finish. Now, everybody know in government that when you submit a legislation that impact financially the administration, we need to sit down on the finance committee. The council member that submitted that legislation, he didn't have not even the audacity to let his colleague know. And you know what he did? He presented to this a regular meeting. But you know why? It was exactly to make sure that happened what it just happened, that went nowhere. We're gonna have the discussion back on that, and we're in full support, Ms. Alicea. So I stay in the room. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
I presented that legislation at a workshop.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next,
And he
Mr.
pulled
Joel
it off the
Keys
agenda.
Jr.
Mr. Frierson,
Next
he
speaker,
pulled
Madam
it
Clerk.
off the agenda.
Joel
It's not
Keys
required
Jr.
to go before Finance Committee.
Thank you.
He pulled it off the
Good
agenda,
evening.
and it was on a workshop, which could have been discussed as
Good
a
evening.
committee of the whole.
Councilman, we're in public portion. Good evening. Please, we're in the public portion. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Joe Keys, Paterson. It's time to bring democracy to Paterson. In the canon of sociology, there are 4 different schools of thought. But for this debate between democracy and corporate imperialism, we'll only focus on structural functionalism and conflict theory. Structural functionalism is the system representing interdependent parts that work together for the proper functioning of society. It is often compared to the human body and how the different organs work together to enable the body to function at a healthy capacity. The Achilles to this system is an acute change. It is both unwilling and unable to endure any immediate changes. It claims that anytime there's a malfunction within the system, the people should relax and allow the system time to correct the problem itself without outside agitation, no marches, no demonstrations, and no social movements. The supporters of this school of thought are mainly Republicans who regard social movements as subversive and an act of treason. Conversely, sociology professor John Scarborough observes, quote, "The conflict theorists argue that society is rigged, that it is set up so that the power elite pass laws to keep them rich and keep poor people poor," unquote. Karl Marx is the author of the conflict theory. His thesis is that history has always been a class struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, also known as the haves versus the have-nots, or the oppressor versus the oppressed. Sociology professor Mr. Sin confirms, quote, "Karl Marx believed that the capitalistic society would eventually cause a violent revolution that would lead to socialism and then to communism," unquote. I mentioned that Republicans adopted the structural functionalist theory, but the Democrats, on the other hand, did not adopt conflict theory. Although the Democratic Party supports social movements and protest demonstrations, they are not in favor of overthrowing the system of capitalism. This presents the opportunity to examine the difference between reform politics and revolutionary politics. During their earlier years, the Nation of Islam desired to separate from the United States capitalist system but they did not desire to overthrow it by violent revolution. Malcolm X was anti-capitalist and spoke about executing a violent revolution, but no action was ever taken to bring it to fruition. And the Black Panther Party, for self-defense, wanted to move from capitalism to socialism, but they didn't plan on a violent revolution either. Those were all examples of revolutionary politics, where the goal was to change the system from capitalism to socialism. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s movement was reform politics because he didn't desire to overthrow the system of capitalism, but he demanded that the laws of justice be enforced. This movement to bring democracy to Paterson is reform politics too, because we don't desire to overthrow the system of capitalism either, but we demand the laws of justice to be enforced also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jonathan Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez. Oh.
That's it.
Good evening, council members. How's everybody today?
Good evening.
So this evening, I come to you to show you some things that happened between Saturday and last night. What you see over here, this is East 29th Street, okay? What you see over here is a blood right in front of my house, all right? Of somebody that got their head bashed in with a bat, okay?
Someone?
So,
Someone?
I had to clean that up last night. Over here, what you see here is a video of two kids, two young males, crossing over with guns. Let me just make sure that you can hear it.
Put it close to the mic, Jonathan. Yeah. Gunshot. Yeah.
Those two shots that went off at 4:08 a.m. All right? So now, my question to you is what's going on? All right? Now, I come to you, all right, and seek for help. All right? There's groups of people constantly blocking the streets, all right, putting up cones, bullying other people, the working class away because they want to take they want to take control of the streets. All right? That's not happening, not on my watch. Not while I'm there. Because while I'm here, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to fight for the people because they deserve it. All right? Now, at the same token, like, people are afraid to come up here and talk because their face is out there. I'll be the face for them. However, these things, they have to stop. All right? Where I live, people that are nurses, that wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, come home 6 p.m. at night. People that work overnight shifts. People that are caregivers. All right? People that actually work for a living. All right? This is a peaceful block, or at least it used to be, you know, from what I know. And I wish that Andre Sale was here so that this way I could have this conversation with him as well. All right? So we have 29 more police officers that were hired this year, right? April 23rd, if I'm not mistaken. All right. So what's going on? Rent's going up, cops are being hired, and crime rate is also going up. So what's going on here? Where's the help? I bet you if I was to go on the other side of Paterson, things are different. It's peaceful, it's quiet. But when you come down to 10th Ave, 11th Ave, yeah, you see a difference. There's no cops. Now, what I'm going to say is show me through your actions, all right? Not through your words, because words is just talk. But show me through your actions what you're going to do about it. Because words for me, anybody could talk. But through your actions, that's what leaders do. We lead by example, all right? And by the way, when it comes to all these virtual meetings, I find it very unprofessional, all right? It's uncalled for, because if I'm going to have a conversation like this, I'd rather be face-to-face with you where I could look at you dead in your eyes and tell you what it is. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yeah. Thank you, Jonathan. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
There are no more speakers for the public.
Motion to close.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims. Second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion of the Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, September 26. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to address some of the speakers that spoke about the virtual meetings. So I appreciate your concerns. So
No. Members of the public now, members of the public, now we finished with the public portion. It's 9:55 now. Every council member have the right to close on the public portion before they vote. They have the right to address the public. Please, there's no back and forth, please. Councilman Delacy, you have the floor. Each council member has 2 minutes to close the public portion.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Council President. And maybe we got to explain some of the rules for some people that don't understand how it works. So virtual meetings, our city council has 2 city council meetings that we take action on and vote on. Those city council meetings are in person and accessible to the public. Workshop meetings is where we have discussions. Our counterparts on the Board of Ed, we have a Board of Ed commissioner right here. They have it virtual, right? This is, once again, Council President, can you control the quorum, please?
Please, members of the public, members of the public. So listen, it's not fair.
My residents will have their vote in May. You're more than welcome to come in my ward and talk to them. Thank you. Thank you, Council President. So they see, this is exactly, the public has concerns and we want to address the concerns. We get interrupted by the same.
Members of the public, please allow the council member to use their 2 minutes to close the public portion. Thank you. Councilman Delacy, just continue with your vote.
Thank you. So I always hear about data-driven decisions. If you look at the data, our Madam Clerk, Sonia Gordon, emailed us. The public participation for virtual meetings is approximately.
Gordon's no longer our clerk.
She was. I have the data from virtual meetings. She was our clerk.
Council members, allow each council member to use their time before we close the public portion.
To the public, this is when you have facts, they try to interrupt you. Data-driven decisions. Our virtual meetings, when we had virtual meetings, our workshops are virtual, had a approximate 300% increase in public participation. The public portion had 60+ people when it was virtual. We were talking about the public. No, they want it in person. Last week's workshop had 6 people here. 6 people. So the 21st century, my residents, more public access, they could call in from home, they could participate, and the data shows it. You may not like it. This is the way technology is going. In workshops, we take 0 action on items other than payment of bills. If you watch city government, you know that. That's why people don't show up at workshops. They don't engage. The public doesn't come here. The facts are there. You may disagree with me. My constituents have reached out. They want to participate. They want to be able to call from home and actively participate in their government. Virtual workshops have worked in the past. They could work now. And I'm going to propose it. My colleagues want to vote up or down. That's what a democracy is all about. But I have I have the data. The data shows that there's more public participation. And better, one, it's virtual, it's public, it's on TV, so everyone could watch. But once again, it's a select few that want to just keep it here. Today's a televised, we had 30 people, 21 speakers. We had a city council meeting with a virtual workshop. I think it was over 80 people that were public portion that day. Over 80 people from all over the city that called in to participate during virtual. So I'll continue pushing it. And to people in the public, the best thing about this country, we have elections. And in May, 6 of us are up. And if my residents want to vote me out because I'm proposing virtual meetings, please take it to them and we'll see in May. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just say for I just want to comment on a couple of some of the speakers that spoke. Some people said that we're legislators, and I think that we all understand that we're legislators. But sometimes calls come in, like to help for me to guide them to where they need to go. You know, you get a parent call me, her son's been on bedside, she's trying to get him back into school. They got to reach out to somebody at the Board of Ed. I have to try to refer them to who they need to go to. You know, I personally, and I'm going to say it to you, when we was in COVID and we was on virtual meeting, Councilwoman Cotton was in the office at every meeting, because our Madam Clerk had to be in here, our Secretary had to be in here. I personally do not like virtual as much as some colleagues may, because I'd rather be inside. So when people look at different things, I'd rather see you face to face. I'd rather talk to you face to face. I'd rather respond to you face to face. And I also want to say to, I don't remember none of those numbers of people being on call for virtual meeting. I don't know where them numbers come from. But I just want to say, I don't know where you got the numbers from, but anyhow, for Dr. Hodges, you know, you're doing the bus trip to Trenton on October 4th. People, community, if you're able to go down there, please, you must go down there. The more that goes, the more they'll pay attention to you, the more they'll see what things they need to get done. Dr. Putin, we've been working on that civilian reboot board. I know they've been trying, really, and I'm not sure if it's going to pass in the Senate or the Assembly, to make sure that you're looking for subpoena power to go with a civilian reboot board. That's what we need. Having a civilian reboot board and we cannot do anything isn't going to go anywhere. I just also would like to say to, you know, there's a lot of things happening, and I think that we started the rent leveling board. Actually, that lady that does the rent leveling needs help, because more calls are coming in now because landlords are charging more. I've never gotten as many calls that I'm getting now because of evictions. They're coming up with all different rules. You know, I say to people when I get a call, if you got to go see a judge because you got an eviction and you never got a notice, you're going to have to go to 77 Hamilton Street and sit there for 6-7 hours. You got to see a judge. The only one that can put you out your place is a judge. And so I encourage people to go there. I just want to say to the young ladies that spoke about the cannabis, you know, if you have not seen it or see what it looks like, I ride around the city now. I got more smoke shops coming up. Everywhere you look is smoke shops. But so I appreciate you coming and explaining what the cannabis is, how it does really help people. When you spoke about your little 5-year-old, it helps. You know, there's certain medication. You see TV. Every time you look on TV, they got all kind of drugs out there. All kind. Like, it'll make you want to go to the doctor and say, can you prescribe this for this? You know, prescription drugs is really our downfall. And, you know, we have a major problem in this city, and I've been working with the opioid, with the Fentanyl. What I've discovered of doing this, and I hope we're able to get someone in here soon, methadone doesn't do nothing. Methadone don't help them addicts. They think it does. They give them the low dosage. It doesn't do anything for them. There's another drug, starts with an S, that helps. But what it is that it's cheaper than methadone. So companies like Straight and Narrow can get more money with methadone than they can with the other prescription. So why would I want to make you better when I can get more money from here than not to try to make you better? You know, and I just want to say also that I just went to a graduation class for Tier 1. You know, I believe in giving second chances. People deserve to get a second chance in their life. We went to a graduation at Tier 1, Chosen Generation, and some of those people they chasing off of Broadway were in that class. They're trying their best to get their life back together. They're trying their best to have someone to help them. You know, and it's about giving people. You know, my philosophy is, and people said it out here, if you don't know nobody, you can't get nothing. That's not my philosophy. If I sit down and talk to you, and you seem very sincere to me, I'm going to do what I can to help you. I don't need to know you to sit down and talk with you to give you what help that I can give you. I have some more things I need to say, but I'm going to stop because, council, you know, we need to. And what I want to do, too, I'm going to pull those both resolutions, Victor Frierson, well, I wasn't here when Pasquarino was made chief, but I was here when Chief McDermott was made chief. I'm going to pull both of those resolutions and see what they look like, and I will share it with you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I just want to say also, that guy here from Gonzalez from East 29th Street, I know what he's saying. I'm on 27th Street. I live in a hot spot. I call it a hot spot. They're out there at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. You got to chase people away. You got to go out there. You got to tell them, you know, and they're around. And I understand what he's saying, that they're just mingling. Like there's so many after-hour joints that done popped up in our city. They done make beautiful backyards, and they're partying starting Thursday night all the way to Sunday night. It's partying city. This is a party city. But we need to, he needs help. I need help. In the whole area sometimes over there, you should really come through there and just see what's really happening. But, and Chanel, you know, you're saying, well, people, let's be on board. Let's just be on board. It's about working together. And I said it and I'll say it again. Even if we don't disagree here, but at least when we walk out that door, you know how to say good night. At least to say bye, have a nice night, whatever. We have to learn to work together and to make everything better for our city. So with that being said, I want to say to you all out there, thank you for coming. You could have been doing something else. And I know what Dr. Hodges feels, because me and him been rolling down the Trenton 30 years ago. So even if you work 12-hour shift, get on that bus. Even after you work 12-hour shift, get on that bus and go down there and fight for your children. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes. God bless you all. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you. I know that there was 22 speakers, correct?
21.
21. Obviously, I won't be addressing everyone today. Most know me and know that I run on consistency matters. And to the young ladies that came here today, but specifically to the one that spoke concerning cannabis, I had the opportunity to speak to you outside, and I'm really looking forward to putting something together here in the chambers for you to make that presentation, even if it's not in a council meeting, but that we have something, because we were able to do that. Councilman Jackson at one point wanted to bring in different business owners, and he put them all together in a room and had a great meeting, and then took it over to Jacksonville. I think that we can do this. We have to educate more of the community and even some of my colleagues in understanding the reasonings why we should move forward in issuing licenses. And that's something that, again, the council will decide if that's going to happen, but at least having that forum put together. So I'm looking forward, you know, to working with you, as well as Mr. Giordano as well. It's always great to hear both sides. It's really important, because you also see the side of the community also that says, well, you know what, what's in it for me? What's happening with us? We're not being, you know, we're not being hired. We're not partners, all right? We're just being hired as the cleaner, but not partners. And I discussed to you what in my eyes, in my view, in terms of when I look at applications, and like I said, last week I said it, I have not looked at the remaining applications, the last 7 that came in. I have not, or I don't think anyone on this council has been privy to it, but we are able to, because they're all in economic development, and any council member here is able to go to the office and ask to see the applications. It's about giving people opportunity. And, you know, respecting your colleagues, you know, they take another stand, that's fine. I think it's when it becomes personal that that's an issue. When they're specific to try to go at you for something that you take a stance on, because it's okay. Councilman Abdulaziz wants virtual meetings. That's what he likes. He feels that that's better. Councilwoman Cotton doesn't like it. I'm in between. I don't even like working remote from home. I mean, so, you know, but that's a different take. But it doesn't mean that it can't be entertained if you get more information. We have a bigger issue in this city, and the issue is opioids. The bigger issue is opioids. And, you know, what are we doing with that? You know, in terms of the administration, and I'm going to turn it now, I had 2 people reach out to me, but one specific really got to my heart. He shared Mr. Frierson's post, and when I read the post, you know, and it talked about, you know, let's see who from the council, the administration, basically is going to step up. What are we going to do? I can tell you what I've been trying to do, but I can't do it alone. I can't do it alone. I spoke to Council President. If we need to go to the state, I would go to the state, because I've done it before when I believe in something that is wrong. If something, and this is just general, and this is not going against the administration, what I'm saying right now is, in terms of what is being done right now, I do not agree with it, and I put it out clear for everyone to see. Unfortunately, there is a process to certain things, right? We did discuss it already, Councilman Jackson, in finance, but it didn't go anywhere. But we did discuss it, because before the conversation was, we didn't have the conversation. All right, and right now we're being told that through DCA and our MOU, we are not able, that's the established salary and that's it, right? But I know that's not the case, because of that person that reached out to me yesterday, who says, I watch every meeting, I just don't go to your meetings, but I'm a Patersonian born and raised. Says what they're doing right now is wrong. And that took me to be in front of other individuals today that I was able to have a conversation with. We're going to Trenton. If we have to go to Trenton, we have to stand by this young man who today was honored by the county commissioners for Hispanic Heritage Month. But when the person who introduced him and the way they spoke on his resume, they also made a statement to the administration, to the mayor, to please make sure to consider and do what's right by the individual. So I'm not naming names today, but we all know who we're talking about. I have the video. I recorded it because it was so outstanding, and unfortunately there was someone there standing on his behalf because he is away. But I need you guys to know I'm fighting for it, even if I'm standing alone. I know that Councilman Jackson is also, he tried to put an ordinance through. Fortunately, it didn't go through the process. Now it did, but I want to take it further. We can't do it here. We got to go to the state, and if we all stand strong, all of us, we can get this done. We can get this done. So with that said, and to everyone else, thank you very much for coming out here tonight. Like Councilwoman Cotton always says, you don't have to be here this long, but you come here with your concerns, and we hope that at least we can address you as well as we can. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The unfortunate part is many of you come here to be misled. So before I get into that, let me go back a bit, because this is a consistency that continuously happens. And Doc, if we can please have a sidebar discussion with regard to the Complaint Review Board. I have some information for you. But relative to cannabis within our city, we all know Paterson is probably like a target city. This cannabis has been sold on these streets in the city of Paterson for the last 100+ years. And many people have been criminalized and demonized for it, right? But the moment opportunity comes for people to make big money off of it, everybody flies into the city, we roll out the red carpet for them, and we put blocks in the way for those of us that have been penalized over the years. So my position was, especially when it came to we had no control over the medicinal, but when it comes to recreational, we could have set the bar. And before, I was the only one standing not in support of it. Like, before we do it, make every single entity that comes into this community, because we know the people that come in here come with all the money to make more money off our community. $100 million, Brother Farrar, that was only in 6 months. That wasn't even a full year, right? And the lines were around the corner. Every news outlet, the first day we went live on the recreational, they're making boatloads of money. So my thing was, make any entity that wants to do business in our city, make them partner with somebody local. That way, a local enterprise that may not be able to level up is financially, in order to sell in my city, you gotta have me as a partner. In fact, one of the gentlemen that came here presenting on behalf of somebody else, they didn't even make him a partner until I emphasized over and over again. They made him a very small minority partner. So I do get it to the gentleman in the back, and I appreciate, everybody appreciates, you know, I own a business, so I've been able to, been able to provide opportunities for employment. But I'd much rather promote what they sold us, ownership. They put an African-American man in front of the microphone to promote the prosperity in it and how black people and so on and so forth. We're gonna have one African-American owner.
They all moved out the city.
So they claim. Now, again, you come here to be misled. That's what it's about. It's about how much cream they could put on the crack, right? And this notion that the DCA continuously mandates is nothing but a fallacy. That is the biggest lie ever. So you're telling me, Brother Frierson, and I only did like maybe 3 of the numbers. The BA gave herself a $50,000 increase. The law director got a $40,000+ increase. The economic development director got a $40,000+ increase, right? The list goes on. There's about 7 that probably came to close to $300,000. So the DCA didn't give us a hard time about those increases, but they're gonna give us a hard time about $25,000 or $40,000? Really? The DCA put their feet in the mud and say, absolutely not. We're not gonna approve your first homegrown. Did they say, wait a minute, he's from Paterson? No, I'm sorry. He doesn't quite meet the requirement. Oh, he's a minority? Definitely can't get that. The DCA said that? No, they said that. And this council is sitting on its hands. Now, let me educate those of you who may not understand this. According to the ordinance, because we operate by ordinances, by laws, legislation is not required to go before a committee. In fact, whenever the council sits in a public session at a workshop, we sit as a committee of the whole. So if there's any need for a discussion, you can have that discussion in a workshop, in a public session where people have access, so you don't have to have a private closed-door discussion. Full disclosure, right? Transparency, what we talk about. Maybe I didn't write the legislation well enough. Critique me on that. Don't say it hasn't gone through the process, the same process that you allow to be mitigated. Every time the administration wants to rush something through, not alone does it not go to committee, it won't even go to workshop, and he'll put it on the agenda. So he's a liar. He took the item off the agenda, which he's not authorized to do. I'm a council person, fully indoctrinated and endowed by the constituency that supports me to put anything on this agenda. Once I put it on the agenda, the workshop agenda, it must be discussed, and at that point, it must come forward for a vote. He does not have the authority. The other one, if you watch what's been transpiring, the criminalization up here has been running rampant because they don't want you to understand what's going on. And then, I will be irresponsible. You sat there in a flag raising saying, I'm gonna support the brother. If the legislation wasn't done right, then you put your name on it. You write it or get whoever you want to write it to bring it forward now. We did it before. They wrote ordinances for salary ranges for the BA for $50,000. We sat right here, right? And I said a young man who took over the economic development director had no experience, no experience whatsoever in economic development. They sat him there. Councilwoman Davila said, no, it's only temporary until we do a national search. So on a temporary basis, they promoted him from $100,000 to $140,000 with no experience in the position, just because he's getting paid that salary. But yet, yes he is, but yet, the fire chief that's working in an acting capacity, which by law, the former personnel director just stepped out, by law, through civil service, because this is another thing that you should understand. If they put him in that position as acting, and he does it after a certain period of time, he's entitled to that salary. And can you please control the
Council members, allow each council member to use their time before the vote. That way we could close this public portion, please.
That would be appreciated. So, don't be misled. If this council was in support the same way when they was not in support of Jeff Jones and they came together as a whole, the council has the authority. In fact, the council sets the financial criteria for the city, not the administration. If we wanted to cut her salary, we could do it right now. The council has the authority to do it right now. Where's the argument on that? So if we wanted to set a salary for a specific employee, we have the ability to do it, in which I've done so. I wrote the legislation. I sat it here. He removed it. So, and he's going to try to mislead the public. So you're absolutely correct, Brother Frierson, on everything you stated. And I'm glad you came forward today, because you coming forward brings more of a clarity of understanding of the dedication to and commitment to the job, and how members of that department are in support of this person. And us as a community, we should be in support of the same thing. And I'm going to just say this last thing. Notice, and to Sister Hafisa, the 3.5% ordinance is an ordinance. So when these landlords go rogue and charge residents 5% increases, 7% increases, it's against the law. There's a law, there's an ordinance on here. Where's the enforcement on that? We know what's going on. We write ordinances just to be practiced. This is like, it's a show up here. It's nothing for real substance. But I want you to pay close attention to something, because Hafisa said it best. And it's very disappointing, because the brother and I have often collaborated on many things, talked about different ideas, shared sentiments on how the administration does certain things, and specifically the mayor. But to hear him say, oh, I got you under control, like I'm tasked, everybody knows he got the seat because he was willing to take care of the job of trying to contain Councilman Jackson. But notice, before every meeting, he finds it necessary to announce to the public the criteria. You have 3 minutes, I'm gonna get this whole thing in check. Let's not check the administration on their poor spending or their lack of reports, because if we want to talk about data, we don't have any data. We don't get any data on spending or anything else. We don't want to hold them accountable. We want to keep Councilman Jackson in order, and we want to make sure the public, and now he's trying to run from the public even further to go virtual, because we want to eliminate the discourse. Well, let me just educate you on a quote. First of all, within the United States government was founded on all kinds of things that we won't even get into tonight. But there was a certain point in time when a group of people came together and sacrificed many things so that we have the opportunities to sit here today. So when you talk about the need for eliminating the public discourse, there's a very first famous person. He says, one has the moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. You have a moral responsibility to understand what's going on here is corruption and stand up and protest. So when people stand there and protest, we get upset, but they have a moral responsibility to do so. As the Honorable Dr. Martin Luther King expressed, beyond the law is not a departure from democracy. It is absolutely essential to it. It is not always the same thing to be good, a good man, and to be a good citizen. Therefore, public discourse was necessary to change the course of how things are done within the United States government. And to now come here and disallow people to have a difference of opinion or to express their discourse is an absolute slap in the face to all these people that made sacrifices, who left their lives on the table. You have the right to do so. And it's an embarrassment that I had to sit here and watch this entire thing unfold while they continuously show that they don't have a concern for our community. Because yes, those young men who have to deal through all of the things, let's talk about the things we had to go through in our high schools and things of that nature. This gentleman came through all of that, and this council is leaving their support for him on deaf ears. If we're not taking action, then we're not doing anything. In fact, if the DCA is so in protest of it, let the council stand in solidarity the same way we did in front of the flag, saying we support you, we support you. Let's vote this legislation on and let the DCA then come forward and challenge it, if that's the case. But it's not. It's just lies. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Last time I checked, administration hire individual. They do firing. Also, they are the one who give raises or whatnot. There is an ordinance set for only the directors that we set as a council administration presented to us, and we set their salary range. Now it's up to the administration to work with that individual to come up with a number what both sides could be satisfied. As far as I understand, that's how it works. And I'm supportive of the chief getting the fair amount for his salary. So he has to work with the administration to get it done. I understand we want him to get the high end of the salary. See, we have to speak to the administration and they have to talk to the DCA or whatnot and get it done. There's no point of pointing fingers. I think everybody needs to sit on the table and get it done. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilwoman Mims.
So there were 21 speakers, so let me do what I do every time public comes. First, I want to commend everyone that comes out, makes the sacrifice, and takes their time to come out to speak at the public portion, because a lot of times when you take your stand, you stand for so many other people that could not come out to the public. To the gentleman that came out, I want to make sure I give you my card. You came, you said there's something that you'll be working with Councilman Velez on. I'm not sure, but I am Councilwoman at large, so I want to make sure you have my information as well. To Dr. Pruden, thank you for your consistency in fighting and taking a stand on behalf of justice for Najee and so many others. There were so many speakers that spoke. Ms. Wahida, I will give you a call tomorrow because I did send that request that Council President talked about changing that street back, and I was told that it was done through the state, but I've gotten many complaints, especially now that school is open, they have increased. So I will call you tomorrow to talk about some of the details of that. Mr. Frierson, I commend you. Did he leave? Yeah, he left. He'll listen. I commend him because what better way to boost the morale in the fire department than to give someone who has worked the ranks and is from Paterson what he so rightfully deserves. All the time you hear on this day is, you'll hear it repeatedly week after week, we talk about people from Paterson not getting their just due. This is an opportunity to give someone who is born and raised in Paterson, worked among his peers, worked through the ranks, now had the opportunity to be promoted. He should not get a reduction. Actually, there should be something in place, and I'm going to put it forward to this council and to the administration, that there should be extra credence given to people that are from Paterson that get these opportunities. It shouldn't even be the same lateral. It should be an additional incentive if you're from Paterson and have worked through the ranks. I want to bring some clarity because I know sometimes there's misinformation or maybe gathering of facts that comes when it relates to cannabis. From the first or the very beginning of cannabis, my stance has been the people that were marginalized the most were the Black and brown community. They are currently still fighting for total expungement. They're still fighting to get out of prison. They're still incarcerated. They're still fighting for their credit to be repaired or restored. I mean, and I can go on and on. They can't even afford to purchase a home and so many things based on. So to me, they made money, they locked us up. And now they're like, we're opening up the floodgates for cannabis and we want to make money again. and you get 2%. So on this side, when they opened up for retail license, 3 licenses were approved. Some were approved on the contingency that the following meeting, we will vote to reduce the footage of where they were located based on the law that was in place. That failed. In addition to that amendment, it was to increase from 3 to 6. The majority of this council voted it down, not based on an application per se or a letter of support, but based on the fact that we want to have safeguards and parameters in place. There was some language change and so forth and so on, and because people did not feel comfortable with that particular language, it was voted down. Especially to the ladies, I want them to hear me. I want you to hear me as I'm speaking. Because they came to the mic and they spoke, and a lot of times we hear information, and we have had several meetings, and I'm going to ask all you and Mr. Giordano, the 2 ladies, go back and watch the council meetings for the last 3 months on cannabis alone. Just listen to the conversation. We sat here one night where 2 applicants were at the mic, they were getting approved for cannabis. We had a gentleman in the audience, was not on, you were here, Mr. Bruno, right? A gentleman in the audience, I think it was 3 people getting cannabis. There was a gentleman sitting in the audience who had paid his money. The city had cashed his check. If they were not in the audience, he was not one of the items on the agenda to be approved. The guy came to the mic, one of the people that was on to be approved, and out of questioning, I said to the gentleman, because there's a checklist process, I said, how much did you pay? He doesn't live here. He had 2 licenses. He was supposed to pay $120,000. The gentleman said to me at the mic, and he was on to be approved, he paid $0. So I stated, how is the guy in the audience who paid you not on the agenda for us to vote on, who was a part of the Paterson, who Councilman Jackson said that he talked to them about considering him to be a partner. Councilman Jackson talked to them, his name was included in that aspect. Then it was amended about 2 o'clock in the morning. The item was amended to shift it so that the guy in the audience, the African American guy from Paterson, could be shifted and put on the agenda. The other guy had to pay money. He was supposed to pay money before he was even on the agenda. He had paid $0. 0. Go back and watch it. I tell people all the time, don't listen to what people whisper, small tones. Go back and watch it. This is all, it's on YouTube, it's taped. You'll watch it, you will see. Then it came back where we told the guy, you paid the money. He came, he said he was broke, he didn't have no money. All of a sudden, miraculously, the very next day, he made some payments. So then it came before us where he got it, the 3 got it, and the guy. Then it came back, they were going to try to take the African-American guy. They said, we never cashed his check. We only had a voided check. And they presented to us his cash check from this administration. And that's how he was able to get it. So for me, it's about safeguards, parameters, and then we went from 3, which were retail approved. They tried to do 6. It was voted down because of the promises that were made to some of them. We had one of the guys in the audience. He can attest to this. He had been running, trying to get it for years. They promised. He was before some of the people that were approved. They played around with him so long. Finally, they were like, okay, we'll take your application. So because of the games that were played, the money that was accepted, we had the list of people that paid that were waiting, and some people were bypassed and passed over. We said there needs to be a clear, transparent process. Until that happens, we're voting no. We didn't vote no on an applicant because we have not seen applications. We voted no on the process. And then to smack us in the face, community watching and in the audience, we said no to 6. 2 weeks later, they told us vote for 10. I'm trying to fathom. We're telling you we're not ready to go to 6, and you say, you know what? We took all these people money. One guy, and the reason why they went to 10 is because a guy came to the mic. Please go back and watch the tape. He came to the mic and went off. He said, I'm from Paterson, and you guys are not doing me. I don't understand. I paid my money. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to Supreme Court. I'm going to the feds. And guess what? The item came to the agenda for 10 license based on that commentary. And then they get upset and say, well, you voted no. We voted no on the process and the principle of the safeguarding and doing the right thing by people that come before us, and they present themselves in a transparent manner. They didn't deal with us. They dealt with the administration who took their money. We're the legislative body that says, okay, based on what we have before us, let's see what happens. But you can't hold our feet to the fire when they made commitments and promises to people. How do you take people's money and promise them, I'm giving you cannabis? We vote on cannabis, not the administration. So it's almost an egregious act, almost borderline unethical, what was going on. So for me, it was a safeguard. Had nothing to do with the applicants. Some of the applicants I think are wonderful, but it had nothing to do with them. It was about safeguarding and putting parameters in place to make sure. And this is my last point, and then I'm gonna vote. In our law, when people were making these payments, we had nothing in place that said, you make your payment, we don't give you an application, you're not getting your money back. I was the council person that made the amendment on the floor so we can vote on it. So if you pay your $30,000 or $60,000, you get your money back, and that was approved. Prior to me saying that on the floor, you could have paid your money, all these applicants, and never got your money back. So I'm telling you, it's about process. Go back and watch the tape. You don't have to believe Councilwoman Mims. You don't have to believe nothing I'm saying. Go back and watch it for yourself. You will see what is going on in this community. 300 feet from a school or religious institution. That is our law. Some were approved be lower than the footage, and they were supposed, and then the following vote said, we will support this, we vote on it, even though you're below the footage, but even though our law says you can't get it, we'll vote on it, and then we'll amend the law in the weeks to come. That failed. Where's the conversation about those entities that are below the footage? Oh, now they're gonna bypass us, and they're gonna try to go to one of the boards. And here's the killer point to me. 4 people have reached out to me who people are trying to pay them to put their name on the application so that it looks like they're from Paterson. I'm gonna say that again. 4 people, and it could be more, but these are 4 that reached out to me and said people are looking to pay them to add their name to their cannabis application so that the application appears that they are from Paterson. And you know, it's a smack in the face to every black and brown person that has been locked up, criminal. I mean, for me as a mom and a grandmother, it brings tears to my eyes. Because I know a lot of people that smoke cannabis. I think everybody does. If you don't, you smell it throughout the community. But it's about putting things in place and parameters in place to make sure. And if something is a little sketchy to me, I'm gonna vote no. People may not like it, and I put that as my quote today. Sometimes if you take your stand, you have to stand by yourself, stand your ground. Because it's not about any of the applicants. I respect a lot of them. But if the language and all this stuff is sketchy, I can't support it. And it has nothing to do with a letter of support or application. If I hear somebody saying, then we had, I gotta close, we had somebody that's trying to get it, which violates the sunshine law that you heard quoted tonight. They sent a text message with with 5 council members in a group text, which is a violation of the law, talking about the fact that they want to get it and how we should be supporting them. That's a violation. You're an applicant trying to get a service. You have to talk to corporation counsel. You cannot send a group text to 5 council members. And if we would have responded, we would have been in violation. And I respect the fact that my colleague said to him, any concerns you have, go to corporation counsel. That's why I didn't support it. Because I want you to know, I don't want nobody to tell you any other story. I don't want nobody whispering my name. What I say, I stand on, and you could go back and watch it. These are the facts. And if it's not right, I'm not going to support it because it's sketchy. There's some issues with it. There's some pocket stuff going on, and I'm not going to have my name attached to the stuff that has shady business going on. I'm just not going to do it. And I don't care if I'm the only no vote. I'm just going to vote no. That's just how I stand. And we're not even talking applicants, so applicants can't really get mad because we're not voting on applicants. We're voting to expand. So there's 2 different instances going on. So, Madam Clerk, with that being stated, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Not working.
Your phone's not working? Where's your microphone?
Jonathan.
He like my microphone. It's true and real.
That works. Good evening, Paterson. Those who are watching us live on YouTube, I'm good, thank you. That's fine. Those who are here, thank you so very much for your presence right here. So again, I love the idea that I think majority of the public spoke about the council meetings, whether it should be in virtual or in person. And let me tell you something, that I love the idea that giving access to the people virtually, which is a great idea. But yes, if we really want engagement of the residents, if we want to make it easier for our public to join the meetings, we can go hybrid. We'll come here in the chamber, we'll open the door for the public, they'll come and they'll talk, and at the same time, those who are not able to join in person, they can join us virtually. Yes. I love this idea. Yes. So let's go for this. And I think we should push for this, not only the workshop session, both workshop and regular session. So I would definitely thank my council colleague for coming up with that very good idea that we can implement for both regular and workshop session. And definitely not just one that we are going virtual completely. That's definitely not supporting. Let's go to the one that I was fighting from the very beginning regarding the cannabis dispensaries. Now, last over 2 months, gave lectures multiple times on this. And because of this, had to receive multiple phone calls from anonymous applicants and sometimes threat at the same time too. Now, let me come to the point when I believe she left Ms. Sophia Mills. Her statement regarding, and very educational, I would say, regarding impact of cannabis and the benefit of decriminalization. We are not speaking about that. It's nothing to do with the impact that she's speaking about. We are talking about the limitation, then how many licenses should be approved or not. That's what we are speaking about. I love this statement from Mr. Gordana. Did I say your name right? Jordana, thank you so much for your statement that you said that this business will provide support to the open employment opportunities to our local folks. And I love this. But so far we approved 20 plus licenses. How many job opportunities open for our people? Who's going to answer that question? how much money we are making or will make. Who presented data so far? Was there anything presented by the administration that many people will be hired from Paterson? That much money we'll make from these cannabis licenses? No. Everything we can hear, as you stated, and previously other applicants showed up and they said exactly the same thing. What I could suggest and request you, go sit down with the administration and provide supporting evidence that these are the expected money we're going to make, that many people we're going to hire from the Paterson, and this is what the positive side. And also speak about the negative impact as well. If you say there is no negative impact, then suggest that why there is a limitation. Make it open like grocery store so that there is no limitation needed. Because there was no data-driven presentation came from the administration or from anybody saying that many people will be hired from Paterson, or nothing on the paper said that they have to hire that many people or that percentage for how long from Paterson. There's nothing. Everything is coming from the applicant or prospective applicant. The reason I don't like to entertain the applicants because I cannot count those applicants as applicants since there is no options there. Until we increase the licenses or increase those spaces, there is no applicant should be counted as in the council chamber. Should not be, because these spaces are not open. So again, I was one of the 2 votes from the very beginning stated against the dispensaries, thinking about the negative impact that we have to experience, because these licenses do not just come with money, that's 2% we are speaking about, it comes with so many extra things, extra policing, and so many other stuff. I was not the one who changed my vote, seeing the attendance of the public, no. I was against it from the very beginning, and I'll be against it until I can fight it. So thank you so very much, everyone. And again, exactly, yeah, I stated, and this is what my stand would be, because I think about Patersonians, I think about our children, and this is what should be as a council member. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
All right, so let me discontaminate, please, the air for a little bit. So, Madam BA, through the chair, while we was in the meeting, there's a retired police officer, homeowner, that texted me with this question. Councilman Velez, good evening. Are the homeowners of the city of Paterson going to be allowed to hire their own certified licensed state inspector to conduct lead inspection in their home, just like other municipalities? Thank you. Maybe, and he said, it's not my idea, but it's a good idea, maybe a good idea to present to the council rather than being forced to pay outrageous fee to the Board of Health, and allow the homeowners an opportunity to save a few dollars and still comply with the ordinance. In other words, according to him, there's other municipality that they allowed them to hire a state inspector for lead to inspect their houses. I guess they pay a law fee, I don't know, and they comply with the state. I don't know if that's suitable. Can you do the research if other cities or municipality does that or allow that? For we could probably look into other venues that not affect our taxpayers. That's one. Second, you know, the Public Portion Act, I respect a lot. That's one of the things in the agenda that I respect a lot, because it's involved freedom of speech. And people comes here and they express themselves, how they feel in government, how they don't feel in government, how they feel in issues that are related to quality of life, et cetera, et cetera. But I always say this, and my colleague knows I always speak about this in the back room. In the probably 600, 700 times I came to this council and sit there, I never used that microphone to slander no council members in this side in that time. And I had differences, right, Councilwoman Ruby? I had differences what happened in this side. You go to the tapes, 2011, 2010, 2009, never came to that podium to slander, attack nobody personally. I recall there was a reporter that used to come here to the chamber, and he had a well-known name, and now he lives in Texas, okay, that used to call people and say, hey, I got this evidence. Go after him in a personal level. That's not my business. I'm not an investigative reporter. That's your problem, not mine. If it don't pertain to me, why should I go use that podium and attack the person personally? It's not, if it's not government, I will not use that podium to attack or slander no one. Saying that, I just want to give you an information, and this is the fact. This past Friday, on September 22nd, at 9:11 p.m., I received a call from business owners from Market Street, Rose Street, Silly Street, South Hart, Rosa Park, and Pennington. Business owner and residents that there was a power outage. We in South Hart, in one side of the road, that where I live, is not my fault. We had power. I didn't even realize the power was off until those residents called me to tell me about the situation. That was at 9:11 p.m. The first thing I did is call PD and advise them that a power outage was going on in their sector to send extra attention to the residents of the area just to prevent any crimes. That's my first step. The second step is immediately at 9:15, I call PCNG. I tell them the blocks and radius that the power outage was there. They tell me they are working on it. They noticed based on the address I gave, okay? And they identified the area and the problem. At 9:16, I still text them while on the phone texting, because you got already power, text. You could text back and forth with them. At 9:30, they came back to us saying that the power will be restored at 2:30 in the morning. Guess where was Luis Velez? In the street, on Market Street, with the residents, explaining them why I was doing for them. The power came back while I was talking to them. It lasted 5 minutes, went off again. I'm not Einstein. I didn't create the power. I don't work for PCNG. I'm a councilman. I got relation to call. It's not my fault that a car is blocking, because it's underground power, blocking where they have to work. They want me to call the cop to tow a car while the lady was trying to get dressed to move the car. Want me to tow the car away? Ladies and gentlemen, some people come here with some facts, wrong facts. But that is good, because 85% of that residency in the street that I mentioned you, they know who your councilman is, and they know the relation they have with me. Saying that, I don't have to defend myself every time I hear something here, but I had to bring the right facts of what is my work is being done out there. Why? Because people watch this meeting. You know what's going to happen? If I don't clarify what I did, they're going to believe what people say. And then they're going to start doing videos, because there's some people expert in this chamber with videos. And this is why they come here, to make videos, because election time is around the corner. But my hands are clean, my mind is clean. My dog knows who I am when I come home, at least. God bless America. Salary and salary ranges. All the council members are here in this tonight. We approved salary ranges, starting and ending. Guess what? The council salary was there too. And there was people preaching, I don't want that money. I don't want the $25,000 for AIDS. But they got it. They still have it, and they still using it for political reason. Not to do work in the city and for their constituents. to damage others with your taxpayer money. But that's what people want to believe. So they just put it out there and they just want to make the night show. Cannabis. Mr. Giordano, thank you for coming. Because I learned today that you have a union. You guys got unionized, right? So I respect unions. We are not against the cannabis. You know, the state didn't approve cannabis. It was the voters that asked for recreational cannabis. We went to the League of Municipality, and there was a gentleman living in our neighbor town here, Fairlawn, that he was part of the original Cannabis Commission to create the law of cannabis in the city of the state of New Jersey. You know what that gentleman told us? When the state approved it, it gave you the authorization, the ability to every municipality to regulate cannabis. And that's what we're doing. What we're trying to regulate is to make sure that if we says 3, let's see how it works. Let's see how it's going. Let's see how the business are moving forward. Let's see how it's going to fit in our city. How are we going to move forward if we don't have the clear data of what's going on? How it's affecting our community? Now, everybody smoke cannabis. We got more churches as places of cannabis that we're going to have. We got more churches, right? Not a lot of people smoke cannabis, right? I say 85% of my residents do not smoke cannabis that I know, right? But one thing I'm going to say is that they could prove me wrong, but according to the stats that I have from St. Joseph Hospital, 30% emergency room visits have increased since recreational marijuana. 200% increase in admission related to marijuana or cannabis. 200%. Also has increased the fatal accidents. After they do the toxologist or whatever test on them, it proved that they was high in marijuana or cannabis. That is St. Joseph's data. So that's something that we need to consider, right? Now, we was talking about 200 kids positive in lead. That's the data that came in. And we know. Do we have data how many kids right now come back positive in cannabis? We don't have that data yet. Do we have a data about how many crimes have been committed based on people influence of drugs, also in cannabis or marijuana? Because when they go to court, they're going to ask them, why you did this? Are they probably going to say, I'm in this type of drug, cannabis, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So those data is important for us. But it's something to consider, and we're not against cannabis, but we're going to regulate it in our city. And I said it before, I have more schools in my ward, I have more seniors building in my ward, I have more multi-dwelling in my ward, I have smoke shops that are in the lower level of a residential building. Meanwhile, they cannot sleep upstairs because the odor of whatever they smoke in there goes to their apartment. So we need to regulate, right? So saying that, down the road, we're going to have some more conversation. And Councilwoman Mims, she left, but she said, look at the meeting, watch the meeting for the past 3-4 months. The people that comes here and try to lobby for their business of cannabis, just look at their actions, look at their conduct. That says a lot. That says a lot. So if I'm going to sell product, I'm going to try to come in and present it the right way with the right conduct, because I want the business to come and succeed in our city of Paterson. So it's not what you say, it's how you say things when you come to that podium. Last but not least, Madam Clerk. You say something? No. Thank you, good night, and God bless you, everyone. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you. There's a lot more work, there's a lot more business, city business to conduct, council members. So just stay with us. We're just closing the public portion right now. But let me just address some members of the community. A lot been said about cannabis, but let me jump into the situation with Jonathan Guzman. Jonathan, I want to thank you for coming into this council. Jonathan, it's you know, Jonathan Gonzalez, the son of our great friend and former commissioner, Mr. Gonzalez, that live on East 29, Madam Clerk. Last night, I received a phone call from Jonathan around 11 p.m. Concerning because of the blood that was in front of his house. There was no victim in front of his house. I started making calls. I couldn't get an answer about the reason why there was blood in front of his house. But I've been making phone calls about East 29 between 10 and 11 because it's out of control. The people, the working class family that live there, they cannot sleep, they cannot rest because of the loud music, people selling, doing illegal activity day and night on East 29. It's just out of control, Madam BA. I want to make sure that the officer in charge get on top of this tomorrow, first time in the morning, because I've been dealing with that situation and there's no information about what happened in front of his house. But the entire block, it's a problem. We have a lot of great people that live in that area and they cannot rest. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I have to pass by there and I have to call the police from East 29. I have to go and witness at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning the illegal activity that has been going on in that section. So I need your help with that. And an officer in charge, he's been very active with our requests, but you know, they should not be going through that situation, you know, especially we have a lot of seniors on East 29 on the block that they cannot rest. They try to sell the property and move out of Paterson just because there's a group of people that they don't even live on East 29. That's what I find out because I start asking questions. I mean, what are you doing here? Where do you live? Oh, I'm not from Paterson, I'm from Newark. Some of them are from Jersey City, and they hang out on East 29. It is Edison, so I need the police department to take action on that block and also on the entire 10th Avenue. We need police patrol on that section. And Dr. Pruden, so I was very happy to see you at the press conference with the officer in charge, Abasi, and also the AG. They spoke about getting our police department to go back into our community and start walking in our community block by block. That's what we need, and that's what the community is requesting. Also, officer in charge of Abasi, Dr. Pruden, he mentioned the partnership with the community, the creation of some board with members of the community. Not exactly a civilian review board, but I was very happy to see you there because the officer in charge, he's moving into that direction. I see a lot of members, a lot of pastors from our community that they're fully involved with the officer in charge. I see the collaboration of the community with the new officer in charge, with the AG plan for the city, and that's what we need. We need collaboration. We're not going to be able to fix our city on our own, but we need the entire community to get involved. Just keep pushing for the civilian review board because I was very satisfied to see the officer in charge speaking about that specific topic on the meeting today. I believe it was a very successful meeting. They spoke about Broadway, the changing of Broadway, and we all see it. And I see our police department very active. I have a lot of hope in our city. And I'm about the type of person that I just want to get things done. I don't want to raise a concern just because. The same way our brother Jonathan came into the podium today, I want to make sure I will follow up every day to make sure that the area of East 29 changed drastically. I'm all about that. Now, with Mr. Alicea, one of the things that I'm going to do is next Tuesday we're meeting with DCA. I'm meeting with the state with DCA. I will ask a couple of the council members to join me because I'm going to have the conversation with DCA about the position of the fire chief. And if a legislation needs to be drafted, I will make sure that we draft it. I will make sure that it go to finance, and I will make sure that we get into the council. I believe that you have to be able to work with Ucali to get things done. It's not about bashing people. It's not about controlling people. There's one thing that I would not accept in this chamber. And as a president, I don't have to kiss nobody's ring. But as a president, I would not allow and tolerate disrespect. I will not stay quiet when you have a council member calling you, Council Cali, a clown, making fun of your accent because you don't speak, because you have an accent. So, and those kind of things, talking to women in some kind of way, that's not me. That's not me. And even as a regular council member and as a president, I would not tolerate that. And I would go further. If I need to cancel this meeting and do it virtual, I will do it, but I'm going to bring order in this chamber. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The public portion is better now. It's more effective. I respect the public that comes into this chamber. If you're here at this time, it's because you have something important to say. I want to give you the respect, the time for you to express your concern, the administration to hear you, myself, because I don't have a solution for everything. But you know what? If I don't have a solution, I'll make sure I will direct you to somebody, whether public safety, whether DPW. That's the reason we're here for. Whether you like me or not, whether you like the way I look, my accent, that has nothing to do with that. There's nothing to do with that. Doesn't matter if you don't like me, but you need to learn how to work with your colleague, and you need to learn how to respect your colleague. A clear example of collaboration is what happened on item number 4. On the ordinance number 4, regarding the lead, right? There was different conversation, different dialogue, a great debate. Councilwoman Mintz put a great motion on the floor. Another council member added another motion. I said, you know what? This is what the public need. Let's do it. And guess what? We got it done without disrespecting each other. And that's the way I'm going to continue conducting myself. And that's how we're going to conduct those meetings in order for us to move the city forward. Now, moving forward, Madam BA, Ms. Wahida raised a very concerning point about our senior. I've been getting a lot of calls about senior. And the question that I have is, really, we need to have a discussion with the Director McGoran from Housing Authority, because the community need to know what is the plan for the Paterson Housing Authority and the city to start pushing for affordable housing for our community. We are in need, in desperately need of affordable housing in our community, and that's the responsibility of the Paterson Housing Authority. And on top of that, there's been property that are in partnership with the Housing Authority and private entity, and once they change the management company, they increase the fee in our senior. Our senior, they live on a fixed income. And I've been noticed that I've been getting those calls, and every time I get to the bottom of the situation is that they change the management company. A new company come in and they increase the fees. So we got to stay on top of that. We got to fight for our senior. A lot of them, they're struggling. They barely can pay the portion of their rent, and they have no money to put food on the table. And that's really our responsibility to do that. So, but last but not least, in terms of the cannabis, one of the things I'm planning to do, and I want to thank Jordana for being here, the other lady that was here. There's a lot more discussion to be done. And as you hear before, for many of the council members, we're not having a discussion about the license. It's about the amount of licensing, but there's a lot more work to be done. On the next workshop, I'm planning to invite people to do a presentation, and let's have a dialogue. I believe in the discussion. That's the only way that we're going to get things done, by working together in collaboration. I want to hear from you and from all the different stakeholders, and to make sure that the decision that we make help the city of Paterson. That's the most important thing. That have to be our main goal, that whatever we approve help our city. And last but not least, there was a great point from our good friend from our great Paterson Public School, Ms. Charles. So thank you for the point that you raised about our DPW working, help our DPW to get additional certification. This is a great opportunity, Madam BA. I know the health department they have to bring new inspectors. We have people in DPW, Patersonians that live in the city of Paterson, that they could definitely, if we give them the opportunity to have additional training, to get additional license, additional certification, they could get those jobs, because I know that they're going to be weekends. We need those inspectors to work during the weekends, not during the work, not Monday to Friday, so Saturday and Sunday. So let's identify those DPW workers that could get those additional certification to make sure that they could get an additional income to provide a better life for their family. So, and last but not least, Paterson, let's pray for our city. I know, we have a new leadership in the police department. Officer Abbasi, the AG, they explained the plan that they have from 2023, 2 years from now. Let's work in collaboration with our community. This past Tuesday, I was very excited, this past Monday, I'm sorry, I was very excited to see 26 new police officers ready to go out in the community. And I saw a lot of kids from our community, from Paterson, born and raised in the city of Paterson, join the police department, getting on the police department. And that means a lot. So we cannot see our police department that they're against us. If you see our new recruit, our new police officer there, engage them, talk to them. We have to continue building that relationship between the police and the community. There's no way that we're going to move our city forward if we don't work together to bring safety into our community. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. The council members, let me remind all the council members that and the resident of the great city of Paterson that the October 13 is a Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Paterson. We have a great program in the city of Paterson. Each council member have their honorees. So I know, Madam Clerk, I know you have the list of the honorees. If you have not submitted, please submit it, because we're ready to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, October the 13th at 5 p.m. I'm sorry? There's we passing we're not bullying anybody. I'm passing. You're not cursing. Why are you cursing here? There's a need to curse. I'm not entertaining you. Madam Clerk, the roll call, Madam Clerk.
No.
Yes, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 9 yeses. The votes
Yes,
are
Madam
9
Clerk.
yeses. Public portion of the Municipal Council regular meeting is hereby closed.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, there's a recommendation by Councilwoman Mims about item number 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Before we do that one, can we do item 35 so Dr. Hodges can leave?
So my apologies. There's 2 items that we want to do before that, and it's item 35 for Commissioner Hodges that is here. Well-deserved Commissioner Hodges. And also, there's only one item, 49, for Public Work. Let's do
35.
35, and right after 35, item 49, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Council President.
Right after those 2 items, Councilman Jackson.
Item number 35
Yes, Madam
is a
Clerk.
resolution honoring Dr. Jonathan Hodges in receiving the Benjamin E. Mays Lifetime Achievement Award for his commitment and dedication to Paterson Public Schools. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, co-sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez, Councilman Luis Velez, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and Councilman M.D. Farid Udin. It's a City Council Resolution 23:582.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, Velez, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
You got all of
No,
that?
Velez is a second.
Velez, second by,
You know what, it don't matter. I mean,
okay,
like,
so
we
moved by
going through
Councilman
this.
Mendez, Velez, he
I
moved
said
it as
second.
well. Udin second, and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton
I
second.
second, yes.
Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 35 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to you, Dr. Hodges, congratulations on receiving this award. Was it from the state of New Jersey? It was from the state, right? Huh?
National School.
Oh, national. Oh, wow, that's national. Right, United States. Yeah, but I want to say congratulations, Dr. Hodges, well-deserved on getting this award. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Commissioner Hodges, congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I will say this, Dr. Hodges, as I continuously sit here and bang my head against the desk and fighting on behalf of the people, as I'm totally disappointed. Ms. Muhammad's question was never answered. BA answered not one question. the young lady asked the question in regard to a young man who was shot, and now the mayor taking a position in difference, which is only going to cost the taxpayers more money. The council president neglected again that never happened in the past. Councilman, just like reflection, and I wasn't a great fan of him, but Councilman McCoy was the president. He would hold the BA and Senator Poe would actually take the time to make sure she answered questions. We don't do that. We run block for people around here. And the reason why I'm bringing it up and how it's relevant to you is because your undying commitment and unwavering commitment has to be acknowledged. And I want to take a moment to do that. As I was sent a video today of a brawl that took place in Kennedy High School where young people potentially had firearms and things of that nature. And it's just reflective on how, you know, our community is just taking such a beating because people that continuously neglected, and which you've never been a person to do so. But yet and still, we continuously go down this same molehill. I'm hoping that people would watch your commitment and take tutelage from what you've done and being committed to certain things, not jumping around from elected position to elected position, staying steadfast on some of the issues. You know, I was forced this year to remove all of my children from the Paterson Public School District because it just wasn't the same anymore. There's a lot of great people leaving. And every day I drop my daughter off at Montclair Kimberly Academy, I feel guilty, so to speak, because the level of education that she's receiving is the same in which our children are entitled. And I have to acknowledge it's something that you have consistently fought for. And I appreciate that, I respect that. And you know, it's unfortunate that we are going to continue down the same path because of poor leadership, of which you've not been that example of. But I'm hoping, Council President, you do your job, hold the BA, hold the administration accountable. Ms. Muhammad's questions weren't, she just texted me a moment ago, still weren't answered yet again. You was expecting her to wait. The young lady sat and waited. You know, this issue with Khalif Cooper being shot in his back and this pending lawsuit, that's going to cost the taxpayers even more money, more litigation costs and legal fees. These things got to come to an end. We need leadership. We need people like Dr. Hodges to continue to set the example. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
Congratulations, Dr. Hodges, on your achievement. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilwoman Mims.
So there's a phrase that says, "May the work I've done speak for me." And it always amazes me when the opportunity arises to come where people may want to remove you from a seat or take you out, that God just does what he does, and out of all the stuff going on, he sends the wave to the National School Board Association to give you the highest achievement, called the Benjamin E. Mays Lifetime Achievement Award. If you do the history to the public that's viewing and that's present, this award is not just given to anyone. This is given to an individual that has stood the test of time, fighting on behalf of urban schools, not just a school, but fighting on behalf of urban schools consistently over time with a track record that proves it. When I read that before the award, he went to Chicago and stood and did all that, that spoke volumes to me. And Dr. Hodges, you know, I've served with you on the board. One thing I commend and respect about you, you stand for education and children always. That's been your stand. You haven't wavered, you haven't shifted. That's been your stand. And my prayer is that everyone watching and everyone that knows Dr. Hodges is on the ballot in November for re-election, that you put him back in that seat. If you have children, grandchildren, nephews, cousins, return him to the seat. If you care anything about your children, Dr. Hodges, I believe you're number 7 on the ballot. That's God's perfect number. Number 7 on the ballot. It is an honor and a privilege to bring this resolution before Madam Clerk. My vote is yes for this item and yes for re-election for Dr. Hodges.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Hodges. So first of all, congratulations on receiving Benjamin Elijah Mays Award, which recognizes the individuals who serve long-standing commitment to especially urban school district, and that's what you are. So we thank you as an educator in Paterson Public Schools. I thank you for your service to our children. And again, congratulations, and this is a very well-fitting resolution, and I thank the Councilwoman Mims for coming up, to sponsoring this, and allowing us to be the co-sponsors. So again, congratulations, and very well deserved. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
In the early 90s, my first employer in the city of Paterson was St. Joseph's Hospital. That gentleman over there saved my life in a major accident from New Jersey Transit, right there on Main Street. I recall Dr. Pruden. I remember when I was in the ER, that gentleman showed up, and this gentleman over here used to be a physician at the ER. That's how far I know you, Commissioner Hodges. 21 years of service, almost there, right? 21 years of service. You know, long-serving member of the Paterson Board of Education. You promoted CUSAC. You promoted returning to local control. You promoted and lobby, even at United, the practice of being a doctor at this point, but you are a commissioner. You promoted to do an extensive forensic study of our school district, curriculum, attendance, and I could mention a lot of things, Commissioner Hodges. The achievement award that you got for the work that you have done speaks a lot. The Lord bless you and prosper in everything as you prosper in your heart. Thank you for serving us and making sure that across the board, every student counts. So congratulations, well deserved. I could call you my friend. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Hodges, congratulations. I had the privilege to serve with you at the Board of Education. It was in 2010 to 2015, alongside with Commissioner Chris Irving and Commissioner Kenneth Simmons. The three of us got elected together in 2010. And it was incredible the amount of progress that we did to regain local control, because in 2010, that's when we started with CUSAC, and with the conversation with the state, and we continue pushing and pushing. And look at that now, the state have local control, but you have done a tremendous job in the city of Paterson, in education system. This award is well deserved. May God continue blessing you with long life. And I'm very happy to have you not only as my constituent, but as my commissioner at the Paterson Board of Education. Just continue doing what you're doing, which is advocating for our children and fighting for our community. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absence. Item number 35 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Once again. Madam Clerk, item 49.
Council President, in the past, we always ask what color frame he wants. Oh, you got it?
I got that. I got it.
Councilwoman Mims have that color, you know, don't get involved that color. She's very particular when it comes to, she know what color some people like. I don't know how she do it, but she said, oh, he like red, she like blue, and I got to give it to her. So, Madam Clerk, let's move item 49. There's only one item for DPW. We have the director here with us.
Item number 49 is a resolution authorizing an award of contract to Professional Consulting, Inc., PCI, for qualifications, proposals for CSO General Engineering Services for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works, RFP number 2023-34, Public Works Resolution 23:596.
Second.
All right, so moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Mims, Councilman Udine, Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 49.
Roll call on item number 49 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say to the director, this is the proposal for the CSO permits that got to be reported. You can't hear me? Oh, I mean for the CSO permits that has to be reported.
This is for engineering services for the CSO.
We're voting.
Yeah.
You know what?
You can make your
I know
comments,
where
but
we
we
are.
voted.
Yeah, but I'm saying this is an engineering service, but the main source of this resolution is for CSO permit reporting that got to be reported to the, I'm not sure if it's the state or the federal government, which one. This is a road that Fred Margot was due when he was our engineer. So we got to do these reports, we got to submit these permits, we got to do everything that we got to do. It's amazing, it really is. Director, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you,
I know what
Councilwoman
this is.
Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Let me think about it. No, my vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
Just read it for a minute. I was looking for the amount.
Oh, come on now.
No, I was looking for the amount.
180?
180? 180? Once again, I gotta say this, like I said in workshop, $180,000 going for this engineer that is gonna take the CFO, I forgot the word now. CFO. Not CFO, is that one? CFO. CSO. Sorry, I'm talking about numbers over there. But it's 180. Administration, how much will we save if we get somebody with full credential to come in-house and do the work? How much will we be saving? That's a study we should do in the future, that if this person is getting, nothing against him, nothing against the contract, it's 180. If we put a position that people are attractive, he probably could come and work for us because he's licensed and everything in the state. So, and we will be saving it. We giving a fair salary for a position that is well demand in the state of New Jersey. Saying that, I know he does a great job, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk, before my vote, Director, this is extremely needed. CSO standby combined sewer overflow to all the residents of the great city of Paterson. We have a big, issue when it comes to combined sewer overflow. So I've been advocating for Brilliant and 18th Avenue, 17th Avenue, East 84, East 85. Every time we get a little bit of rain, it's just a river there. So I know we allocate some funding. We are in the progress of the work on that section. I would like to let all my constituents of the third ward that we're moving in that direction, but we need more additional funding. This is a big job. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 49 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Thank you, Council.
Council member, just give us.
Just quick before the director leave. Director, I know that 20 Avenue and East 20 and East 21, they did an upgrade of putting 2 catch bays. Please look into it because the 2 catch bases aren't working in each corner to see why the flooding is there every time.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Good night. Madam Clerk, so let's move by the recommendation of Councilman Mims. We have item 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 that are establishing handicap parking space at various locations. Let's take those items all together.
Yes, Mr. President.
Item
number 5 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. It's a public works first reading ordinance. 113 12th Ave, 904 East 19th Street, 81 Mill Street, 63 Beach Street, 124 Wayne Avenue, 190 Mill Street, 235 Maryland Avenue, 69 Wayne Avenue, 197 Kearney Avenue, 41 Sheridan Avenue, 99 North 7th Street, 57 East 17th Street, 224 East 19th Street, 192 Mill Street, West Side, 231 Temple Street, in the South Side, 267 Ryerson Avenue, South Side, 89 Kearney Street, South Side, 138 Walnut Street, South Side, 338 Trenton Avenue, West Side, and 110 Alabama Avenue on the South Side. Item number 6 is also a first reading ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on county roads. No public hearing is required. The roads are 112 Spruce Street, West Side, 80 Madison Avenue, West Side, 16 Hopper Street, South Side, 749 East 18th Street, East Side, 70 Grand Street, South Side, 66 Lafayette Street, South Side, 615 Madison Avenue, East Side, and 399 East 18th Street on the East Side. Item number 7 is also a first reading ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. No public hearing is required. 307 6th Avenue, North Side, 410 11th Avenue, East Side, East 23rd Street Side, 934 East 19th Street on the West Side, 394 East 30th Street, East Side, 231 East 32nd Street, West Side, 409 Totowa Avenue, North Side, 150 Jasper Street, North Side, 192 North First Street, South Side, 335 Getty Avenue, North Side, and 138 Bloomfield Avenue, South Side. Item number 8 is first reading ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads, 659 East 29th Street, East Side, 250 Park Avenue, South Side, 251 Edmond Avenue, South Side, 172 Jasper Street, North Side, 17 Don Bosco Avenue, South Side, 166 East 15th Street, West Side, 12.5 North York Street, West Side, 202 North First Street, South Side, 151 North 4th Street, North Side. And item number 9 is also a first reading ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. No public hearing is required. 112 Bird Street, South Side, 103 Totowa Avenue, Arlington Avenue Side on the East Side, 149 North 3rd North Side, 318 Michigan Avenue, South Side, 31 East 13th Street, East Side, 1096 East 22nd Street, West Side, 261 East 21st Street, East Side, 59 Jane Street, North Side, 138 Redwood Avenue, North Side, and 57 Redwood Avenue, South Side.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, all together.
Roll call on items 5 through 9. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Before, Councilman Udine is back in the chambers. Your vote, Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President, the votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Items 5 through 9 are hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now let's move to a second reading item, Madam Clerk. Item number 1 on second reading.
Item number 1 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. It's an ordinance amending the municipal code of the city of Paterson, Chapter 483, zoning and land development, to create an overlay zone known as a straight street overlay district applied to Block 6107, lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. It's an economic development ordinance, 2305.
So moved.
Move it.
Second.
All right, so moved by Councilwoman Davila, Mendez, and Velez, and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam public hearing is now open for item number 1. Any member of the public that
See
wishes
no
to
one,
speak?
move to close.
See no, move to close by Councilman Velez.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilwoman Cotton.
To close.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
So the votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. The public hearing on item number 1 is hereby closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 1 on second reading, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 1 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to item number 2 on second reading, Madam Clerk.
Item number 2 is a second reading ordinance. Public hearing is required. It's an ordinance vacating a portion of Putnam Street. It's a public works ordinance, 23-052.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Velez and Davila. Now, public hearing is now open for item number 2 on second reading.
Move to close.
Move to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close public hearing on item number 2.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Before I vote, I just want to call the attention to the administration. In the past, there was an item to vacated streets, and we remove it from the agenda in the reading. Please, legal, look into those ones that we removed. They're supposed to be in some type of form or shape in the voting section. Saying that, I want to see it back in the chamber. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Public hearing on item number 2 is hereby closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 2.
Roll call on item number 2 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we have, let's move to item 28 on the non-consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Item number 28 is a resolution authorizing a contract with Enforces, Inc. for annual subscription and maintenance services related to the CAD/RM system for the Division of Information Technology. It's an administration resolution 23:575.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Discussion, Councilman Velez.
The reason I recall in discussion is because me and Councilwoman Mims requested some information, even at
Council members.
I know, but just in case if it falls in this item or not, we still need that data, please.
Thank you.
And
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Send it to Mr. Bassi if he has a
Roll
clear
call on
one.
item number 28 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Refresh it.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So just for clarification, the information that was requested was sent today. So we do have that data that was requested. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
We had a tremendous presentation today that I didn't have a chance to look into my emails, but yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is an example that we could definitely leave item on the agenda, waiting for the information. Councilwoman Mims received the information that she needed, right? And now she voted in affirmative, so my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 28 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, why I don't have 32 in my package?
Madam Clerk?
Which, you want us to do 29 now?
Yes, so before item 29, Madam Clerk, let's move because we have members of the for a gospel festival that they apply for a bazaar. So it's my understanding that one of the reasons why we tried to move the item of the agenda in the beginning of the meeting was because there was not police contract within the resolution, but it's my understanding that there's no need because of the small amount of people that you're gonna have on the bazaar, so we're gonna vote on your item now. So Madam Clerk, please, let's move with item 51.
So President, Council President,
Councilman Velez.
Not because the event, I'm totally support of gospel events, but is anything on writing from the police or whatever? Yeah.
It says police waiver on the second page.
Yes, it's just the police, they waiver. So
Hold on for a minute. It says, with regard to the above, at this date, are not in compliance until the following item are submitted, the police waiver. Where is the police waiver?
I'm sorry. Can you come to the mic, that way we could have it on record? Appreciate it. I'm sorry, before Madam Clerk, let's read the item into the record before.
Yes, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Item number 51 is a resolution under Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for Paterson Gospel Festival. It's a finance resolution 23:598.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, a second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila. Discussion. Councilman Velez has the floor, and technically, let's leave the floor because Councilwoman Davila asked for discussion right after we run into the item. I go next, so you go next, right next.
Okay, so
Councilwoman Davila.
I just wanted to say, my assistant Phyllis reached out to me. This application did come in late, and unfortunately, it was after our workshop. So this is the reason why you did not see it on workshop.
Okay.
In addition to that, I did contact and I did ask to receive the information, and I did notice that page number 2 indicated that you needed police waiver, that the application was not in compliance, okay? And I'll never get in the way of God and gospel, okay? So I asked my assistant, go ahead through Council President to put it on the agenda, but Councilman Velez has asked for that. When I looked at it, I thought it said police waiver, but it was saying the aforementioned documentation is obtained, when all the aforementioned information is obtained, that then it would be in compliance. So do you have that document?
So I reached out to the EMT, to the fire department.
No, this is for police right now, police.
So I reached out to them, and I talked to Detective Luis Torres, and he's the liaison for this process. And he told me that now that there's a new structure, that they talked to Police Chief
Abbasi, officer in charge of Abbasi.
Yeah, and as of right now, he said that I was supposed to go and talk to DPW, and I knew that wasn't the procedure, so I just went with that. And I asked, can he just have it in writing for me, please? That he said that, And the response was, at this moment, no, we won't be able to
All right, so you
provide
don't
that.
have.
So hold on. So, and I just going to be not the devil advocate, but I just going to be the blessing of this, what we have here. I believe we could make the exception, right? We could approve this today, but tomorrow morning, you need to go see Luis Torres. The process is, there's an application for off-duty officer, so for events. Based on the amount that you put in the application that you put over here in Parks or whatever that.
And Eastside Park and the gazebo.
Yes, the application for permits for the park. You fill that out first. If you need assistance, I could assist you. We go to Torres. Torres will give it to officer in charge of Bassi. Based on the amount of people you put in the application of recreation for the field, that's how he's going to determine how many officers you're going to need.
Right.
Okay? Or he probably going to say, listen, this is a peaceful event. He probably, I'm not saying that he's going to do it, but probably assign community policing or whatever. But at least if we move forward today, this is for this weekend, right? I believe coming up.
It's in 2 weeks.
2 weeks, you got time to bring and surrender that letter and give it to her, and everything will be okay. That's how I see it.
So based on the conversation with Detective Torres, the fact that it was not exceeding 150 personnel to be at this event, basically Chief Abbasi basically rescinded the information that is not necessary. And
But that Chief Abbasi is real detail on it. He will probably tell Torres, draft a letter saying that.
Write it.
If you could go tomorrow and get that letter and give it to the clerk, everything will be fine. But you have to send that letter too, also with the application of the permits of the Eastside Park permits.
Thank you.
So, Council President?
I have Councilwoman Mims on the floor, and you asked.
I actually just wanted to just make the statement that, is it that you're saying to approve it conditional that he receives
Conditional
that
that.
and the
Yes.
permit from the
Correct.
park?
Yes.
And then the clerk can issue it?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And I could be there tomorrow with you and help you out.
so basically, I'm going to Detective Torres and
Yes.
just handing him a letter and having him sign off on it.
That was a blessing, give you my number.
Too easy.
No, don't do that. Don't.
Don't do what?
No, just kidding. Go ahead, Councilwoman Mims.
You know how many people I hope to get permits here? Legal permits.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Thank you. Legal.
So, based on your application, you're having approximately less than 150 people? Is that what the number is?
Correct, Council.
Is 60? The number is 60,
Less than
okay.
150,
So, yeah, I would just do what has already been stated. There is a process, and I believe it's one officer per 100. So I believe you're under the parameter, 1 per 50. You're close to the parameter, so I think they could do it. Also, I would even have you entertain a conversation with community policing, make a request to speak to Lieutenant Sharon Eason. She loves events like this. I'm sure she would be able to assist. I'll text you the information tonight, so you'll have it, and I think you'll be fine by tomorrow.
Thank you, members.
Councilman.
Quick question. When is the event? What day?
October 7th.
October. Okay, so it's October the 8th. Let me just, the reason I'm asking you is because, on the record, is because this is how government works. I mean, when I got this call, this item was not on the agenda, but I know that if I say no, I will blocking you. I'll be stopping you from doing your gospel festival. And this is what government is all about. We got to work with the community. Nothing is in black and white. So the reason why this is on the regular meeting is it's a gospel festival. It's a gospel event. You got what it takes. You know, you need the letter from the Chief Abbasi, but that's what this governing body, we're open to the public. Yeah. And as council president, that's my policy. If I could help my community, a gospel event that the only thing is gonna bring is positive thing for the community, why say no? So that's the reason why you're on the agenda. So make sure you get that letter tomorrow, and we'll vote in, based upon the condition of that letter, okay?
Council President.
Thank you.
Yeah, condition.
Yes, conditional. The clerk will follow up with you. Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Thank you. I just wanted to say to you, I met you, Councilor, our colleagues, they're doing the Gospel Fest, but this is the church that does the first responders.
Yes.
Yearly. They do the first responders. Paterson Church of God. Paterson Church of God with Reverend Donnie Anderson. This is the first responder. But what I'm going to do is, you have my number. I'm going to have you reach out to the sheriff department, and they have the community policing too that loves to come in in partnership with everyone. So text me later or call me later. I'll give you one of the undersheriff's number, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call on item 51.
Roll call on item number 51 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not even sure why this is a discussion. Church event, don't need officers. We don't need to be policed that way, but
I know
hope you have a
that
wonderful
everybody
event.
wants it, yeah.
Enjoy it. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid? I'm sorry, Councilwoman Mims, sorry.
So let me just say, I know you for a long time as a great man of God, but I want to thank you for your service to our nation as you served in the armed forces, protecting and serving us and this entire nation. With that being stated, I'm sure this will be fine, and you'll be fine. I'm just gonna, God got it. My vote, Madam Clerk, is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
I would probably do a ordinance moving forward that any gospel event in any parks that the city has will be approved without going through all this bureaucracy that we have. Because let me say this, the more people we have preaching out there and bringing the word to the people, we could save one life at a time, one at a time, every day. And if you need me to sing there, they know I sing good.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Lord, you will be praised. Saying that, amen. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Definitely, we hope you have a great event. I'll definitely will be there joining you guys, and whatever you say, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 51 is hereby adopted with the conditions as outlined.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Madam Clerk, let's move to item 28 on the non-consent agenda. 20. So we did item 28. I'm sorry.
Item
29. So we passed what 28. Item
Item
29.
number 29 is a resolution approving 1 new livery auto cab registration for the sole proprietorship of Mr. Sami Youssef to operate with a mailing and parking address of 2 Genesee Avenue in the city of Paterson. It's a city clerk resolution 23:576.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 29.
Roll call on item number 29 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
The gentleman submitted all the necessary paperwork and verified by the distinguished clerk.
I know.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to item number 30.
Item number 30 is a resolution honoring and memorializing the life and legacy of Apostle Gregor Capers Sr. It's sponsored by Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lilisa Mims, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and co-sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez. It's a City Council Resolution 23:577.
Second.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 30.
Roll call on item number 30 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say that we're memorializing the life and legacy of Apostle Gregory Capers. He was an outstanding gentleman. He has passed on to his family, to his wife. You have my deepest condolences, but I know what a great man he was for the city of Paterson, and I'm saying going back 40 years. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes. Before I vote, to the Capers family, to his church family, and to the churches that he covered, my condolences go out to all of you, to his son, Commissioner Emmanuel Capers, to his wife, and to all of those pastors and ministers, Paterson Church of God on Park and East 27th. Even though he's not here with us in the physical aspect, his legacy will never leave us. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
First of all, my sincere condolences to Commissioner Capers and his family. And of course, we pray for your, for Mr. Capers. Rest in peace. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
I went to a homegoing service, and it was a blessing to listen to testimonies of how he was in love with Christ, the ministry, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and his ministry reaches a lot of individuals, no matter where they was from, where they came from, what flag they had. His last church that he was a pastor and bishop was in Park Avenue, Fifth Ward, and I recall the events that he used to do to the community there and invite everyone because that's what he was called for, to serve the community. My vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Let me just express my sincere condolences to the Capers family, to the church family. That being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President Mendez. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 30 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to item number 31, Madam Clerk.
Item number 31 is a resolution honoring and memorializing the life and legacy of Emmy Award winner Ron Cephas Jones. Is sponsored by Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lilisa Mims, and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. It's City Council Resolution 23:578.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 31.
Roll call on item number 31 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's truly an honor to memorialize the legacy and life of an Emmy Award winner here in our city. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims? Councilman Khalid.
So to the Cephas family, my heartfelt condolences goes out. When the call came to me to put forth this resolution to honor his life, I was really amazed to know that this Emmy Award winner, who was a star on the Just Like Us show, was from the great city of Paterson. For those that are not familiar, there are 4 huge awards that are given out, and they call them the EGOT. It's either the Emmy, the Grammy, the Oscar, or the Tony. So to be able to identify different people in our from Paterson that has gone on to accomplish so many things is truly a blessing. To his family, I will be reaching out to you on tomorrow. Thank you for working with me to get this done. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 31 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, let's move to item 32.
Item number 32 is a
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, before we continue with item 32, let the record reflect that Councilman Khalid step out. He has a family matter that I have to address.
Okay.
So he left the meeting. So you please continue with item 32, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. Item number 32 is a resolution celebrating the Pentecostal Church of God, the Great Commission, for their 70th year anniversary. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez, co-sponsored by Councilman Ala Al-Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Council President Alex Mendez, and Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims. It's City Council Resolution 23-579.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, Mendez, Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 32.
Roll call on item number 32. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
This right here, I'm sorry, I have to say a few words. 52 years ago, when I was born, it was Reverendo Miguel Mena. We have a tradition in the Christian faith that when you're born, we don't baptize, you are baptized when you're older, you are presented to God. And so in the Great Commission is where my mom and dad took me and I was presented. So may you rest in peace, Miguel Mena, Reverendo Miguel Mena, his wife who passed away, I believe was just a few weeks ago.
Wow.
And to all of the remaining, I thought it was so beautiful, Councilman Velez. Thank you for sharing, you know, the service and, you know, what they did and recognizing all of the pastors that served throughout those 70 years. Aidida's father, Agustin Rodriguez. So anyway, congratulations on 70 years. May God give you another 70. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So this particular item, first of all, is well-deserved, but I want to thank Reverend, the pastor, and Dr. Peter Ramos. Dr. Peter Ramos introduced me to this great man of God probably over 20 years ago. But the blessing was, when it came time for a place to hold the graduation for various candidates and various levels, whether it was associates to doctorate, I was one of the candidates that received my doctoral degree in this very church. So I am so grateful and thankful. Thank you to Councilman Velez for adding me on, because I'm sure you remember that. But there's a lot of legacy and history. I've preached at this church many times, and I am just continually praying for the great success of this church, because Great Commission is a declaration that is declared in the Word of God that we will go out into all the world and preach the gospel. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to do this. For me is a must. Early 1989-90, this was the first church that I attended when I arrived from the Bronx here to Paterson, 1989. So, and I'm going to say this, in 1953, March 21, 1953, Mr. Reverend Juan Ginestre received a call from God to come from Puerto Rico and establish the first church at 248 Park Avenue in Paterson, the Fifth Ward. Around that time, it was not no ward, it was Alderman. But so great things comes out of the Fifth Ward. Then he moved in 1961 to 53 Marshall Street, where Reverend Miguel Menas became the pastor from 1953 to 1994. And then our beloved pastor, Reverend Agustin Rodriguez, that is the father of Aidita and Obed Rodriguez, that passed away from 1994 to 2008. And then a young man that was born and raised in that church, Miquel Nieves, from 2008 to the present, is the pastor of that church. And they celebrated this past Sunday the 70th anniversary. But knowing that my colleagues probably has other commitment, when I am by myself in a place and I had to give honor, I say, in behalf of the council and council president, we give you these citations. And I gave citation to the church pending of disapproval, and I'd say that this approval was going to be today. So down the road, probably we could show up a Sunday and give it to them as we stated. So congratulations to the first Latino church in Paterson, the Pentecostal, and don't forget that word, Pentecostal Church of God, the Great Commission, for their 70-year anniversary, that they continue serving the community at all levels. So saying that, congratulations, and once again, colleagues, thank you for being part of this blessing of celebrating with them. And my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Pastor Mikhail, great man of God, Councilman Velez. But let me just congratulate the great commission, La Gran Comisión, the first Latino church in the city of Paterson. Yes, 70 years ago. It's exciting. I just want to take this time to congratulate them. Reverend Miguel Mena, may God have you, right there, resting in peace. But listen, congratulations. I hope they stay in our community for another 100 years. Because it's incredible. It's amazing what they have done in the name of God in our community. So once again, congratulations to the Great Commission, La Gran Comisión. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 32 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 33.
Item number 33 is a resolution appointing Sharif Bug as a commissioner of the Rent Leveling Board. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims. It's a City Council Resolution 23:580.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman
Can I
Mims,
get a
second by
second by
Councilwoman
myself?
Ruby Cotton and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 33.
A roll call on item number 33 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
You
Can't
said.
believe it.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Cotton, you moved the motion?
No, Councilwoman Mims.
Councilwoman Mims moved the motion, and you second, and Velez
I
second.
said, well, I can't be a second by myself sometimes.
Oh, okay, but, I do apologize. So,
I hear what you're saying.
it was moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 33.
You have a roll call on item number 33. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So first of all, let me congratulate Commissioner Sharif Bug. Commissioner Sharif Bug on this appointment to the Rent Leveling Board. I'm sure you will do a great job. I previously appointed Farrah Irving Esquire, and I want to congratulate her because she could not take the appointment because now she is a judge in Irvington. So congratulations to my former appointment, who is now a judge. I can make some picks. And then now to Commissioner Sharif Bug. My vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
I want to congratulate Sharif Bug as Commissioner of the Rent Leveling Board. I want to congratulate, I was watching the first board meeting. It was peaceful, but at the same time, they had concern from the residents, and they took care of it. One thing I could encourage them is that to get familiar what is a Rent Leveling Board Commissioner on the state level, the ordinance, the law, and what is 3.5%, what is a 2.5%, what is a 5% increase, and what is a private development, and what is not a private development, and what is housing, all that stuff. So it's a good asset because having that board active, Madam BA, will alleviate, trust me, will alleviate the concern that some community member brings here regarding landlord and tenant issues. Without disregarding that some of those issues sometimes end at the landlord and tenant court, and that's where it ends sometimes. So my vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, and Councilman Mims. Let the record reflect that our new great judge, Farrah Irving, that making our community proud, it's the sister of the Commissioner of Education, Dr. Chris Irving, two great Patersonians that putting our community in a great position at the state level. So congratulations for both of them, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 33 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 37.
Item number 37 is a resolution authorizing tax collector to conduct electronic tax sale. It's a finance resolution 23:584.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item 37, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 37 for adoption.
Discussion.
Before, yes, discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
So I just have a quick question, Madam BA, because currently when people are trying to pay the sewer online, they can't because they're waiting. So once this is approved, will that go back into effect that they could pay their sewer bills online?
I'm not exactly sure that they're waiting for what?
So
That they might have an outstanding tax lien, is that?
No, they were just paying online, but it gave a message that they could not pay. So I came down to check on it, and they said, because we're in the middle of a tax sale, that you couldn't do it. So I didn't know, is that separate from this item, or is that just the process?
I think I would have to double check of when the last date was. I think generally after the date is over that you can pay through, then it shuts down, because then after that, you have to come in and your interest is charged by the day. So you can't just do it online anymore. So that would just be related to it being the overdue at that point.
Okay.
Council President.
Thank you, Council President.
Before Councilman Velez, this is an electronic tax sale. So it's exactly. But Councilman Velez?
Madam BA, can you tell me what was the last notice was sent and date to all this individual that has tax delinquency and they're going to be in this tax electronic sale? When was the date that they advised them, if you don't come and show up and pay this, it's going to go to tax sale?
I would have to, maybe the CFO knows of a particular date, most likely we'll have to look it up. It's something that they're notified multiple times, and after this as well, there's a list that's going to be published so that people can, it's kind of the last chance for people to know, and then that's where we do get a lot of people who come in at that point in time to make sure that they get it off the list so it doesn't get sold.
Correct. So,
Do you know the dates for?
Meanwhile, he get the dates. So the reason I'm saying this because soon as we do the authorization collector to conduct electronic tax sale, I think it's going to be 25 days after we approve it today, or no?
It'll be sometime, I think, in December.
Oh, in December.
And just as a reminder, these are taxes and sewer fees that were not paid from 2022. They're not anything from 2023.
Now, what I experience is that they have some individual pay some $200-something or whatever, and somehow it was misplaced, it was not, or whatever. We're not gonna have that issue that people come back and say, hey, they sold this $200, $300 tax lien I have, and here's my proof that I already paid it, and they auction the tax sale.
No, if a customer has proof of payment, we can fix it.
You can fix it?
Yes.
What was the last time what was the date and last time that you sent a notice, at least one notice, two notice, and final?
A delinquent notice?
Yeah, no. That, for example, the notice of delinquents that says this is the first notice, second notice, final notice. Have you done that before going to tax collector?
Yes, we send a delinquent notice, I want to say sometime in May, but then we send the tax bills for the third quarter, which would have had an open balance.
So you send it with the tax bill?
In August.
So you send it with the tax bill?
Yes, for the third quarter.
And any of them say final notice?
That doesn't say final notice, that just says you owe for 2022.
Moving forward, can we start doing that for people who, some people will pay attention on a final notice, and they probably say, hey, final notice, let me move and pay it. Can any chance we could identify those notice with one notice, two notice, and final notice to probably prevent people to go into tax sale?
Well, usually we send 3 delinquent notices throughout the year.
Okay.
And like I said, you receive your tax bill for
But none
February.
of them say final notice.
I don't believe so. I believe the tax sale notice says.
So can we do that in the
a
future?
date.
Can we do that in the future?
With final notice?
Yeah.
I can see if we can add final in there.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 37.
Roll call on item number 37 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
The notices that are sent out via statute, so there's already a requirement to notice. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid, I'm sorry, he has left. Councilwoman Mims.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
Some people will take this notice and it would not say final notice. And they go beat it. And they go beat it.
You get a bill, pay it.
Yeah, but that's why, but if you look at it, some people will say, oh, it don't say final. We don't say final, so let me hang out until they sell it, right? So final notice is good. So final notice will say, hey, you need to take action right away. And probably make it easy for the collectors to get the money instead of hiring people to sell our taxes in electronically, right? Oh, yeah? Oh, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So just a reminding to all our homeowners, please, you're getting 3 strikes. You're getting 3 letters, the first one, the second, the third. So stay on top of that. You just check the list, stop by City Hall, find a way to see if you're on the list, because once we sell the taxes, then you have to pay a percentage on top of that. This is something that we do it very often, but we have a lot of seniors in our community that, they have their homeowners, and in some cases they misplace those letters. So it's just a friendly reminder to just look at it. We want to make sure that we don't sell you paying taxes. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 37 is hereby adopted.
Let's move to item 39, Madam Clerk.
How about 38?
What?
I'm sorry, item 38, Madam Clerk. Sorry.
Item number 38 is a resolution authorizing an award of contract to Associated Appraisal Group, Inc. for appraisal services for the Department of Finance. It's a Finance Resolution 23:585.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Discussion, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Mims was moved. Second by, in discussion by Councilman Velez.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I move it in discussion too. I just wanna make sure, Madam BA, this is a appraisal group, right? This individual is not gonna appraise any property, nothing out there, to just sell it? Why are we using appraisal for finance?
This group helps us when we go to tax appeal court. They're an expert. They help us with the tax appeal court when they have their side. We have our experts.
So in the scope of work, it says it here or no? I don't see nothing that says only for tax or sale.
That's what they're used for the most part.
Okay, I just want to make sure, keep the record. It says appraisal. I don't want to see them appraising levies over here and then come back saying that we could do something with it, right? No? It's not going to happen. And no, say in the record.
No.
Because you look at me, listen up. I want to make sure this appraisal company is not going to be taken to appraise levies, and then they come say, well, this one did not pass, but this one is going to pass because they already got appraisal from that place.
No.
You sure? No, can you say in the record, please?
No.
No, but you're checking your head.
Said it like 3 times.
You're checking your head.
No, Councilman Velez, no.
No, okay, good.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 38.
Council
Roll
President,
call
quick
on
question.
item number-
I'm sorry, Councilman Udine has a question.
Thank you, Council President. Madam VA, so it says the contract starting from June 1st, 2023 to May 31st, 2024, and now we're at the end of the September. So what's going to be effective date then?
As of the pass of this ordinance, as of the pass of this RESO. So as of tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Council. I'm
So
sorry, CFO.
They haven't done any work, so it'd be from tomorrow until till
1 year.
September. 1 year. No, till tomorrow from that date.
Why am I asking this? Because we are awarding $40,000 for their service, 1 year service, right? Because we don't want to lose how many months, like 3-4 months from the timeline. So
Yeah, and again, it's for the appraisal company. It's not to exceed, and the appraisal company is usually for tax appeal court. And most of the time for the courts is usually from October to November, where they do a lot of appeals.
But they're going to serve until what, May 31st or more than that?
No, it will go until May 31st.
May 31st, so we are basically, they're serving us about like 8 months.
Yes.
Got it.
Thank you, Councilman Dean. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 38.
Roll call on item number 38 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, yes, Ruby. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 38 is hereby adopted.
Councilmember, we just have a few items, and then most of them there. And let's move item 39. Let's move quick. I know we have a few items before I lose another council colleague. Item 39.
Item number
Council President, before we do item 39, Council.
Councilwoman Means, after item 39, I will do item 50 for you. I know you have to be in the school early. I understand that. Yeah. It's a council member, and that is the reason why I try to keep the meeting tight, because I know that we have council members that have worked early tomorrow, and I try to keep those meetings, effective. So let's go to item 39. It will be brief.
Item number 39 is a resolution authorizing award of contract to Wild Cubs and Company, LLC, for registered municipal accountant to perform the annual audit services for calendar year 2022. It's a finance resolution 23:586.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila, and Councilwoman Means. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 39.
Roll call on item number 39 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
22? Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 39 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 40.
Item number 40 is a resolution.
Council President.
No, just right after 40. It's an entertainment license.
Council
It's an
President.
entertainment license for 6th Avenue. Right after that, Councilman, I go with item 50. This is something, it's easy and quick. Item number 40, Madam Clerk, and right after 40, item number 50.
Item number 40 is a resolution addressing the renewal entertainment show license for Corona LLC, trading as Super Coronas, 991 Madison Avenue, 6th Ward. It's a finance resolution 23:587.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Velez, second by Councilwoman Udine. Roll call on item number 40, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 40 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 40 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, right after we read item number 50 into the record, I will open the floor for Corporation Council to do a quick briefing on item number 50. And right after that, if there's any additional question, we could definitely open the floor. Item number 50, Madam Clerk.
Item number 50 is a resolution authorizing an emergency contract extension with Suburban Disposal, Inc. for the collection of solid waste for the city of Paterson. It's an administration resolution 23:597.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Discussion.
Corporation Council. Have the floor, please. Give us a briefing of the reason why we have to be extending Roselli contract.
Yes, thank you, Council President. As the council has been previously apprised by the BA, this matter is currently in litigation. We expect the litigation to be resolved expeditiously. But in the meantime, we want to ensure the continuity of services for our residents, and this permits the continuity of service while the litigation proceeds. Thank you.
Yes, now, with that being said, to member of the public, we're very excited because we have a new company who will bid on the garbage collection, and they were successful with the bidding. Now the company that we have, the currently company, they have the city into litigation, but we have definitely, that will be resolved soon. And I'll be very excited to see that new company coming into our city and start doing the garbage collection. There's two, Councilman Velez, you have something?
Yes.
Okay.
Council President, Madam CFO, what was the last extension amount that we did with, how many months was it for? 3? Before going to that bid?
It was 6.
6 months? How much was for every month?
$700 a month.
700, so we doing $1.4 million in 2 months for them, correct? Wow, $1.4 million for 2 months. I know, but this is what I noticed out there, okay?
Somebody.
Soon as, listen, and let me say this, soon as they know that we bid on the new company and everything, and we started talking about bulk, and supposedly this company was going to jump in October, they started leaving mattress and everything behind. No, but I got pictures of furniture and everything, but Suburban is responsible to pick up. No, I know the mattress had to be wrapped, but I'm talking about furniture, one piece of drawer and this and that. Yesterday, I had to go Summer Street. You had to see all the stuff that they left behind. So I want you to please make a call tomorrow. Tell them that our ordinance of bulk is not in place, okay? That they need to pick up the bulk that they see out there. They need to pick it up. Or not, we're gonna have.
Yes, Councilman, nothing changed with the original contract. They should not be leaving. It's been the lack of services that they've been providing to the city of Paterson for many years. So we got to hold them accountable.
I'm not gonna make the
Yes.
case worse. It's making
I definitely agree. This contract is very important for us, and I definitely hope that we could resolve this matter because we're talking about $25 million difference between the currently company that we have and the new company that is going to take place to who's going to be in charge of collecting the garbage collection. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 50.
Roll call on item number 50 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton?
In roll call, but they usually didn't pick up buck until their last pickup for the week. My pickup days is Wednesday and Saturday. So if I had buck, they would put it out, I would put it on Friday night for Saturday, not the beginning of the week. If your garbage pickup is Monday and Thursday, you put buck out on Thursday. That's when they would pick it up. Now, that's what I was told by DPW. The buck is always at the later end of the week that they picked up buck. But what I'm voting on, Madam Clerk?
Item number 50.
Item 50, Madam Clerk.
I just, like.
It's a resolution or
I know we got to do it, I know.
Extension of the
Madam
contract.
Clerk. And so we're going to December. And I hear what they said, that we're in litigation and we got to be in court. Hopefully we can get this resolved quickly. I'm just hoping that we can. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
This is how I feel right now voting on this. I need this stress ball. Anybody
Yes.
wants to borrow it?
I'll take it away.
Gosh, listen, if we do not support this measure, our garbage is not going to get picked up, and that's going to be a major problem in the city of Paterson. It already is a problem. Could you just imagine not having a contract in place? So reluctantly, I have to say I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilwoman Mims?
So before I vote, I want to put it back on the record that performance evaluation reports are very important when we're dealing with contracts, so that we can outline and identify the quality of service and the quality of work that is taking place. If there were violations, how many, what infractions, what they didn't do, so it solidifies our case in situations where now we're in litigation, which we really can't go into a lot of detail on this tonight, but that was one of the concerns I had when we voted, even for the new company. So that is my prayer, that within these few months that we put those stipulations in place, even if the new company comes on board, that those things are in proper place. To the public, I just want to say that thank you to everyone that reached out and called me. I have a new granddaughter, my little princess. I'm super excited, who was born 2 weeks ago. So I'm like super excited, Malia Amor. And congratulations to my daughter on giving birth to my 3rd grandchild. So I'm really super excited about that. And I will be leaving for the night because I have 1 o'clock princess singing time when she wakes up. So I will be leaving the council meeting. Thank you, Council President, for moving this item up. To the viewing public, God bless you. Have a good night. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I think after the last regular meeting, the day after the last regular meeting, there was a message sent out to the community that whether they have to drop off their buck or to pick up, they have to pay for. I think the community need to know that until December, that they have to pay anything, they can follow the regular scheduled date and they can put their stuff out on the dates, and they'll be picked up by the current services. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
See, in the 7 years that I'm here, I never had a problem with Suburban. I am the 5th Ward. I got good communication. I see how they pick up the garbage, et cetera, et cetera. As Ruby said, we had to educate our residents. No matter what company comes, we still had to educate our residents to follow when to put the garbage out there, where the curb, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a two rows effort. But yes, I want to elaborate that no matter what day, if it's Monday, Tuesday, when it's garbage collection, if they see a furniture out there, whatever, please pick it up, because I don't want to send DPW to pick up something that they left behind. Okay, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just to the viewing public, this item is very important to us because somebody have to pick up our trash in the city of Paterson. And as I mentioned before, we were very successful because we have a new company who the bid when 50% lowers. It was the difference almost between $25 million and $50 million with the currently company that we have. Now they have also litigation, but I'm very sure that we're gonna prevail between our corporation counsel, which is from local and outside counsel that dealing with this. This matter is going to be resolved soon. I hope that we don't have to do another extension, and not being until December with this company, and move forward with the new company, and also the educational portion that go along with the new company and this contract, because it's a big saving for our homeowner, for our taxpayer in the city of Paterson. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 50 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, now we have from item 40 all the way through 47. There's all tax appeal. Those items, they should be in consent. And I mentioned this again. When we have in front of a resolution for approving settlement for tax appeal, this issue was debated in court. The judge ruled in support of this tax appeal to be rendered. So those items, they should be in consent. Some of the council members that request the item to be on regular, they're not here. So please, let's move quick through those items, council members. Madam Clerk, let's go to item 40, number 40.
Item 40 is already adopted.
I'm sorry, item 41, Madam Clerk.
Item number 41 is a resolution addressing a renewal coin-operated laundry license for MZ Ventures LLC, trading as Ziggy's Laundry Express, 202 Straight Street in the 4th Ward. It's Finance Resolution 23:588.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Second by Councilman Udine, Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call.
Discussion on item 41.
What do you
The reason why this item is here is because I asked for some stuff, right? If I do not support this measure today, does this has to have 5 or it could just be majority of the council?
And this is not-
Majority of the council.
It's the 5th.
No, it's the first ward.
Okay.
It's the first ward, and,
Wait, my question is
41.
not answered. My question is not answered. If I do not support this item today, will it fail? Because, does it need 5 or it's majority?
It
of the
needs
city?
majority of the sitting council members.
Okay, very good.
Council President discussion.
No, we're on roll
Yeah, we
call.
did already.
No, we're not roll call.
We're not roll call, so we're
Okay.
still in discussion.
I just wanna,
This is the 4th ward, this is not the 1st ward.
first ward, first in front of the 5th. Everybody thinks it's the 5th, but it's the
Fourth.
5th.
Got it, that's the border. Councilman Velez, what's your question?
Yeah, and not a question. I just want to, after the raise of the concern of Councilwoman at large, Marissa Davila, DPW went out and addressed the condition in the back with inspector from housing, not from DPW. DPW addressed the outside of the sidewalks, et cetera, et cetera. And they addressed it and they corrected it. So if if you're going to see a difference. But one of the things I also asked DPW is that street cleaning in the area needs to be enforced, because it's a no parking zone, it's a yellow zone, but it's okay.
Thank you. So Councilwoman Davila, I also stopped by the location because of the oil that you mentioned. And yes, but behind the convenience store, there was a 2 metal box full of oil, dropping oil into the floor and all of that. So I personally went there and it looked really bad. So they addressed the situation and I hope that doesn't happen again. And once again, we need to hold those business owners accountable for them to keep the surrounding area of their business clean. It's not the city responsibility to clean your parking lot, the front of your business. As a business owner, we need to hold business owners accountable to keep the city clean. We cannot get into your property to clean your property. So with that being said, roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 41.
Roll call on item number 41 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Abstain.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Udine. Thank you. Councilman Velez.
The CP emeritus knows what abstain means, so I don't have to refresh her, but thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 4 yeses, 1 abstention, 3 absences. Item number 41 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item 42, Madam Clerk.
Item number 42 is a resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on Block 1801, Lot 5, AKA 176-190 East 5th Street, Block 1801, Lot 6 and 7, AKA 2-5 Leon Street, Block 1807, Lot 4, AKA 37-45 Leon Street, 1807, Block 1807, Lot 5, AKA 173-179 East 5th Street, all owned by Public Service Electric and Gas Company. Finance Resolution 23:589.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item 42, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 42 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 43.
Item number 43 is a resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on Block 7214, Lots 1 and 5,
Yes.
also known as 151-175 Railway Avenue, owned by Public Service Electric and Gas. It's a Finance Resolution 590.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 43.
Roll call on item number 43 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mine.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 44.
Item number 44 is resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on blocks 4, 503, lots 5, 19, and 20, also known as 12-20 Broadway and 37-51 Van Houten Street, owned by Public Service Electric and Gas Company. Its finance resolution 23:591.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 44 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The
Yes,
votes
Madam Clerk.
The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 45.
Item number 45 is a resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on various lots in the block 2307, owned by One Route 20 LLC. It's a finance resolution 23:592.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 45.
Roll call on item number 45 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 46.
Item number 46 is a resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on Block 604, Lot 1, AKA 136-160 West Broadway, owned by 160 West Broadway Associates. Its finance resolution 23:593.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez.
Second.
Second by Councilman Udine and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 46.
Roll call on item number 46 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item 47, Madam Clerk.
Item number 47 is a resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on Block 6508, Lots 8 and 9, AKA 234-248 Lindbergh Place, owned by Lewis Street Associates. Its finance resolution 23:594.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by, who's second? Second by Councilwoman Davila.
Discussion.
Discussion on item 47.
Council President, to the administration, way back, we have an ordinance, or I believe a resolution in place that we was gonna reevaluate or appraise all this property in 1 or 2 years, I believe was, and it failed. And that time, or they remove it. Can we bring that back? Because that's the reason we having a lot of tax appeal. If we don't assess this property the right way, if you notice, all this property are commercial property, commercial property. If we don't bring that back to reevaluate this property, they're gonna continue doing tax appeal and no revenue is gonna come in the right way. Can you bring it back to finance? We're gonna have a discussion on it and bring it to the floor because we need to put a stop on this if we put this in place. And if we could apply it to commercial property only, we'll be good. But at this time, I see all this coming in is because we don't have that in place. If we have that in place, we could avoid all this tax appeal, at least from our end. Can we do that?
Thank you. Madam BA, go ahead, Madam BA.
Thank you, Council President. Unfortunately, we can't just bring it back. What you're referring to is the reassessment program.
Correct.
And the requirement is that you can't be out of compliance for a reassessment program. I think it was over a year or 2 years. 2 years. When we went to pass it a few years ago, that was the time limit. Since we're out, we now have to contemplate doing a revaluation, a reval, which is the full assessment of all properties
In the city of
at the
Paterson.
same time. And then we can reinstate a reassessment program that you do a quarter of the properties, or half of the property, whatever it is, every 2 years, every 3 years, so that you cover it spread out over a period of time.
So,
Thank you.
So it's interested to do the question to DCA. How we could do something that we could bring back without doing the whole city assessment.
Sure,
Unfortunately, that's kind of a state rule and regulation, because again, everything's sort of out of whack. You have to get back into compliance, have everything looked at the same time, and then you can do it, in piecemeal after that.
Exactly.
So it is something that we are going to be, this is an expensive endeavor. If we had kept that program up and running, we would have been able to continue that program, and it wouldn't be as expensive as what we are going to have to do now, which costs a few $1 million, which we're going to have to, put aside or account for in order to do the reval and then keep the other program.
That was a program of...
Yeah, keep in mind, that's a program that they used to go to the house, reval the house. If you're in your home, they do whatever they do, right? But in that time, some people was getting benefit. Revaluation, their property was less and the taxes came down, but meanwhile the commercial went up. So now, not doing the reval, commercial are up, but they going out there saying, hey,
And that's a program that we have, that we do, that we used to do 25% of the property, Madam BA, with that program was in this, it's not there anymore. But let's keep in mind that when we get those appeals, that doesn't mean that they go in front of the judge and they automatically get the appeal. So we have appraisal. It's a whole process, Madam BA, right? It's a whole process that we get tax assessor. They go through the whole, and if the property, in fact, it's liable, it's qualified for the appealing, the judge will rule in their favor right after we get all the appraisal.
Yeah,
Silva, go ahead, Silva.
Council
Give me a
President.
second. One second, Councilmember. Let's go ahead, Mr. Silva.
The appeals do have to do with our equalized ratio, which under the program, we were 100%. The last year under that program was 2019. Every year after the program, we've lowered the amount, which is why the appeals are going up. And in 2020, our equalized ratio went to 83.83%. In 2021, it went to 76%. In 2022, 67%. And in 2023, to 59%. That's why when you see these appeals, you see different amounts, smaller amounts for 2020, 2021, and then they go higher for 22 and 2023 because our equalized ratio is lower in every year.
Understood.
So Council President, in other words, let's make believe the last appraisal for that property was 2019. They go and appeal the tax based on the last appraisal, and based on the appraisal the city does, but look, 2019, this was the appraisal. I haven't done no changes, and no this, no that. Why not keep it that appraisal? And that's how they beat us in tax appeal.
Thank you, Council President. Let's move forward with item number 47, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item 47.
Roll call on item number 47. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
The reason I want to move forward with this is, Council President, is like, I Googled some of those addresses. Those individuals are making tons of money in the city of Paterson. The rent has going up. Revenues for them is good, but they don't want to pay the fair share taxes on the property for the city of Paterson. That's why they ended up appealing. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
Let's move to item 48, Madam Clerk.
Item number 48 is a resolution authorizing award of contract under competitive contracting to Hart Halsley LLC, doing business as Extra Duty Solutions for the management and administration of police off-duty services, RFP number 2022-63. It's a police resolution 23:595.
Move it.
Moved
by Council President, Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez.
No.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Hey, Councilman. I direct me as Council VP, at least for something.
I'm the
Don't say-
chair of public safety.
Okay, so Councilman Velez, you move a lot of resolutions. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Roll call, moved by Mendes Davila, second by Councilman Velez.
Roll call on item number 48 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Let it be known that this item came before committee, and we had a nice hefty conversation because many a times our officers do off-duty work and do not get paid their monies till 6 months after. And, some of our lowest, officers who get paid very minimal, need these additional monies, and this is why they're working the extra hours. So I'm happy to know that after a year of it being adopted by the municipal council, it's before us now with a contract. There were 3 bidders. The highest one was Hart Halsey LLC, and I'm looking forward to making sure that now all of our officers, when they work off duty, they get paid. This company will pay them, and then it will be this company who will then get the monies from the entities. So with that said, in full support, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
I'm not knocking anyone down. The members of the police department knows that when the chairperson from Public Safety Committee, Marissa Davila, Ruby Khan, I was the co-chair in that time.
Yeah.
And we spoke about this on how it got, it's on how we went on to bid. Now it's here. Thank you for the committee not ignoring the past leadership from the Public Safety Committee. The officers out there knows they got testament about my work. But one thing I gotta say is serious. Hopefully the company and administration, please, if this will bring whatever is in the escrow account to this company for they could manage it too, or is moving here forward?
Council President, it
Madam
would be
BA.
from this point forward for any of the new
So
projects, et cetera.
What will happen with the monies in the escrow account?
Well, if we're still waiting, we will close out any of the accounts
The
that were
administration
owed
have to
money,
close out.
and they will pay, and then this will be for new projects.
So wait for that check, and you're not gonna be delayed. Keep on saying yes to the off-duty jobs, guys. Thank you for your service. I wish those off-duty job turns is a better salary, but hey, let's move forward. This is gonna help a lot. My vote is yes. Thank you for your service, officer.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I kind of rushed to move this wrestle because, very often time you hear some council members saying, oh, there's nothing happening in Paterson. We're not making progress. We're not moving. And I remember I raised the concern at the last regular meeting to Madam BA. And I want to thank the Public Safety Committee meeting for the great discussion that we have. I raised the concern at the last meeting, and we've been having conversation, not only me, other council members. Guess what? Today, we're already approving a third-party company who's going to be in charge of the off-duty police payment to make sure that the off-duty job get paid on time to our police officer. And that's a better sign, clear sign that we're moving on the right direction, that we're supporting our Paterson Police Department. And that's a big concern. Quite honestly, some police officers, they have to wait 5-6 months to get paid. The off-duty work, that's not gonna happen no more because we fixed the problem. So we're moving forward in this council. And Madam BA, once again, thank you also as well to the administration for bringing us to in front of us. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we have item number, so we have 51 was done, 50 was done, 49. Madam BA, Madam Clerk, we complete the agenda, I think.
Council President, I have a motion.
Just give me 1 second, Madam Clerk. So is that correct? So the agenda
The
is
agenda
complete.
is complete, Council President.
Beautiful.
I want to motion something before we close.
So, but, you know,
I
you want to use your...
I want to put an ordinance in place that the council president take 5 minutes break every day for at least the VP use the seat. I don't know.
Council President, I make a motion.
There's a
to
motion
close.
on the floor by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Udine. I like that, Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close this great meeting that we have today at 12:55 a.m.
Roll call to adjourn.
No break.
Roll call to adjourn the municipal council regular meeting of Tuesday, September 26, 2023. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd just like to share a few information here during the council meeting. I call him the Chief Abashi. You guys call him Officer in Charge. He had a meeting today, and it was very informative, but I think that it probably needed to be in a bigger spot because it seems like to me the community was not included. Regular people. It was more other people, and I think people really need to hear everything he needs to say about the changes in the strategy that he's going to do. But it was very informative, and I know that it had been brought to his attention about Broadway, how it is cleaning up, but it also has been brought to his attention about situations that have been happening on Lake Street, on Hamilton Avenue, on Governor Street, on Godwin Avenue, on 12th Avenue. I actually have gone to places where I have to wait for a police officer to come and move people, invading in people's homes and invading into their backyards. And so he understands that. I just want to make another point too, to Corporation Council. I have pulled an ordinance from another city on the smoke shop. I'm going to forward that to you so you can see it, because, you know, everyone keeps saying it, but nothing is being done. And everywhere I ride through the city, smoke shops are popping up like crazy. I'm going to make sure I get that to you by tomorrow. I just want to say, too, when Dr. Hodges was here, and I've gone to a couple of meetings, and people are very concerned about their children in school. And actually, and I said this somewhere in another meeting, that parents are taking their kids out. They'd rather for them to go to get a GED than to stay in school. That's sad when you have a parent, and not a child leaving, but a parent wanting to take their child out. That's sad. So I think that we have to do something to make sure that the kids are safe in school. Also, I would like to say, too, congratulations to Dr. Donna Ferrer Warren on her 50th anniversary of New Christian Tabernacle celebration. It was absolutely wonderful. I want to say congratulations to Reverend Sarah Anthony, who was installed as pastor for the Grace Gospel Church on Montgomery Street. Also, I want to say congratulations to Charles Batchelor, being our teacher in the school system for 42 and a half years. Congratulations on your retirement. Also, I want to say to Tier 1 Recovery, Chosen Generation, the Good Shepherd Mission, they had a recovery graduation. It was 16 adults that graduated with the Tier 1. And I said it before that everyone deserves a second chance. And there's a lot of things that people do in their life, and we're not all perfect. So for those that have messed up and have done things, let's give them another shot at life. And I can say that some of these people that were in the graduation were people coming off of Broadway. So, you know, we can help them, and we must do everything that we can to help them. Also, I want to say, too, they were talking about affordable housing. We've got to try to get more affordable housing. That's where we have to reach out more to our U.S. Congressman, Bill Pasquarello, to our U.S. Senator, Cory Booker, to our other U.S. senators, to Senator Menendez, to try to get more funding to come in here, to get nonprofits or whoever to want to do affordable housing. We got it, like, they got to stay there on top. And also, I just want to say one thing, and I'm going to close out. There was a beautiful event at Vera Ames Community Park. I didn't post any pictures yet, but I did not hear about this organization before, and it's called New Jersey Share Network, Saving Lives Through Organ Donors. I am an organ donor on my driver's license. If something happens to me, they know that I have said that I would be a donor. But when I look at, they say one organ donor, mean one person like me can save 8 lives. And what made me, and it was such a beautiful event, the people love it. It was in Vera Ames Community Park, a central location, everybody could come see it. But what really made me cry was when the mother came to me and said her child got killed. And she decided at that time that she was gonna donate all his organs to someone. And every part of the body that they used for this kid, the family who gets the donation reaches out to the family, to the mother or the father who signed off. So your body is not going to someone, they're making sure they reach back out to you to let you know this is what to do. And it made me take a different look at that when she knew, and it made her feel good now to say she knew her son is living, whether it's his eyes, whether it's his lungs, whether it's his kidneys, but he's living through someone else. So whenever you see something about New Jersey Share Networking, saving lives through organ and tissue donation, please, you know, you can think about other lives that you can save. There was a gentleman there who had a pancreas, who had double lung transplant, who had a kidney transplant, still living. 17 years later, still living. This is just absolutely, so I just wanted to share that. There's so many different things, you know, and like I said, and Councilman Mendez has said it about the affordability. Council Corporation Plan, so please, I'm gonna send this resolution to you because like I said, smoke shops, I wanna say to you all out there on TV, thank you for watching. There's so much that's happening and coming up for all of us. But just reach out to me if you ever need anything or you can't understand. But I just want to say to you all, God bless you all, Madam Clerk, Secretary BA, Corporation Counsel, CFO, Security Hector, my council colleagues. You know, it's 5 of us left. I just can't, I'm not gonna leave. I'm gonna stay here for the council meeting, but, you know, till the end. But sometimes we need to share information, share what we learn, share what we can get. And I just wanna say that, thank you. Yeah, because, you know, sometimes things happen in your life, you get emotional. And that organ donation thing made me so emotional that day. When you see all these people who are living now because somebody donated an organ to them, and they're living now. God bless you all out there. Have a good night. Have a good week. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So I want to take this moment, you know, just to tell you, Councilwoman Cotton, that I understand that wholeheartedly. I know individuals. I actually work with someone who donated her kidney.
Right.
Okay, to actually have someone live. So thank you for sharing that information. I want to thank our OIC, Issa Abbasi today, along with the Attorney General Plankin and everyone that was there today in terms to hear what has happened the last 6 months since the Attorney General came over and took over our police department. In the beginning, it was not an easy, it wasn't easy. But soon after, I embraced it and I said, you know what, finally someone's gonna come into our department and see the conditions of the way our men and women are working in our police department. And so I'm happy to see that in the last 6 months, there has been changes. There has been changes in the community. Is there more to be done? Absolutely. But I have to say overall, you know, I truly thank OIC Abbasi for thanking the mayor and mentioning the mayor in the press conference today to say that, you know, they are working together. The administration is working together with OIC Abbasi, and, you know, soon we will hear the rollout of, what is it called?
Nice.
PatStat. all right? So I'm looking forward to it. There was a lot of great things that we heard today. You can go on the Paterson Police Department website to obtain the information. There was copies put out on some of the stats on the 55 initiatives that were put out throughout the speaking tour that he did before rolling out this information. And it was nice to hear that out of the 55 initiatives, 35 are already in place. So I'm just looking forward. You know, we may want, you know, to ask to bring it here and show it here in one of our workshops, so that way, and I would like that to be televised, so then, you know, it can also be on our Access channel. To everyone that came out today, thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have to say thank you to our Community Affairs Office, Lieutenant Easton, Detective Lieutenant Easton, thank you for this stress ball. This really made wonders today in this meeting. I am leaving not so stressed out. Thank you to the administration, to Madam BA, to our CFO, our Corporation Counsel, our clerk, to my beautiful assistant, Phyllis, thank you, and to all my colleagues. And I just want to say this. I respect everyone, and I respect everyone's position. But when I do take a stance, I stand strong on it, and I stand on my convictions. So with that said, thank you so much, Director Hector, for being here, making sure that we are well taken care of, along with our Paterson Police Department. Good morning, Paterson. My vote is yes to close.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Udine? He's over there.
Madam Clerk, thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful night. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila, for bringing those highlights about today, OIC meeting and press conference. You like it or not, Paterson, crime has gone down. You like it or not, and I say it that way. Some people like to see Paterson not succeed. Others like to see Paterson move forward. Just to give you some number, murder have gone down 57%, rape 23%, robbery 26%, assault 15%, burglary 1.6%, theft 1.8%, auto theft 3.1% have gone down. Madam Ruby Cotton, because the initiative that they did with the Broadway corridor, they come in with phase 2 of it, so they identify wards, critical area that they're gonna be doing police walking patrol in those area, and at nighttime, I don't care if it's overtime, I don't care if it's extra job, if it's extra money, I love it if they bring in the quality of life that the residents have been asking for a long time. The other thing is the Pat Stat. That's a good initiative that the mayor had been embracing, and the OIC also has been doing. Also, one of the things that the residents are going to have the opportunity is there's going to be an app for residents to report an officer, but at this time, not only report an officer if they have the right facts, just also to commend the great job that the police officer is doing out there for any kind of kudos, promotion, or whatever, you know. It's a good thing, it's a good relation. The other thing is the initiative, the faith base, they already nominate a first president, second president, third president, I don't recall the names, but I know the first president is Reverend McDuffie, that is going to be working with the OIC and the police officer, and that's what we want, community relation. I could see the faces of my police officers out there. I interacted with them, I talk to them, I see the hard work, I see sometimes when they are even writing report, taking lunch at the same time, because the amount of call that come to the CAS system is a lot. I commend the administration for hiring 182 or 83 police officers since this administration took over. You well known that you saw 26 diverse police officer that came yesterday and graduate. Please, there's rules, there's civil tests, civil service tests, there's a process to hire a police officer. We, the council, do not hire a police officer, not because we are Latino, we are black, or whatever. We just go with the flow and just approve when money is there to hire more officers for the city of Paterson. Saying that, stay safe. When you see a police officer, say thank you. Remember that they are giving their life. Meanwhile, we are taking a nap. And some councilmen patrol during the night, taking poll numbers and potholes or whatever. Thank you for making my job easy, sir. Saying that, Council President, once again, still had the motion on the floor for the ordinance for you to move at least 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, because I'm the first, I make history, the first VP honorary on title only. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
I'll be on vacation soon. You're going to take over for at least a month.
Probably not take it with you. You're going to Dominican Republic. I'm not going with you. So saying that, Madam Clerk, thank you for your expedited work. I know you have an election coming forward. I want 2 elections coming forward. Is the Board of Education election, and also
General election.
Correct. Just cooperate with every polling site out there, and with the work that the city clerk is doing itself. Madam BA, there was something I was going to say. I received an email about the union rep, about the basement. Can you bring up today what's going on?
No.
Oh, you did? I was with all OIC and all the state officials today about.
Council President, quickly, we don't have any employees in the basement right now.
Okay, good.
Councilman Dean, don't leave the chamber. We don't have quota.
The other last thing I'm gonna ask is that somebody came up saying that there's an ordinance for use that parking lot in the back. Can you clarify?
We're dealing with that issue. That ordinance is completely out of date in that it doesn't even have the economic development.
And it's not an
department.
ordinance.
So that's not the practice. Yes, I think
is?
it was an ordinance. So we want to go ahead and we are going to be bringing something in front of the council.
So just take a notice, ma'am.
Yes.
The past administration did whatever they want with that parking. Okay? The past administration
Yes.
did whatever they want with that parking and started giving friends and buddies parking back there when the city pays their lot.
It's going to come to you. The last ordinance was from 1991.
1991, correct.
It hasn't been updated.
So hopefully this administration also, because
Exactly. We're
some
focused
people
on
could
titles.
park on the side street, some people cannot. So if we are paying for parking,
We're not paying for anything.
For-
That's our lot.
no, I'm talking about the other garage.
Oh, I don't
For-
think we're
for
paying for that
regular
either,
employees.
but anyway.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, so saying that, Madam Clerk, thank you once again. I just want to put that on the floor. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you. Council Collins, just please allow me to just take 1 minute to address, make a few comments. And this is the right time and the appropriate time to say thank you to the Attorney General, Matt Blackking, for coming into the city of Paterson. 6 months ago, the Attorney General came into the city of Paterson and took over the police department. But he came with resources. He came with leadership. And 6 months later, I was very excited to be at the press conference and hear the Attorney General speaking about the progress in Paterson, but more importantly, his commitment to continue supporting our Paterson Police Department, his commitment to continue supporting this city. I was very pleased also with our officer in charge, Issa Abbasi, and his presentation. We definitely moving the city forward. I was very pleased also to hear the reduction on crime on all the different areas. That's important to talk about. It's important to talk about that because I definitely, one of the things that I have to acknowledge about our officer in charge is his persistence and how hard he's been working to bring trust within the police department and the community. So I want to say thank you to the Attorney General, Matt Blacking, and to the officer in charge for the great and outstanding job that they have done in the last 6 months. We also, within the presentation, they spoke about, the future plan that they have in place to continue bringing safety into our community. I'm excited to see our police officer walking in our neighborhood at night, overnight. That's coming, Paterson. Let's work together. Yesterday, we have the privilege to have 26 new police officers, Paterson kids, that they join our police department. Let's continue bringing trust into that police department. Let's build that relationship, that bridge between the community and our Paterson police, because without safety, we're not going to be able to move the city forward. Also, affordable housing, Madam BA, let's have that conversation. I think that with Director Imagoran, we got to talk about that. There's a serious need for affordable housing in the city of Paterson, and we should have that conversation, short and long-term plan to our community to address the affordable housing. And one of the things that I'm very excited, going back to the press conference, is since 2018, when I was running, I was speaking about moving the internal fare out of 111 Broadway, and I was very pleased to hear Officer Issa Abazi mention that he planning to move the internal fare out of 111 Broadway to make sure that any person that feel that they want to put a complaint, they will have a place to go and express their concerns. We want to bring transparency into our police department, and that's the goal. And as Councilman Velez mentioned, if you see our new police officer, any police officer, say hello to them, address them, because we got to work together. So with that being said, Council Cali, I know my Council Cali are right here, right next to me. So to my third ward resident, 14th Avenue is being paved, it's being fixed curb to curb. For the past 20 years, hasn't been done. It's gonna be fixed very soon. And also, thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Hispanic Heritage Month, October 13. Each council member will have an honoree. We would like to invite the entire city of Paterson to join us at the chamber to celebrate diversity in the city of Paterson with the Hispanic Heritage Month. We're gonna start Friday at 5 p.m. We should finish by 7. Let's spend those 2 great hours with the community. So with that being said, to my third ward resident, if you have any questions, you got my cell phone, 973-930-1436. I'm getting a lot of positive call about the East Side Park, totally paved, Madam BA, curb to curb, brand new. I see a lot of people doing exercise. Now we got the tennis court. We're gonna have a state-of-the-art tennis court at the East Side Park for our students in Paterson Public School, and for the residents to go and play tennis also as well. So we're moving the third ward forward and the city forward. Let's keep moving. This coming Thursday. So I know Mayor Sea, he already sent a roll call about the city address, but you know what, that's very important. The city, save the city address this coming Thursday at the Hinchley Stadium. What time, Madam BA? 11 o'clock, 11 a.m., state of the city address this coming Thursday at the Hinchley Stadium, a totally renovated Hinchley Stadium. Paterson, good night. Let's keep praying for our city. And to our 2 police officers, thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. The meeting of Tuesday, September 26, 2023 is hereby adjourned.
We love you, Madam Clerk. Miss Phyllis, we love you. Take tomorrow off, at least half a day.
Yes.
I know you got to be here early in the morning.
Thank you.